Dear Lord, who thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a very brief presentation. Okay. I was an executive in a company in Cleveland, Ohio. When some of you were my brother-in-law there, he visited me in Cleveland, Ohio in 1980. Was it 82? Ugandan. He was in Michigan at the time. But his ulterior motive, and that's how we became. Okay. We can't afford this if we are to those things that are really very unsavory. And what are we importing? Even plastics. What are we talking about? When we talk plastics, spending money on cereals, an agrarian economy like we are, a very well-endowed potential for agricultural production, but we are still importing cereal, potato crisps, some remote, it may find mounds and mounds rotting away. What are we faced with? Why product? I have a simple, first of all, people in Ria told me winds and thunderstorms. I put up a windmill. These are natural in fully. When we talk about importation of precious stones and pearls and stuff like that, and we are busy flagging off with full of to make a tungsten wire of that. Machinery, plastics, alternative, all these enterprises. And to do that, we need the right kind of technologies. And I just, again, a little bit on two projects, branch office in Washington. So I can, because at what they have of an international salesman from Germany end of the process. And so there was nothing to really to revamp. Appropriate technology is a critical consideration and capital we need. It's not uncommon to find somebody with an honors degree in mechanical engineering, and when he comes to my Namamve campus, he sees a CNC for the first time. See, man, your relevance to industry is as good as if we had studied history. But we need to do better. And then, of course, another critical pillar is affordable financing. Export-Import Bank, borrowing money at an exorbitant interest and expect to make a feasible, if those three are in place, a significant level of entrepreneurial acumen. All these topics, by the way, can lead to a long presentation. If I was to talk about entrepreneurship and what it takes to create viable enterprises, I would have a lot of. So what are the strategic interventions that I advocate, things that we are trying to do? There is a company called Riela in Germany. They specialize in post-harvest handling machinery. But then to make a silo in Germany and transport it here, just the cost of transporting it alone is probably more than the cost of the machinery, and to say, look, either through reverse engineering or through collaboration, some of the operations can be done here. If I don't have laser cutting machines, you can do the laser cutting over there, bring parts, and at least other collaborative efforts aimed at technology transfer. we have to, these days we can, and that is what is invested in setting up the understanding of technologies at hand, and eventually you evolve into establishment of secondary industries. And you're on the way to fledged manufacturing efforts. But all this must be done with a very deliberate understanding of what process we're trying to follow. And so I'm sure we'll have time to you to my number. Yesterday, 2 days ago, I have only 2 hours, and we have given you more time than any other agency. 2 hours, I said, okay. 4 hours later, they were still asking questions. And so please take the opportunity, come and join us, and we can talk more about what is going on. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Professor. We appreciate you. I think you should just take your seat on the panel. Yeah. All right. So regardless of the size of an enterprise, you need technology, human capital moderator, an economist specializing in agriculture and resource economics. She holds a PhD in the field along with a master's and bachelor's in agriculture economics from Makerere University. And presently, she is the Director of Research, Monitoring, and Evaluation at Uganda Development Corporation. She'll also be representing the ED there. She oversees investment, Senior Research Fellow at Economic Policy Research. She has expertise in economic policy, development finance, and value chain analysis. She drives evidence-based strategies that advance Uganda's industrial growth, strengthen. Welcome, Dr. Mildred Barungi. You're welcome.
Thank you, Paula, and a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you've enjoyed your breakfast. The silence is quite much. I've already been introduced. Mildred Barungi are my names once again. And today we are going to, Professor has already done a very good job introducing to us the topic and why it matters to us and why we should listen to this conversation. So, Professor, thank you. It's like you said, this lady is not going to talk about it very well. Let me chip in. Sir Charles Kwesiga, invite please come forward. Rest of time, shall we also have the Commissioner Zach Kalega, in charge of internal trade. Also, it is Paul Isaac. Do we have him in the room? Moderator, we seem to be missing one of our panelists, Nyaitil, Nyanza Textiles.
We're supposed to have
Okay. Thank you. I'm told there has been a small change. We are going to have, thank you. As he steps forward, just for emphasis, as the good professor has told us, the situation as it stands today, we are net importers. We import more than we earn in terms of what comes in as foreign exchange earnings from our exports. The latest statistics shows us that annually, we earn, yet our import bill, USD, is a trade deficit. And it's the reason we are here. We want to close this gap. We want to minimize it as much as we can. We have already deposits that have been discovered and the quantities have been confirmed. Import substitution. It is a trade policy of repressing what we are able as a country to produce on our own. So gradually, we should be decreasing the volume. There are some efforts in gloves. We have one East African Medical Vitals. We have a number of companies. We have one that produces cotton wool, not there. And we want to pick the brains of these gentlemen to tell us why are we not yet there? Have we done enough? What more can we do? And so as we move along, I will request that that question should keep in your minds. Have we done enough to be doing? In no particular order, I'm going to begin with for personal interests. And I know roofing's your doing a lot for us. We have a lot of roofing materials, and we know that most of the raw materials that you're using are imported, most of them. So if we took the total volume of materials that you use in your manufacturing process, what is the percentage of local raw materials?
Much, our moderator. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. Stuart Jason Mwesugwa, my name's, working with Roofings Group. I thank you for that question or that clarity required. First of all, I would like to emphasize that Roofings is not just a company that is manufacturing roofing material. Many people think about roofings when they have reached the level of covering their structures. We can actually travel the journey with you right from the time you think about development, or right from the time you own a piece of land, or whether it is a church, a hospital, a warehouse, apartments, real estate, name it, or your personal house. We can walk that journey with you right from the foundation. We come to the walls where you'll have our rebars. We go into the roof where you might require, say, concrete slabs. Okay, if it is a storage house or something like that, we will do your ceiling. We can do the burglar for your closing of the house. But after that, we can also have rails, walkways. We will fence it using our chain link or barbed wire or razor wire. All this can be for your farm just next to your development. So I wanted to clarify that perception where some people think roofing is about roofing sheets. We are more than just roofing sheets. Going to what she was asking about how much local content or local product is actually involved in our production processes. You are right, because Professor Kwesiga here, I'm sure, and Dennis can confess that we actually have a natural resource in Uganda, which is iron ore. And if we extracted that iron ore, that mineral resource, it can be an input for all through our production processes. But this goes to more than just an investor like roofings. There is a lot that is required for us to be able to get that mineral resource from underground, to get that soil, to get those stones. And I had the professor talking about beneficiation. To do the beneficiation in order to make sure we make sponge iron, we process it into, say, billets or hot rolled coils, etc. The process is that long. Uganda as a country, yes, we have artisans who are trying to pick stones here and there, but for a serious investor, you cannot rely on that kind of supply. We need to heavily invest into its research and development. We need to invest into infrastructure. We will need power. Good thing here, there's some good power source that is being put up, at least to extend power up to our Kigezi area, so that that may not be a problem for the energy supply. We need access, the roads. You know how Kabale, where we have the highest deposits of, say, this iron ore, the way God created it, it's a bit hilly, and this iron ore is a bulky product, so you need to have access to it. But yes, we are trying to do a bit of local content. Whatever can be procured locally, we actually give it first priority. However, some of these products, like those coils we bring in, I'm sure you see trucks carrying one coil of something which we add value to, and our value addition on those products at the moment amounts to about 54%. if we are coming from somewhere in the intermediary raw material. But that means the difference between 100% and 54% is actually what we need to focus on, not only as investors, but as educationists, as government, to ensure that that gap that is now lacking is actually covered. Then we can be able to use our mineral resource that God gave us from 0 to 100%. And this is going, of course, to other products. We have, say, limestone. I know we have some cement factories, but still, they are not starting from 0. Some of the raw material like clinker is imported. So we still have a lot of room in what to do, but it is very advantageous and very good that we can sit in this room, talk about it. We are having the ATMs now, what they are talking about. It's not ATMs of, I saw one banker here from AfriExim. It's not the ATM that gives us money. We are talking about agriculture development, we are talking about tourism improvement, we are talking about mineral development, and then science-based innovation, which Professor here is emphatically trying to emphasize to create that awareness. I was talking to Madam here for trademark, and what are we saying? Maybe we should make these symposiums smaller, but wider in the sense that they are spread to the different areas. I know it could be time consuming, maybe even more expensive, but that is the only way we can easily create awareness to a number of our members, to our community. Yesterday, another professor here was saying, is hearing of some words for the first time, and people were wondering if the professor says, this is the first time I'm hearing this, then who knows about it? We need to get out of the conference hall, boardrooms, go and be on the ground, make the people, even those who don't have smartphones, those who don't understand English, actually practically realize what we are talking about. Otherwise, up to 54% of our production processes in steel is what we are doing right now. That gap that is missing is that other local content that we require to invest in. As for labor, we are giving priority to Ugandans, to East Africans at all levels. Scientists, accountants, quality controllers, name it, PR people and the business development, marketing. But we want to appreciate that 30 years ago, roofings could import. I'm sorry to be, I don't want to say selfish or biased, but it's the example I can give, having been given an opportunity like this. 30 years ago, we could import, say, the coils at more or less 10% of the production process. Then we just do the roll forming. Even the colored coils, we would import colored coils. But this is happening in Uganda now. That's why we are talking of adding value of 54 to 55% at the moment. If you get an opportunity and you come to our Namamve plant, you can see for yourself how much value addition is being put to the colored coils or even the galvanized coils, or the rebars, the iron bars, where we are using billets, we transform it into molten steel, then eventually do the different iron bars and other products. So I want to invite you, whoever has time and opportunity, to come and see what is Stuart talking about right now. Is it true? You are welcome. Please feel free. Professor has been there, Dennis has been there, and this we want to encourage many more investors into the steel sector, into other production, manufacturing things, be it food, be it milk products, to try and strive to make sure we reduce on our import bill by locally producing these items, and I would encourage you to locally also consume these products that we are putting on the market. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Hello. Mine doesn't seem, okay, it is fine. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Mwesigwa, for that elaborate talk about roofings and how much you're doing. One thing that I pick from you is there is great opportunity to make use of the locally available raw materials. And like we are talking about the 10-fold growth strategy, the ATMs, I wanted to emphasize, the A is agro-industrialization, the T is tourism, the M is mineral-based industrialization, and it is an area where roofings can play a space. I want to use this opportunity also to inform the audience that UDC is aware of this gap, especially in the iron and steel subsector. And together with the National Planning Authority and the Presidential Forum, the CEO Forum, we are undertaking a value chain analysis of the iron and steel subsector to understand where are the investment opportunities, where are the gaps highest, and this is going to inform the next set of investments. But also to say there are a number of companies that have approached UDC for support to engage in mining and production of sponge iron, and efforts are in advanced stages. So we should be seeing a reduction in the importation of sponge iron and billets, which currently roofings is importing. So those synergies between institutions need to be strengthened. He talked of clinker. Again, it tickled my mind. For quite some time, UDC is trying to establish an integrated cement, limestone, and marble facility in Moroto. This is supposed to be a heavy undertaking, and we've been trying to look for a partner, an investment partner. I must say, at the moment, we seem to have arrived at one, and we are concluding discussions. So the future seems to be bright in terms of mineral-based industrialization. There is hope that this is going to be something we can leverage going forward. Moving on back to Professor Kwesiga of URI. I know that URI is government funded. We are aware that you've been undertaking so many research, and you have already showcased some of the things you're doing. Now, with more concrete examples, I want you to tell us, the audience, about the research initiatives at URI that you have undertaken to develop local alternatives for imported goods. Local alternatives for imported goods. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. You know, this word research sometimes is overused. I remember an instance where I met some guy who was doing a PhD, I think in Australia. I told him I was in the area of research. He said, oh yeah, so am I. I said, what research are you working on? Oh, I am trying to analyze the reasons for high attrition rate in UPE. I said, okay, that's not the kind of research I'm looking at. But ours is applied research. Applied research that leads to products and processes. And to do that, we also have significant engagement in materials science, which leads to choice of technologies, choice of prototyping, and so on. There is, again, the focus is looking at what is possible, what is realistic. Because one of the problems, again, we have in the third world country generally, the level of intellectual dishonesty is worrisome. The level of, even in regular practices, we tend to celebrate our plans rather than our achievements. And so let's go back to the basics. What do I need to make this bottle so that I don't have to import this bottle? What raw materials do I need? What technologies do I need? And so on. So the ultimate interest, I'll give you other examples. We have a very elaborate PCB, printed circuit board technology workshop. And I just called my driver to see if the radio we made at Namamve is in the car. And I'll show you, I'll showcase what we're really doing. But the technician who came in telling me he had a diploma in electronics, and I said, okay, go to the PCB workshop and make a radio for me. He went and made something really miserable, but it could capture a station, but had no aesthetic value at all. And so I sat him down and said, this is what you need to do to deliver a marketable product. And so he came up with this radio. We have made, this technician has made it at Namamvi. And now we are in the process of piloting. This is a prototype. So the logical sequence is pilot and make maybe 50 of them, use them for test marketing. The potential customers are going to suggest modifications or changes. And then meanwhile, we are designing a production line. So within a few months, we'll be making about 30 radios per day made in Uganda. And then from there, we are using that to demonstrate to the public sector, private sector, that this can be done, and this is how it's done. So they don't come in with experimentation and eventually end up with a failed effort. And so, so we are using applied research to lead to development of products and processes. And again, when we talk about import substitution, would I rather have this made in Uganda radio with the local available materials? Here we are using wood for casing. The next design is going to use bamboo. And that way I can convince the world that we don't need to be importing plastics from China or any other country. So that is the practical options we are looking at in our efforts. Finally, I can give you a lot more examples, but we have done a lot even in the textile sector. We've done a lot in electronics. We are doing a lot in the material science, and so on and so forth. Just show you the magnitude to which we have had an impact. Not too long ago, unfortunately, of course, not everybody gets the same message, regardless of whatever presentation you make. So one time, a high official came to visit me, and I showed them what I was trying to do. And apparently, she left feeling very sorry for me. So in a couple of weeks, she sent me 2 South Africans to come and help me. And so when I looked at these guys, I said, what do you want me to help me with? They said, well, we have done some research, let's do a presentation. I said, no. Do a site tour first. And then when you come back, we shall have, we can start from the same page and we'll see how you can help me. After 1.5 hours, they came back. They said, we never expected anything like this in sub-Saharan Africa. I said, but you're here to help me, remember? I said, no, we're changing the script. We want to see how we can work with you. And so that that team has now entered agreements with us. We'll be manufacturing electric transformers from Namamve as a collaborative effort between us and those who had originally come to help me. So seeing is believing. We can show you a lot more interesting efforts. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. I can see the audience is excited about the developments at the Namamve facility. So I would encourage, since you have an open invitation from Professor to visit the facility. Professor, again, I'm interested. There are a number of industries that are already operational in the country, and most of them are using very old technology. If you go to the tea companies, most of them are doing the CTC technology to produce the made tea. If you go to cotton companies, again, very obsolete technology. Has URI interested itself in helping these local manufacturers to adopt modern technologies that is affordable? And partly the reason they are not using the modern technology is because it is quite expensive. So as URI, have you interested yourself in that space to make it affordable for them? Thank you.
Yeah, we are definitely interested, but as they say, it takes two to tango. We still have some problems. The way we encourage investors to come in and we don't pay attention, what are they coming in with? I have a neighbor in near where I work. Every time they're in operation, they donate a lot of ash and soot to my campus. And really, why do we allow such obsolete technology to come in? Because they're not going to make products that are competitive. Anyway, my take again is we are working with some entrepreneurs. We are trying to help out, guide on trace of technology. Trace of technology is very, very important. And in the slide I showed you, where I emphasize the issue of appropriate technology. Obsolete technology cannot be appropriate. How else are we handling this? The component is one component at Namamve that focuses on production using modern methods. At the same time, offers platforms for apprenticeship for our technical skills trainees, and also gives modular training for machinists who are already working to come and learn the use of modern technologies. We have introduced things like robotics, just to embrace modern. Fourth industrial revolution technologies are now part of what we offer. And so we need to move fast in modernizing what we already have, and especially encouraging utilization of modern technologies for new startups. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. The message of use of appropriate technology has sunk very well. I'm going to move on to our mother ministry, Ministry of Trade. And since the broader theme is industrialization towards trade competitiveness, I'm going to ask the commissioner in charge of industry to tell us what policies and regulations MUTIC has put in place to ensure that there are incentives for local industries to produce those goods that we are capable of producing but are not producing them as yet. What are those policies and regulations? And what are the gaps in the policies and regulations, the inconsistencies that need to be addressed in this meeting? Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. Good morning once again. Dennis Ainebiona, my name, and I'm the Commissioner for Industry. I think in terms of policies, I would say we are not doing badly. We have an industrial policy. The first policy was for 2008, and in 2020, we revised it. And this policy speaks to the aspirations of the country in terms for the development. The topic today, we are focusing on import substitution, but I would wish to use this opportunity to talk about our industrial policy. It has three components. When we did the analysis, it informed us that our industrial policy should have a component of a little on import substitution to help us to have employment, but also to do for the exports. Having said that, I want to also report that there is progress, because today our industry sector contribution to GDP is around 26.4%. Our target for the in that policy for the next 10 years would wish to be at 35%, and manufacturing is contributing 16.5%. The employment we have in the industry, and with the component of just of manufacturing, because the industry, we have manufacturing, we have mining, we have construction, and the utilities. Just for manufacturing alone, we have about 2 million workers working in there. In terms of the facilities, the data we have, those which are formal, and formal, what do I mean? The ones who are in the tax base, at a tune of about 9,200. And so to me, there is progress. And back to the subject matter for today, we've done the analysis, and for us to be able to undertake the import substitution, we've looked at supporting the private sector and also enhancing the role of the state, that is government. When our first objective in the industrial policy is to enhance the state role to be able to support industrial development projects. And in that, we look at institutions like Uganda Development Corporation, we look at institutions like URE that do research, we look at institutions like UN-based that provide the standards, and also the Investment Authority, and now our Uganda Free Zones and Export Promotion Authority. And in this, we are putting up an infrastructure to support the private sector to be able to do the industrialization or the manufacturing we want. You've asked me that beyond that, what have we done? I will start with you, UDC. We've amended the Act of UDC. We've made the proposal to increase the capitalization of UDC from 500 billion to 5 trillion. And in that, we are trying to, as a government, to avail funds that government would be able to use to working with the private sector to be able to invest in those areas where the stewards of this world might think that they will not bring returns immediately. And that is also informed by the lessons we learned from 2020, or from 2019 to, I think, to date, when we are hit by the coronavirus. Before, you will recall that our economists were always agitating that focus more on exports, but little was being done to do with the imports. But with the lessons from that, and also with the guidance of His Excellency the President, our import substitution strategy is looking at, as a country, to be able to develop or to manufacture some products that we must not rely from the external suppliers. What do I mean here? when the world closed for us, we found ourselves as a country that we needed to have capacity in terms of the medicines and the drugs. We needed to have the capacity to have the food. And the food, yes, most people will say that we are not food insecure because the food is available, but a lot of wastage is happening. And so now effort has also been made to strengthen those areas. The other aspect I want to talk about is making it easy again for the private sector to have the financing. I've talked of the aspect of equity. There is a lot that is being done by government to increase capitalization to UDC, to avail capital for people who want to do investment. It's coming in the room that some of our manufacturers or our innovators are using old technology. Technology outside there is available, but is it affordable? So this financing comes in to bridge the gap. But also, in terms of regulations, I will agree with the professor that, yes, in 1986, picking where we are starting as the country, we had to accept each and everything because we needed these people to be here. But now we are getting into a stage where we are going to start screening, and as a ministry, we are working out the policy on the industrial licensing, and one of the aspects we are going to be looking at is the type or this type of technology one is bringing in. So we'll be able to deal with that aspect. The other things we're also doing again as a whole government is to make it easier. Our policy is to do this industrialization through what I would call designated areas, which we are calling industrial parks or free zones, where your government is working hard to ensure that all the required industry supportive infrastructure is in place. A lot of progress is being done to have the industrial parks. We are doing some as government, but we have also attracted the private sector in that regard. Financing, I've talked about it, the aspect of enhancing the state role. Institutions like ULIA are being strengthened to do that product research and also helping those innovators to be incubated. And we also work with academia to benefit also from their research. Standards, yesterday we had a lot of debate on it. I will not go into it, but our policy is we substitute where it is possible, and that is largely on the light manufacturing, but we also some very sensitive industries which we think government must be able to have a huge stake. In our NDP4, we are prioritizing to have investments, increased investments to substitute our imports on steel. We are focusing to support the cement sector, and the cement sector is largely to deal with the issue of clinker, which we have been largely importing. Then we have huge deposits of phosphates, which we are also going to support and ensure that we have the fertilizers. And once that is done, it will also help in agriculture to increase the productivity. I think I can stop there for now.
Thank you, Dennis. Maybe what Dennis has not told us is that the mother and the daughters are now working more closely. That is the Ministry of Trade and the agencies, UDC, Uganda Industrial Research Institute, the Uganda Free Zones and Export Promotion Board are now working together more closely. Recently, the different agencies had a meeting to deliberate on how are they going to contribute to attainment of the tenfold growth strategy. And there is commitment from the agencies to build synergies. And one of the most recent is the ministry, together with UDC, are putting up a proposal to attract funding from the World Bank under the IDA 21 window. And that is in recognition of the fact that government cannot have all the money to start to finance the priorities as we know them. And so there is effort to attract external financing. Thank you, Dennis. He seems to give us the assurance, at least from the policy perspective, the policies, the regulations, the frameworks are in place to guide import substitution. I want to move on to the Commissioner Internal Trade, again, still related to policies because the ministry is about policy making. We are aware of policies like the Build Uganda, Buy Uganda, Build Uganda policy, BUBU. Commissioner Zach, I want you to speak to this particular policy and tell us, has it helped uptake of locally produced goods? Because yes, for us to reduce the volume of how much we're importing, it means we should be buying more of what we are producing locally. So has such a policy helped increase uptake of locally produced goods? But also, apart from the BUBU policy, what are other initiatives the ministry is undertaking to ensure that what is locally produced is actually off-taken? Otherwise, we shall continue trying to promote local production, but if uptake is not guaranteed, then ultimately production is going to be failed. So speak to us about that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, moderator. Once again, my name is Zake Kaliga, the Commissioner for Internal Trade. And thank you for that observation. In 2012, government started on the process of encouraging the consumption of local goods and services. Before the BUBU policy, the Buy Uganda, Build Uganda policy was done, we wanted to establish, even then, how much of our local products were then in the supermarkets. You know, the supermarket is now an area where the middle class come and buy. So in 2012, what were the results? We established that we had only 20% of our products in these supermarkets where people seated in this room buy. And what were some of the factors? One of the factors was that we did not have sustainable supply. And it has been a topic today, and the technology people are also here. One of the biggest challenges this country has is to sustainably meet the demand. I gave an example of we went and secured a market in the Middle East, and these people wanted the goats, and the goats were, they wanted over 30,000 goats every month. In Uganda, we were looking for goats and we couldn't, but they say people say they have goats. The only person who had goats had 30,000, including the old and the male, and they wanted a certain age of goats, so we could not supply. Even in the supermarkets that we went to, for example, the issue of just carrots. The manager told me then, the manager then what was Nakumat, that I gave a contract to Uganda near to give me 300 bags of carrots every month. Somebody supplied for 2 months and disappeared. And even up to now, I have that contract. You can come and supply. So the biggest challenge was sustainable supply, in addition to the quality and the standards. Everybody has mentioned the quality and the standards. But yesterday, I think Jane from Siatini mentioned a very key point and talked of us looking for markets, but what are the products that we give to the market? The technology that Professor is talking about should help us to have products that can sustainably meet the demand, which is still, of course, lacking. Now, coming back to Bubu, when we put up this policy, of course, people have benefited, I can say, companies have benefited, and the biggest benefit was mainly from government, because if you could understand, government is also a big buyer, and in government contracts, especially then when we began Ubu, for example, Stuart can attest to this. It was the time when we were constructing the Karuma, the Karuma Dam, and I can tell you majority of the steel and the cement that went there was from local production. But of course, because of even other initiatives that have stopped, you have had sometime back the traders were striking. I don't know if any member of Kasita is here. Because you find that the government had introduced import duties, even in kilo. But this was mainly intended to restrict the imports, because we had the potential in our local industries. So those are some of the interventions that the government has put up in place. Maybe another challenge that we still have, which was mentioned yesterday, that we are not benefiting from Bubu, is an issue of the barcodes, because the traceability of our products is also very, very important. Because if somebody has a product, I cannot know where it comes from, then that be. But ever since Bubu was initiated, there are so many products now that are being produced locally. At least I'll give some samples. Some of them have been mentioned. You know, even during the time of COVID, we not make sanitizers, but we currently make 62 million 0.5 liters of sanitizers in a year. We are making shoes. We are making our own textiles. We are making soap. In addition to others, we are also now making motor vehicles. You know how we are assembling that. We are making television sets, and even others. I have a lot of statistics here that I can share, but I can tell you that we are moving on very well in that area. Other policies government is working on, for example, we are coming up with the competition law, and this competition is mainly to avoid monopolies, because even if you have a local industry, some foreign, if you don't regulate competition within the market, you might find that you don't benefit a lot from that. But also, as a matter of engagement, we have always had challenges, even at the local government level, where the manufacturers who are distributing their products across had challenges in their distribution, because the local governments were charging them what they call loading and offloading fees. It was a very high cost to find a manufacturer in Kampala distributes products to maybe up to Gulu. By the time he reaches Gulu, he has paid over 30 local governments a fee, which take up the cost. So we are trying to also work on that. But again, also to promote our local, we have carried out Bubu Expos. I think you have many of you have seen how we had one in Kororo, where local producers of our products come. This is to encourage, because Ugandans had a feeling that our standards and quality was inferior, but we have tried to improve on that. So I think that is what I can say for now.
Thank you very much. I want to request Paula to handle a few Q&A, if you can allow, and then we shall ask the panel to give the final marks. Thank you.
That's true. So we are going to take just 2 questions. Before we can even do that, I'd like to recognize the presence of our permanent secretary. Thank you for coming. Appreciate you. Let's give her a round of applause. And of course, the representative from the Danish embassy, thank you as well for being in the room. The representative from the China embassy, thank you for being around. We appreciate you. All right, so we'll take just 2 questions. One from, yes, our local manufacturer, and then one from Masheda.
Thank you so much. I have heard everything, but I think even UDC, You are welcome. This is my first time to hear about UDC. I've never heard about UDC. I just hear about it, but I've never met anyone. We would like you to explain more how UDC can help us small scale. And what I've heard, you have talked about big business manufacturers like cement, like roofings. They're already rich and big. But you have not talked about we, the local manufacturers. I'm a member of a confederation led by Mr. Bossa. We are small, but we represent Uganda. Have represented Uganda. You people, we have represented Uganda. Minister of Trade, they know that. But you don't recognize us. Another thing, what I'm telling the Minister of Trade, whenever we go to exhibition is, when we come back, have never called us to say thank you for representing Uganda and to meet us, all the exhibitors, because Uganda is represented throughout East Africa. We would like PS or anyone else to invite us. We also have our issues. And another issue, we participate in only one exhibition. When we will Minister of Trade try to connect us to as exhibitionists, because someone making products for only once in a year, I think we should have tried to manage some other exhibitionists. Another issue, Minister of Trade, we request you kindly, if possible, to start a newsletter informing us what is going on in the ministry. Like now, in the ESC, there is exemption of someone exporting some products to ESC, that there is an exemption when you are taking products of $2,000 US. We don't have the information. We need the information. Maybe you put a what? In newspaper like New Vision or any other, or you come to radios and TVs. We are just a small portion here. This is very important information, but other people, they don't know that information. Another issue, you are talking about Bubu, but we can't manage small people to pay for Bubu stores at Kololo. Me, I can't manage. I don't know others whether they can manage, but we are talking about local business manufacturers. Now, sustainability. We can't sustain our businesses if we have not helped us with the funds. Funds is the first issue. Because getting big orders, the first thing you have to do, maybe instead of the trade or the government, you come and visit our local manufacturers, you visit them, you ask me, what do you need? How can we do this? We have many local women and men who have got very nice crafts which can sell worldwide, but nobody is helping them. So I would like from here to get a solution how we are going to help local, not those big people like roofings and cement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, so we'll pivot right there to the at my left of the room. Yes, please.
Thank you, Madam. Madam PS. Those people who have given us the good information, protocol observed. First of all, I'd like to thank Yuri for the support they are giving us as Juakalis, and me as someone who is coming from Katwe Small Scale Industrial Development Association, who have been benefiting a lot from Yuri, and I'd like to inform you that those people whom you are training are doing well, and they are coming out with the good machines. The only problem we have, as we said, most of the machines which are being made or produced in my areas are food processing machines, but the problem, Mr. Mtambi, you are aware about the issue of stainless, whereby food processing machine needs at least stainless materials, but it is too expensive. This also brings me to This is the roofing. Roofing, we have been coming to your place when we talk of stainless, you say it either very expensive, and at times when it is found, it is not affordable for us in Katwe. However, we thank you for the quality of other materials which are producing compared to other people who are giving us material. As you know, Katwe people, we are almost consuming 30% of your production, but your standards are good compared to others, which I cannot mention here. This goes to Mr. Kwesiga. We are in Juba last year, and that radio which you have presented was one of those ones which were exhibited. Up to now, I'm getting calls so that they see how they can buy those radios, not only in Uganda, but throughout East Africa. But if I heard that you are going to produce the 30, I wish to inform you that that 30 is not enough for, for us. People really liked the radio, and up to now they are still asking me about that. UDC, unless the government comes out with a policy for the micro and small, my sister has talked about it, but there's no any way how we can access these funds when you are still taking it, passing it through the commercial banks. Even the COVID recovery funds, I don't think there is even a percentage of 0.9 of the micro and small who really benefited in this, unless some people just pretended that they are micro and they got these things. When we visited the commercial banks where you pass those funds, they always tell us that with the dual cards, with the micro, the risk of borrowing them is very high. So they are also, because at times, even if when you take the collaterals, they will charge you a bit expensive, almost 40%, when the government is giving them at almost 13. So getting these funds, as soon as you are still putting them in the commercial banks, when they have their own products, they have their own money which they are borrowing to others, and you dictate them to that level, they make sure that they complicate the whole process of getting the funds, and we end up by not getting these funds. Please, I'm requesting the government, if we are to benefit as small ones or as micro, we should have a window where we can, but not through the commercial banks. Another thing, lastly, okay, it goes to the Ministry of Trade. The Ministry of Trade, I don't know whether you are aware that the TVET, they have come out with the policy that all those who are going to, the mechanics, the welders, and others are supposed to get a practicing license, which is a setback as far as apprenticeship training is concerned. You are going to have a lot of problems, and people will be jobless. I thought we through you, the ministry, and these are your people who are producing some of these things. A welder might take about 5 or 4 years doing the apprenticeship so that he can learn how to do some of these things. But when the TVET comes out with the issue of having license, having permits, and this permits is associated with funding also. So I don't know whether the Ministry of Trade or Industry were a part of that policy. I think it is going to affect us. We need at least to be helped so that if possible, they give us some time of 5 years so that we can at least allow our people to get some of these workers pass so that they get permit. Otherwise, it is going to have a problem with the production. And I don't know, we need to be joined by roofing, because if at all we are not going to do some of these things, to buy our things, welders are being stopped to do some work because they don't have permit, it is going to also affect you. And lastly, locally produced things. you talk of boo-boo. First of all, the problem with us is the production cost. As I've told you about the stainless and other materials, production cost is so high for a local person, whereby when you produce something, it is a bit expensive than something which is being imported, which is a bit dangerous. So unless the production cost is reduced, when we talk of production costs, we talk of the power, it is too expensive for the local person to produce. When you talk of production cost, when you go and get to borrow some money to do some production, the interest is very high. You can't compete with someone who is getting it at 1% in their areas, and for you are getting it at 40%, and you think you will produce anything and becomes a bit cheaper. So the production cost is very high for the local person. And this is for the Ministry of Trade. In other areas in the East African partner states, at least some have come out with a policy for the Juakalis at least to have 40%. If we at all we cannot have 40% in Uganda, let's just have 20%. This strictly goes, the government procurement goes to the micro and small, so that you can promote. Otherwise, we cannot compete with those big ones in case of any procurement from government. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll address that first, and that was targeted to you, Mr. Kwesiga. That question was to you.
Thank you very much. Yes, we can do even more than we have done so far. The problem, of course, has been we have our own limitations. And probably I'll talk about this a little more when it comes to funding the initiatives we've taken. The issue of 30 radios, we are demonstrating the workings of a production line so that you, the private sector, can now take up the ideas and expand. I don't want to compete against people I have trained. So ours is not doing a full-fledged production line, but demonstrating the possibilities. I'm glad we've talked about production cost. Yes, it is exorbitant, but usually from my professional perspective, we need to, in each situation we are in, we need to take stock of what are the elements involved that determine how much you are going to pay for what you are going to produce. And therefore, how can we address those elements to reduce those costs? And so one of the big problems, I might as well address this point here. One of the big problems, there is this we import everything, including toothpicks. And so I decided to challenge that whole thing, and I worked with, by the way, China, thank you very much for the help you've rendered. Namambe wouldn't be if it wasn't for China government, who gave me a grant of $30 million, and that's what we built Namambe with. I thank you very much. Dealing with the Chinese Bamboo Research Center, we discussed the technologies involved, and we ended up procuring some technologies to make toothpicks. Very simple product, toothpicks. And we have very good quality bamboo, so we can make our own toothpicks. But the economics of production, just beginning with the machine for splitting the bamboo stem, it's bulky, it's heavy, so its transport cost is higher than the cost of the machine itself. And so what solution did we come up with? by examining this machine and saying, look, most of the parts comprised of this machine, what can't we fabricate? And with that approach, we could only import the things that we could not make, like the chain and the motor. The rest we fabricated. So the next machine we deployed was 30% of the cost we had incurred for the first machine. So there are ways we can deal with that, and let's keep the discussion going. Let's address the problems that you have as we go. I can assure you we shall find solutions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. There was also a question on how UDC, especially, and Madam Mildred, I don't know if you would love to answer that, is helping smaller companies, especially because she cited roofing has arrived. Now, how do we help the people that are trying to arrive?
Thank you. And maybe to speak on UDC, UDC has the mandate to promote and facilitate industrial development. We also are guided by our investment policy, and therein we have minimums of the kind of firms UDC can support. Because on a broader picture, UDC is supposed to be looking at significant employment generation, significant utilization of locally available raw materials. And so as part of the appraisal process, if a small firm comes to UDC and a big firm comes, we are looking at how many jobs is roofing likely, for the lack of a better example, is roofing likely to create compared to another smaller firm. If roofing is going to employ more Ugandans than a smaller firm, then priority, among other criteria, priority is going to be given to roofings. But it's also not true that these large firms have arrived. They actually have huge working capital requirements. The kind of technology they need to invest in is quite costly, and sometimes a private entity is not going to afford it. And those are the times UDC comes in to support either through lease, so that the private entity can pay for this machinery at a more comfortable rate, if I may say, and a prolonged period of time. And so the thinking is always that the smaller firms can approach institutions like the Microfinance Support Center. It is unfortunate, like lady, I'm sorry, I've forgotten your name, like you indicated, it becomes difficult for you to access initiatives like GROW, but otherwise the thinking was smaller firms should be able to access funding through such avenues. So it's an issue of mandates. UDC has a mandate to deal with bigger firms where we believe the private sector has limited capacity. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I'm going to ask you to write down that question. I see a hand at the back. Kindly write it down. We're going to try and yeah, in the interest of time, we need to move on to our next topic, but I'll allow you to give a vote of thanks to your panel, take a photo, and then we shall move on.
Thank you very much. I'm sure my panel would have loved to, in half a minute, each to have a closing, just half a minute if you'll allow. Okay, we shall allow only my neighbor, and then we take the photo. But I want to appreciate all my members. You've been such a good panel, much appreciated. Roofings, you have the final say, and then we have our photo.
Thank you very much. I'm lucky to be your neighbor. I want also to emphasize that actually companies like roofings who have not yet arrived. I talked about value addition of up to 54% on our production processes. We want to be at 100, and not until we get the iron ore from Kawali there and make it into a final product, we have not yet arrived. I want to thank the gentleman from Katwe. You are appreciating. I am happy to see that at least there are a number of Ugandans who are actually embracing Bubu. We were part of the team that formulated that policy, and we support Bubu so much and want to encourage you to buy Uganda, build Uganda. America says America first. South Africa is saying proudly South African. So why not to be proudly Ugandan? And as I talked, other than trying to reduce on how much we can import, we need also to try and increase on our exports, which gives us the dollar that is much wanted. But of course, that is in a way promoting our Ugandan-made products to see that they can compete internationally. We are thanking the government because I think we are seeing the light at the end of the tunnel with a number of infrastructure projects that are being put up in the country. SGR is coming. We have now the stadium in Hoima. We have an international airport which is almost complete. The oil is the talk of the world at the moment. Fortunately, I happen to be coming from Hoima also, the oil city. So the Chinese community here, we thank you. Other than coming here to demonstrate your potential in technology, in the way you do things, you are actually, as of now, supporting our local products. At least I can attest that we have like CCC who is using products made from Uganda in order to implement the various projects that they are having around. The express highway, roofing also in its own expansion. It is the CCC who is doing the work. So we are very grateful. I thank you very much. And of course, because of the comfort, not just to sleep, but to be sure that we have a sustainable security situation, enjoying ourselves, and embracing the green economy. Now it has rained, everybody was complaining, but we need the rain so that the trees we are planting can grow. I thank you very much. We can talk much, much more when we have the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, a round of applause for our panel. Thank you very much. We'll request you to just have a picture and then return to your seats as we get into the second topic. So here's what we're going to do. I know that there's a couple of questions that have gone unanswered, especially for this conversation. So we're going to have one more panel for our next topic, and then we shall make sure we add some of the people on this panel to the ones of the next, and then have a Q&A session just before we can take our lunch. I hope that's okay. All right, would love to have the permanent secretary and the country director for Trademark Africa join this picture. Like I said, the people in class know how to make their requests. So, all right, let's do this quickly so that we can move on to our next conversation. Because I am in class, I shall join the picture as well.
All right.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. You may have your seats. All right, so one of the elements that Professor Kwesiga talked about for enterprises, especially local manufacturers, to thrive is financing solutions. And I know that from yesterday, that was one of the points of contention and one of the things that were frequently asked. So we are going to have a deeper conversation. We're going to delve into it right now on innovative financing solutions for international trade. So to moderate this panel, help me invite a development professional and communication specialist with over 9 years of experience in leading and strategizing impactful communications, policy research, advocacy, and campaigns focused on promoting positive development outcomes. He is currently the Programs and Communications Manager for Siatini that seeks to strengthen Africa in world trade. Ladies and gentlemen, join me. Let's put our hands together and welcome Herbert Kafero. A round of applause for him as he comes. And he will be introducing the panelists that are going to take us through this conversation.
Thank you. Thank you, Paula, for the kind introduction. Like she rightly introduced me, my name is Herbert Kafero. I work with Southern and Eastern African Trade Information and Negotiations Institute. It's a Pan-African non-government organization that strives to advocate for trade, fiscal and investment-related policies and practices for sustained improved livelihoods in the East African community, in Africa and beyond. Thank you. We have a very exciting panel session that is actually going to be facilitated by various experts. And without further ado, allow me to introduce the experts so that they make their way to the front. But also, I'll be speaking a little bit about the panel to unpack it so that we can all appreciate what we're going to be discussing. So to start with, we will be having Mr. Daniel Katumba, who is a manager, client relations, at the East African branch office in Kampala, providing support to 4 countries within the region, including Uganda, Tanzania, Kenya, South Sudan. And Daniel is a seasoned banker, having served in regional banks such as Barclays, Stanbic, I&M Bank, and ABSA. And his CV is really long. Allow me to spare you the other details. Thanks, Daniel. A round of applause. So I'll quickly get to the next panelist, who is Dr. Abubakar Mohamed Moki. He's the Executive Director, Uganda Network of Business, which is a business membership organization founded in 2006 with a mission to empower citizens to start, sustain, grow safe, legal, and ethical businesses for inclusive, sustainable livelihoods and development. He's also an economist who has worked both in private and public sector. You're welcome. A round of applause for him. So we also have Dr. Peter Ngategize, who is the chairman, board of directors, Uganda Exim Limited. A round of applause for him as he makes his way. As you see on the program, which I believe we all have, we're supposed to have other experts and officials, but unfortunately, as you know how the world moves, we have so many commitments and they were unable to make it here. They sent their apologies. So we hold nothing against them. And I think my panel is fully constituted. I would like to make a disclaimer. It wasn't intentional to have only men. It's not intended, so please don't hold me against that. And Minister of Finance was supposed to be part of this panel, like I earlier indicated. We're supposed to have Ms. Diana Nanono. Oh, I was actually informed that she stepped out. Unless she came back. I think silence means she's not here. But she was supposed to be part of this panel. So apologies to all of us for not having some of those very, very important ministries, departments, and agencies as part of the panel. But this session is going to be very interactive. So we will all contribute to the discussion. And just to unpack the session a little bit, so the issue of financing has already been emphasized by all of us since yesterday, and Paula did a good job in reminding us that the issue has been escalating from all the conversations that we've been having. And we cannot talk about innovative trade financing without talking about for who, because our economy is majorly comprised of micro, small, and medium enterprises. So the who is innovative financing for micro, small, and medium enterprises, but also the producers, the entrepreneurs. And we are lucky to have several entrepreneurs in the room who will be contributing to the conversation. So this session basically aims to explore modern and creative financial solutions that enable businesses to engage in international trade, focusing on regional and intra-African trade, but also the conversation will focus on innovative trade financing solutions that can help Ugandan MSMEs to thrive, because we all appreciate and know that a number of MSMEs don't live to celebrate their first anniversary, which is really absurd. So the issue of innovative financing really underscores a lot in terms of doing things differently. And the question that was asked on day one, are we doing enough, should still be responded to by all the panelists that I have here. In terms of financing, export credit, are we doing enough? So I think that's where we should start from. Are we really doing enough? And I would like to first engage Dr. Abubakar Moki, because he's been part of the policy circles. He was part of the Ministry of East African Community Affairs, part of Cabinet Secretariat as a commissioner for policy and capacity building, and I think he will really help in making sense of this. And the rest of the panelists will also contribute to that. In fact, it's not on script, because I really don't want to operate on script. But the question has been, asked since yesterday. So let's start from there. Are we doing enough? I will also take my seat as the panelists respond. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, moderator. Good morning, colleagues. Yeah, we've already been introduced. In the interest of time, I go to the subject matter. We are talking about innovative financing. Now, the organization that I'm heading now, Uganda Network of Businesses, we have innovative solutions of financing. You find that most of our members who are micro, small, and medium enterprises, they learn from informal sources, or actually most of them borrow from informal sources. Now, in these formal sources, charge interest rates of 10 to 30%, which is too high. But now, through our innovative approaches of financing, we have introduced what we call credit networking, where you find that a micro or small that used to borrow at, say, 10 to 30%, now that money, the interest they will pay was contributed to the collapse of businesses because it was too high. So through the innovative approach that we have introduced, we work like this. Like you find there are women groups that used to borrow 4 million shillings every 3 months to feed their poultry. So they are poultry keepers. So they borrow 4 million from a money lender. Now these ones were borrowing at 10%, which is cheaper. There are those who even borrow up to 30%. Now 10% of 4 million is 400,000 per month, because it's 10% per month. So they borrow for 3 months, which means they are going to pay interest of 1.2 to the money lender. So you borrow 4 million, 3 months, that's 1.2. Now the model that we have introduced is through network lending. So what we do, we connect them to poultry dealers, and they open accounts with poultry dealers, feed sellers. So these people who sell feeds, these poultry keepers open accounts there. When they have small money, they deposit. Now when they need these fees on credit, they are given fees on credit, and then after 3 months, they pay to the feeds person at the same price. Because we also sensitize them that, you cannot sell all these fees in time. So you can give part of it on credit. But these people have to be trustworthy. So that at the end of the 3 months, they pay at the same price, and then the money would have paid as interest to a money lender. It remains as part of the what? Part of the profit. So that's how it's working. And it's also working in the other areas, the processors. We also link them to the suppliers, and the same applies to wholesale retailers. Even retailers, we do the same. So a retailer, we connect them to wholesale shops, and then instead of going to a money lender to borrow money to stock, they just go to a wholesaler. They are given items on credit for 1-2 months. they sell and put back the money. So that's how it works. And we believe that this model can work even in other areas. So instead of running to a bank, for example, to borrow money, to start to buy inputs, we link you to input dealer who can give you those inputs on credit at the same price. Then after 1 or 2 months, you are able to pay back at that, and then you save what would have gone as interest. It remains to you as part of the what? Part of the your profits. Now, how did we identify this? It was through a study. When we carried out a study, we found out that a number of business operators actually get things on credit. Like if you go to a supermarket, you'll find that most of the items in the supermarket, people just drop there and then pick money later. So a supermarket person doesn't go to a bank to borrow money to stock. People just bring items you sell and then they pick money. You go to the hardware shops, people open accounts there. When they don't have enough money, they get items on credit and then pay later instead of borrowing money to buy items for construction. So we adopted it, improved on it. Now we are customizing it in all areas, and it's working. So our advice now is that let's only borrow when it is necessary. We can use that lending approach. Someone lends you items, you pay later. But what we have also noted is that some people are very unethical. When you are given items like that, the next time they migrate, you can't trace them. So what we do now is that we first take them through trainings. Then after trainings, we make sure that we put in place measures that can guarantee payment of that. Otherwise, if you do it without checks and balances, the next day you find that someone has migrated to another place. So moderator, that's what I can say in brief. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Moki, for really lighting this discussion, because you alluded to quite a number of issues. The need to organize MSMEs cannot be overemphasized, because that's what your network is doing first, because the issue of building trust is important. No one can, lend you money if you don't have structures on the ground, if you're not fully established, for example, registration, among other things. But also the whole issue of linking, being a go-between MSMEs and wholesalers is also very important. And I think that's an innovative solution, especially given the context, the evolving context. And I would like to bring in now Afrexim Bank. And the issue that I would like Afrexim Bank to respond to, that's Mr. Katumba David, is what innovative solutions is Afrexim Bank putting forward? And you have 5 minutes just to make your entry submission. Then we'll have Dr. Peter Ngatejize to also contribute to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is this strictly to the SMEs or generally? Okay, thank you.
But of course, to make the discussion relevant, Uganda is basically an MSME economy. So we cannot speak generalities, but rather keep the conversation focused. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So having brought up that angle of Uganda, the understanding is that what is an SME now, tomorrow will not be an SME. And that is the lens with which we see this as Afrexim Bank. So our programs are generally to support enhanced trade and trade-enabling infrastructure. So how does this happen? For those that are strictly looking at trade, we have trade finance solutions, and this could be short-term, in other words, less than 365 days, or even more. However, are you looking at infrastructure? Are you looking at building infrastructure for expansion, for greenfield? Then there will get into what we call the project finance, which many times we support our clients. You have mentioned that Uganda generally has SMEs. And how do we deal with the SMEs? We know the challenges that are there when it comes to SMEs. And we support them. Specifically, we support SMEs through the commercial banks. We do not have the capacity to support the SMEs, as it were. However, through the commercial banks, we do provide support. We have a program, for example, that is called the SME Facilitation Program that we do, that we work with local financial institutions where, in case they do not have enough capacity, we do support them with liquidity to on-lend to the SMEs. And that comes with advisory, and this advisory where we do capacity building with the SMEs to ensure that they are well equipped to handle the resources that they are receiving, but also get the much needed impact that is required. As I mentioned, that these SMEs today, given the correct support, the advisory, the capacity building, tomorrow they will not be SMEs, they'll actually be the ones that will be graduating to do import substitution and also exporting out of the country. So that is one of the interventions that we have. Then the other, as these entities grow, an innovative solution that we have come up with is what we call the project preparation facility that actually supports entities that have an idea, have something on paper, but not yet bankable. And yet we can support them to bankability. So we have a project preparation facility that actually supports these entities to get to bankability, and it can even go further than that to look for equity partners if required. So in terms of the support, the innovative solutions, yes, they're there and they can be deployed. We also have other solutions, for example, the transit bonds that we have come up with in partnership with a company called Zepri, where one can get a transit bond and can use the same transit bond through different countries, and that also helps them to reduce on the time that they spend as they do business, as they try to move their goods in between the different borders of the continent. So yes, the solutions are there. One just needs to see exactly where they can be supported, and as they reach out, we will surely support them through the financial institutions, through the different solutions that I've spoken about. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Katumba David from Avrexim Bank. Daniel, apologies. Mr. Katumba Daniel, for those great submissions. You've elucidated on quite a number of issues. In the short term, the kind of support that you offer, business development services, because it sort of prepares MSMEs for the future to actually also be equipped to penetrate and navigate international trade. But also, there are issues that you elucidated on, and I would like to engage the next panelists based on the issue of bankability. How do we make SMEs bankable? Because you highlighted and hit on the issue that MSMEs are not bankable, but then how do we make them bankable? Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. But allow me just to say a few things first. First of all, I'm Dr. Peter Ngatejize, and I have had more than 20 years in this space. And just like Charles said, I want to repeat what Charles said. I also have daughters in this room, in the names of the country director, Anna Namboze, who worked with me at Ministry of Finance, and Diana, who has run away, who took my office when I left Ministry of Finance after 22 years. So General Mbadi, Minister of State of Finance, you are welcome. For Trade, you are welcome. And PS and others. So about 4 things. Facilitator, moderator, you started with, are we doing enough? Now you want me to say, making SMEs bankable. Are we doing enough? Yes, from my history, there are many things out there. And I think, for me, I can do a list of like 5. Starting with the agricultural credit facility that is run at Bank of Uganda, that we put in place to help especially agro-based enterprises to access money with a longer tenure than had hitherto been, whereby government puts 50% and the banks, I think 20 of the banks are involved, 50% to ensure that the interest rate is half, about 12%, and the tenure can be a little bit longer than normal commercial banks. I know there are issues there, but that's a facility that is available. Number 2, I'm very familiar with the Agribusiness Initiative, ABI, plus the support that Netherlands, the Netherlands is represented here, right? The Dutch, right? Danish, then I'm in the right docket then. So we put up ABI, which has been providing support to banks, especially Centenary Bank, that basically provide a guarantee to encourage commercial banks to de-risk when lending, especially to the agricultural sector. That also exists, and I can't go much to that, but I also was a director on Centenary Bank for 14 years, and I know we spread across the country and provide a wide range of facilities, including facilities supported by ABI and the like. But since you invited me here as chairman of Uganda Exim Limited, or AG Exim, I will also say a few things. 1, we are basically a startup with limited resources to test innovation in this sense. Lending basically through structured finance. For those of you who may be even more knowledgeable about banking than myself. Meaning what? If you have a product, say coffee or cocoa, and you want to export it, the easier way would be to say, come, see your cocoa or your coffee, preferably in a warehouse, look at its quality and value, and basically discount. So if you have 100 million worth of cocoa or coffee, we can come based on that, give you say 80 million, then you go and buy more coffee or cocoa, and you go to export. That's one of the simple way to talk about it. You better have the right quantity, quality, and have the logistics, the space where this is available. And if I had more time, I would have talked a little bit more to the missing infrastructure systems, including commodity exchange and appropriate warehousing facilities that can then help in the de-risking arrangements that we are talking about in this context. How do you make SMEs ready? When Professor Charles Kwesiga was talking, remember he was talking about import substitution, but the principles are the same. Human resource, I think, was one factor. Appropriate finance was another, and technology was another. In the banking sector, we normally talk about 3 C's or 5 C's if you want, but if I kept it only 3 C's, one is character, collateral, and cash flow. So if you are small, the person who is going to lend you money, you better have, or entity, you better have saved or banked with this entity, possibly at least 6 months. Surely don't come day one and say, I want money, and you think anybody will talk to you. Number 2, when you take my money, you have to demonstrate how you will pay back. Are there cash flows that are going to support this credit? So before you come, demonstrate that. Finally, if the worst happened, like yesterday there was rain, and if your goods were carried along the sewage, then because I'm managing somebody's money, I have to have some recourse. Either you have insurance to cover that, or I have to have some other asset or guarantee that I've talked about to go to. So in the interest of time, I hope this stimulates an arrangement, but as UGXM, as I said, we are a startup, we have limited money, but we want to test this hypothesis that most commercial banks want to give you money against your land title and what have you. For us, we would like to work with you through whatever commodity you are dealing with and understand your off-taker, understand the logistics arrangements you have around that, and we will lend towards that. Number 2, we want to be efficient and be far away from the 20 or 40% interest rates we are talking about. We are talking about 5% on a dollar, for example. I think I will stop there so that you don't have to stop me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Peter Ngategize, for those very wonderful insights. You've responded to the questions, but also gone beyond to make the conversation very practical. And I like the 3 C's. We all heard what he alluded to: the character, the collateral, the cash flow, but also making MSMEs bankable includes addressing issues of human resource, appropriate finance, technology. And of course, all those issues have different facets that we can discuss deeper. But for the interest of time, I would like us to move to the next segment of the discussion, and I will involve the audience and distinguished participants to also respond. But there is a growing narrative around the future being green and digital. And the conversations that we had yesterday alluded to the same. And so this panel discussion is also building up to the same issues that we discussed. So how can MSMEs be able to tap into financing solutions to ensure that they produce environmentally friendly goods, but also navigate the evolving global trade landscape? Thank you. I will start from Mr. Daniel and then proceed this side. You have 2 minutes to respond to that. Then we'll have some time for the audience. Thank you.
Can I request that somebody else goes first?
Thank you. We can start with Dr. Moki Mohammed then.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator. Yeah, another solution which can tally with that is where we have collaborations. Because see, we are dealing with the micro, small, and medium enterprises. Most of them actually starters. So another tool of financing is through collaboration. So you find someone has an idea of some business, maybe processing or adding value on some agricultural product, and does not have financing, does not have capital. And yet there's another person somewhere who has the money and does not have the idea. So through the Uganda network of business, we bring these people together. So this one provides the money, this one provides the knowledge, and then they move on without necessarily borrowing. Because like I mentioned, these people are charged high interest rate. 30% is too high, 10% is too high per month. and they want even them to pay immediately. Some of them are required to pay daily. You see, you are expected to pay daily, others weekly, others the monthly, which is not tenable. So it works that way. So we have this one where you are given items on credit, you pay at that price without that interest would have paid to the main lender, and then two people partnering. And we have seen things working. Someone can have money to buy equipment, another one has money to buy inputs, and then someone comes with an idea, and then you partner. And then they move on. So that collaboration is working very well under Uganda Network of Businesses. But we take them through some processes because, you know, there's a lot of unethical behavior. That's why we emphasize people starting business which are safe, legal, and ethical. So with those 3 points, things which are safe, legal, and ethical, we're able to bring these people on board. So that model is also working very well. And whoever has an idea, so we don't want people to say, I have an idea, I don't have money. You come to the network, we shall connect you to other people. And then you go to a bank, they also tell you, bring cash flow. Now you are starting, you don't have a cash flow. So they cannot give you money. So you come to us, Uganda Network Businesses, and then we network, we're able to move that. And we are doing wonders. And the only problem is that there's very limited awareness among the public of these innovative solutions. So we just need to now see again, who do we partner with to make sure that we disseminate these new innovations to the wider public, and then they're able to move. Business will collapse, not because of any other thing, because of the high interest rates. You can imagine a lady who is running a business, goes for 4 million and they're expected to pay 400,000 per month. That's more than interest you are going to, more than profit you are going to make, and they expect you to pay 400,000 every month for the 4 million. They can't work. But now through our innovative approaches, that 400 remains with the lady, with the business person. So, and that's how we can transform the lives of people. So we actually discourage these people from running to those money lenders. So just through networking, you're able to get these items and so on. So those two things are working very well. We give you items, you go and work. If not, we partner you with other people. Yes, moderator, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Moki, for elucidating on that. The issue of information is very key. There are innovations out there, but they are not known to many of the MSMEs. And I think getting that information to the MSMEs can help them better tap into opportunities, but also acquire some of the innovative technology that can help them navigate the international trade landscape. There are issues that we may need to allude to, and I will engage Daniel to speak to, especially given that there are a number of best practices across the continent and successes. We might not really reinvent the wheel, but innovation might require us to also be able to tap into those innovative practices and successes in other regions around being able to align with the future being digital and green, but also how prepared the various institutions are to respond to that. So you have 2 minutes just to speak to that. Thank you.
As Afrexim Bank, one of the things that we do very well is to pull resources from the different areas such that we can have good collaborations, and we have a number of partnerships with global players to speak to green financing, where we are looking at solutions that are helping keep green, keep the environment green. For example, we've had situations where in some cases entities have come to us. Small entities, not necessarily big entities, have come to us. They have contracts to replace generators, fuel generators, with solar systems, especially in terms of transmitter bases. And in such cases, we've looked to our partners who have provided us credit lines specifically to climate financing. And in such cases, we have supported such SMEs. So we do collaborations, and it's through those collaborations that we can provide such solutions. Because we are a bank, whereas multilateral, we do support through partners. And those collaborations are the ones that usually get us to provide such solutions, much needed solutions to ensure that clients and also our environment is actually preserved. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daniel. You've underscored the issue of collaborations, and I think it's coming out prominently in this discussion that collaborations offer a shortcut to be able to address various gaps, but also access technology and be able to meet the demands and the needs. And MSMEs, I think, can leverage the same to be able to navigate the evolving trade landscape. I would like now to get to Dr. Peter Ngatize to respond to the question. Thank you. But also, maybe before you respond, you could also wrap it up by speaking to the issue of trade credit and supply chain financing, its role in enabling MSMEs break barriers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If I keep to the earlier question about the environment, environmentally friendly approaches, one of the things within those who are familiar with I think it has been mentioned here, with the 10-fold growth strategy, the idea is we grow GDP from 50 plus billion to 500 billion by 2040. Now, within the trade component, as of today of about 12%, to achieve that, you'd have to grow it to about 50%. Okay? Now, one of the points at UGXIM we are aligns with the environment that we are all concerned with, is if you are carrying things of volume, if I use a simple word like that, then God forbid, if there is a rejection at an airport the other side, then you really create environmental challenges. So why not sort ourselves right here? Secondly, as has been mentioned by the previous speakers, the element of digitalization, dealing with the standards and what have you, and the use of solar, talks to the environment that we are talking about. Now, the other aspect that I thought comes in, which I think most of the people listening in know, there are all these standard or certification agencies that deal with environmental concerns. And I think the advice is really generally simple: getting organized. When you talk as an individual, you have a challenge. So all along, at least for me in my history, was formation of commodity clusters, working with organized entities, whether it's grain traders or fish processors and exporters, so that you can coherently be able to not only deal with finance issues, but also deal with standards issues and deal with logistics issues. And of course, one of the logistics issues I always talk with the minister here, General Mbadi, is the commodity exchange. So we say Uganda produces a lot of maize, a lot of this, a lot of that. If I ask you today, where is the maize, of what quality, what volume, nobody will tell me. If anybody tells you, it will be one source, the other source, and the other source, no standard source. We have talked about this for ages, and money has been spent, and yet we can digitalize this and communicate to it. And that coherence can also communicate to the environment if you want, just not to make sure that maize is carried, the warehouse, Ponye warehouse in Mubende is rejected, is carried outside, thrown outside for sorting, and some of it finds its way to the border, and some people across the border saying the maize from Uganda is chakula ya kuku. How can that happen if we put in place the appropriate standards and enforce them and the logistics arrangements? I hope I'm communicating to your question. I stop there.
Yes, you have, and you've offered much more. I think you've brought in the whole issue of collaboration, inter-agency and ministry collaboration, which is very important. I would like now to engage the audience just in 2 minutes, 2 questions, as the panelists prepare to share their parting shots. We'll have just 2 questions, all supplements, and then we'll wrap it up. We could start from right here, and then we'll end. I think we need a lady. We need a lady because
there's a gentleman who has been putting up his hand for a while now. So there's the gentleman at the front, the gentleman at the back. But before we even do that, I'd like to recognize the presence of Honorable General Wilson Badi. You're welcome. A round of applause for him. Thank you so much for being here. All right, so we'll start with the gentleman at the back.
Thank you very much, moderator, and the panelists. Okongo William is my name. I'm a political assistant and a research assistant at Parliament of Uganda. My emphasis and the point of concern, one, is that you agree with me or you don't agree with me, the cost of money in Uganda is still very expensive. And that does not promote local investors in our country to thrive in trade, both locally and intercontinental trade area. Number 2, we have talked about technology. We have talked about import substitution and export promotion. We still export raw materials instead of importing technology, so that we can add value and process our own raw materials into finished product. But we are still exporting raw materials instead of importing technology from other developed countries, so that we can refine, process, and add value to our own raw materials that are produced in Uganda. So as those who are able to advise government, please, you have to do this so that we can leverage on this. Then the other thing, I'm very, very disappointed that we are still taking Nescafe, which is processed from Kenya. Where is our own coffee? We are talking about Bubu. Now we are taking other coffee from Kenya, and yet we are leaving our own coffee, and we are leaving our own investors. Are we talking about trade? Then the other thing, we are talking about uniformity and standards. We have some other people, the other time, maybe before I forget, we had the Kasasiro in Chitezi. We have some younger people who have come with the technology. They are producing fuel, petrol from plastics, but I have not seen anybody going to, maybe to ask them how they are doing it so that we can improve. So, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We can have one more in a minute, please.
Thank you very much, the moderator and the panelists. And thank you for supporting the SMEs and the startups. We know that any business has to continuously borrow money and access financing. In your experience, have you realized that there are some SMEs that you have supported and they come back for more? And if not, what efforts do you put in place to follow them up? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Lastly,
yes, please. Esther actually had a question from earlier, so I'd request for you to take the microphone too. Yes. I am so sorry. We are going to respond to that. After this panel answers those questions, I'd like to invite a few people from the panel from before, and we shall get into the intensity of all of the questions that were not addressed before and from this panel. Yes, Esther.
Thank you very much, Madam Pora. For me, I was very, very excited when I was coming this morning because of the topic of financing solutions for international trade. And I am not sure what to take back home. I'm not satisfied. And I want to say, since yesterday, you can agree that even the Katwe people, even my sister, everyone, we are talking about financing. But I'm requesting that we do better. I'm requesting that we do better, we bring solutions to, because we have gone all over. We are in these commercial banks. They are killing us, we, the agro-processors. We are not getting solution. And for me to come here, it was like, I want to see where to run to. I don't know the solution that I'm getting from there. Please, give us solutions, because I don't know. I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Lastly, in a minute. Excuse me, could you help move the mic to the gentleman?
I'm by the name is Mr. Robert Kawachenga. I'm the chairman of Uganda Small Scale Entrepreneurs and Suppliers Association of Uganda. I am the managing director of Chenga Investments Uganda Limited. I add value in coffee and tea. And I'm also the product of Uganda Industrial Research Institute, brought by Mr. Professor Kwesiga, the one who mentored me to do what I'm doing. I thank you very much. And I also want to take thanks to the Ministry of Trade. Ministry of Trade have tried to bring us SMEs who are doing some small business to go and compete with other SMEs on East African level through Juakari. So I thank you very much, but due to the fact that other people, they don't know that such opportunities are there. But the Ministry of Trade is doing their best. Now, when it comes to today's session, I think next time we should change the mode of operandi. Let SMEs be the one to be there, then the technocrats listen. It will help us come up with solutions. Other than we, the SMEs, listening you people, and we are not given a chance to air out our challenges. And I have been in product development and supply chain for almost 15 years, producing my own coffee, taking it to market myself. So when the comrade there talked about the supermarket issues where we supply things, I think the government or Ministry of Trade should come out to regulate these supermarkets. These supermarkets, they are cheating entrepreneurs, SMEs. And you see nowadays they have come up with this e-free system. You issue an invoice, you supply the supermarket, the URA after in 15 days want the returns of VAT, you are not paid sometimes, and URA comes for 18%. When you issue a credit note, they refuse to cancel. So when you make another supply, they deduct 2 invoices, the one you did not supply and the one you have supplied. Now, how do you expect that SME to rise up again? Those are the things that really are making SMEs now starting preaching on the streets, because they have no way to what to do. So as their chairman, they keep coming to me, and I find I'm also overwhelmed. And sometimes they want to go to the Ministry of Trade to go and meet them. But I try to talk to them. Sometimes they even went to UNBS, whereby some could even pay money in advance and their products are not certified. And already they have supplied the supermarkets, they have deducted 6% withholding tax, 18% VAT, and now UNBS brings the surveillance team, they withdraw their products from the supermarket. Now how do you expect that person again to rise up? So I think the Minister of Trade should come up really to regulate the supermarket. Let the supermarkets and the entrepreneurs, if they are to survive, let them harmonize and be on the same page. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Each of the panelists has 1 minute to give their parting shot, but also to respond. The issue that is coming out prominently is the fact that the existing financing solutions are not tailored to the needs of MSMEs, and they're not accessible. So it calls for the need to do much more than we are doing. And how can we best support MSMEs amidst the challenges? Because he has given an honest revelation that he's overwhelmed, burdened. He can't break even. How do we support MSMEs to break even through various innovative financing solutions to tap into international trade, but also regional trade, continental trade, and all emerging opportunities? Thank you. In a minute. We could start from there, then we conclude right here.
Okay, as I previously mentioned, that as Afreximbank, we support SMEs through the financial institutions. So once the financial institutions reach out to us, we can support through a number of solutions. And for us, we can do portfolio guarantees where we can participate with some of the banks. In terms of the banks going over and above their lending limits, we can give them capital relief. So that is as much as we can go with the SMEs, because we do not, as a multilateral development finance institution, we cannot be seen to be competing with the local banks. So we can just work in a collaborative effort with them. Before I sign off, there is an important trade fair, which is the Intra-African Trade Fair, that Afreximbank is supporting or is currently running with, such that SMEs through their associations can come and take part. How will people know the goods that you have unless you participate, unless you show it off? Uganda currently has not yet signed up, but we are talking to the ministry to see that we can have this up and rolling. Other countries are actually, other ministers of trade in Kenya, in Tanzania, are already running with this to ensure that their country actually is shown off out there, such that the buyers can come, see where they can get probably substitute goods. Instead of getting raw materials from China, you can get some of those raw materials on the continent. So mine is a case for the Intra-African Trade Fair this year in September in Algeria, where we believe Uganda will stand to benefit if they do come on board to participate. My last submission is around the infrastructure that we support as Afreximbank, where we work with governments to develop industrial parks, special economic zones, and export economic zones, such that entities can go in there, take up space, do the import substitution, do the export development to see that our balance of trade can actually improve. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Moki, your parting shot.
Yeah, thank you very much. Now, Uganda Network of Businesses is a business membership organization. The members there are practicing business people. So they are people who come together to share their ideas and address common problems. So these are practicing people. Now, on the issue of financing, the misconception outside there that financing should only come from banks. That's where the problem is. There are so many other sources of financing for businesses. There are investment clubs, there are savings and credit, there and so on. So, and then these credit
supply I was talking about. So these things are there. But when you talk to our entrepreneurs, our business people, for them, they look at only banks as a source of financing. That's where the problem comes in. So for us, we are changing that mindset. That let's not only think about banks. We can work together as a business people. One, you can have a shop. I give you items on credit. You sell and you pay without going to borrow money. Like I told you, someone selling feeds. We connect you with the women. Women were borrowing money. 4 million at 10% every month, 400,000. Now we say we connect you to a feed seller. You get items on the credit and buy. Now the 400 you'd have paid to a money lender per month, it's part of your profit. And it's working. And these are all business people working together. And they say, and then also the issue of pulling resources together. These people are pulling resources together. So you don't need to have a mindset of all the bank. That's why people want to work as individuals. But if you can work through associations, you can be supported. There are people, you find someone has idle money, idle capital. You have a business idea, you are part of the network, you are given the money, you move on, you bring back the money, but you must be trustworthy. So if you are ethical, if you have a safe business, you are legal, you can be supported. So let's not only have a mindset of banks, where are the banks to give us money? No, just get an appropriate, get an organized organization, work through the organization, either investment club or savings and credit. We now have even very powerful savings and credit organizations, circles. Not these ones or PDM, but the ones which are really formed the spirit of circles. And there are people are getting money at good interest rate, 4%. Per month, and people are doing good business. So to me, I want to be clear here that our problem is the cost of money is high. It's high. People are charging up to 30% interest. So how do we go about that? The solutions I've talked about. And then there's also a problem of taxes. Actually, what you have mentioned is correct, because see, like where they have shops, you are giving items on credit, these people are already fishing you. That's where we are getting a challenge. So don't think we are trying to dialogue to see how we address that. And then you have also seen these issues where you are now, they say you must get tax clearance, you must use before you supply, you must issue a tax clearance. And then that one also, you must go through a middleman who must fill in the forms. All these are necessary things which are increasing the cost of doing business. And then also registering. Any formal agreement you go through, you must go and register. You have to transport to RBS, you have to pay 15,000. All those are necessary costs that are increasing the cost of business. So there are challenges on taxation, and there are challenges on what? But with the high cost of buyback, there are solutions to that. There's a way we can go about that. The problem is with the taxes, which we did tonight. So members, let's not say that we have not got anything out of those workshops. This workshop was very, very powerful. So you just go back knowing that there are many other sources, so just look for information. There are many other sources of money. Don't not only look at banks. Banks have been there, and you have seen the challenges. They want cash flow. They want to be security collateral, which you may not have, and so many. And yet there are other options. The options are there. Just look for the information. And if you can get in touch with Uganda Network of Businesses, we shall give you as much information as you want. Give you the various sources. By the way, there are even grants. There are grants for startups. There are grants for scaling up businesses. So if you have a good business idea, you can get a grant. We can give you that information also. There are grants for startups. There are grants for scaling up. But people don't have this. They all have information of banks. Where are banks which are cheap and so. So that's what I can say.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Moki. Dr. Peter Ngatize, please.
So let me give the lady who was going to get nothing from this. When we met the president on the 16th of December last year, Honorable, the high table was there. Your people of Masheda were there. You have expressed interest in the institution I lead for money. I'm talking to my secretary. They have sent emails to you. You haven't responded. So you can challenge me. I'm saying it in the open. I have seen your people. I've read articles in the newspaper on you. I've talked to the group of Barunji, UDC, about you. So you can't say you got nothing from here. If anything, you now know me. The last point, I will talk to the high table, Madam PS, and the people you are seated with. Let's just make sure that this country knows the commodities we have. How much coffee, where is it, what quality, and how can I get it? Then let's have in IT, the man wants environment, a digital system to say, in Mubende, there are so many tons of this. Cocoa is here. This is here. This requires a national effort. It is simple. It's digital. People have tried. Bureaucracy of mandate, what has slowed it. Finally, I will send you my 15-point agenda I left at the Ministry of Finance, which I'm trying to monitor. For those whom I can give a simple thing, we have spent more than 8 years trying to do a road from Kampala to Jinja. And money is scattered around somewhere. Let me not get into spaces beyond me. I thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Peter Ngatize. Thank you, Dr. Moki Abeka. Thank you, Mr. Daniel Katumba, for those wonderful insights. Dear distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you will all agree that finance is the elephant in the room. The issue of finance is really key, and credit, export credit, finance is the elephant in the room. And I think this panel has kick-started and reignited this conversation. In fact, Minister of Finance needed to be here because we can't speak finance without Minister of Finance. And I believe the conversation has to continue. And all the questions might not have been answered here, but in a way we should find opportunities to keep engaging to address all the issues that have been raised. And we need to serve the MSMEs, because if the economy is supported by MSMEs and we are not meeting their needs, we are not creating a supportive policy ecosystem for them to thrive beyond surviving, then it means we are failing. And we should keep asking ourselves, are we doing enough? Thank you so much for listening and allowing me to be the moderator. And I would like to take it to our dear Minister, Minister of State for Trade, to interest himself in some of the issues that the MSMEs have raised, but also to, I think, speak to finance, Minister of Finance in a way, because I personally appreciate that private sector development is under Minister of Finance, which should ideally have been under Minister of Trade. So how can the two ministries collaborate to ensure that we indeed achieve private sector development beyond saying it? And the issues around organizing MSMEs. Our dear minister spoke yesterday to the issue of the appellate body, having a network, a group, like a forum for discussion beyond every MSME engaging government and, creating a lot of, discussions that are non-centered. So I think that will also create some order in a way to respond to the needs, address all the concerns from the private sector, from MSMEs, and to address really the issues of the micro, the small, the medium, and the large enterprises. And thanks, Permanent Secretary, for being part of this conversation. I truly believe that there are issues you are taking home, and the ministry collectively has various experts that will be addressing issues that relate to the plight of MSMEs. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. Let's give a round of applause to this panel. Very tall order. Well done. So here's what we're going to do. Thank you very much. You'd like a picture? All right. Media team, they would like a picture. But here's what we're going to do. One of the reasons we came was to discuss challenges, right? And I feel that we won't have done enough if we don't delve deeper into it. So in the next 10 minutes, I would love to give an opportunity to members of the audience for you to just ask a question, not a concern. Yes, please. Ask a question, not a concern. We're going to be writing them down, and if anybody has a quick solution in the audience, they'll be able to respond to it directly. And if not, we're going to make sure we take note of this for the Ministry of Trade. Is that okay? And right after this picture, we'll start with you, Madam Esther. I noticed that you're a bit uncomfortable or just not satisfied. So we'll start with you. We're going to be noting them down under 1 minute for everyone who raises their hand. Honorable Minister and the PS and country director for Trademark Africa. I would love for you to join this picture. Thank you very much. You may have your seats. All right, I'd love the microphone to come to Madame Esther from Masheda, and she'll be the first person. And for anybody that has a challenge, a question, especially in terms of financing solutions for international trade really, but also trade in Uganda, please go ahead and ask. Over to you, Madame Esther. Okay. Anybody else has a question, a challenge for us to note down? Any questions? Ladies and gentlemen, we came to note down our challenges so that the Ministry of Trade can have solutions in the future or even now. So if you have any questions, please don't hesitate. There's a hand over there. There's another one in the middle. Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Bahasha Beka Diaz. I'm the Research, Policy and Advocacy Officer at Kasita, Uganda. I would love to submit that in this country we've had a number of associations or apex bodies, and I'm using it in plurals because this is the situation. Someone raised, I think it was a concern, that if we could have collective bodies or associations through which some financial provisions can go through, maybe we could have solutions. But we have several of them. And the puzzle that I'm sending back to our mother ministry, the Ministry of Trade, is to probably make sure that we have a dignified, singled out association or unifying apex body for us as sector players. Apparently, some of you, or most of you, know that we have Kasita, where I serve. We have others, many others. So I think time is now that our mother ministry puts together something and we have one distinct association, probably for some of these challenges that we are facing, could have solutions through that. It's an appeal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a lady in the middle here that wanted to ask a question. So,
thank you so much. My name is Linda Naigaga from Iganga Tailoring Circle. Mine is about Juakali. I'm so grateful for Juakali. They have done a lot. They pay the transportation of our goods. But I was appealing that, is there a way, like we are going to Kenya, we are soon going to Kenya, is there a way that they can also extend the financial service for accommodation? Because the transportation of the goods is catered for, but we foot the bills for our own transportation and accommodation. Is it possible, is there a possibility that you can also pay for our accommodation? But I'm grateful for the service. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a gentleman at the back.
Once again, Okongo William is my name. Mine is a request and also a solution. Through the Commercial Officer's Office, I believe some of these opportunities should be disseminated, should be taken to the grassroots and the rural people and the communities so that people can have information and have access to some of these trade opportunities in our areas and communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we'll bring the microphone to the front. Right here.
Thank you. At first, thank you so much for organizing such a good conference, whereby you have interacted with many people, have learned a lot. Thank you so much. I'm called Lucia, manufacturer of sweaters. Even this one is my product. Yesterday I put on Uganda flag. Today this is another sweater. I also have other, and I request you to come and see my products. Maybe you can buy or you can buy later. Now, thank you so much, Mr. Kagwa, for talking about Inter-African Trade Fair. For me, I have got a chance. I've been attending Inter-African Trade Fair since it started. It started in Cairo in 2018. We were taken there by Uganda Export Promotion Board. Then we went to Durban. I went there, and even in Cairo. But it's a good opportunity. And I kindly request Mr. Kagwa to work with Ministry of Trade. So many countries are present there, but Ugandans were not there. I was even in Cape Town in 2022. It was there in 2022. And I met the chairman of Afrexim Bank. He even knows me. And when I told him, I'm from Uganda, and he told me, but Ugandans were doing bad. I don't see your presence. I just see few people. I said I'm one of them, of the few people you see. But Uganda, we have to be present there. When we got there, I was the only person with sweaters. Every person admired my sweaters, and I bought my sweaters. You can make a lot of money there and make a lot of connection. This time, Minister of Trade, kindly try to take us. The challenge there are the stores, Mr. Kagwa. They are too expensive. Just last year, the last exhibition, I had started an organization of international trade, and I managed to collaborate with the president of OWIT in California. She liked my sweaters and the products of our members in Uganda. And she managed to raise funds to pay for 10 stores for those women. I'm the one who connected that lady. She has never seen me, but she just liked my products. Now she paid $2,300 US. That's about 8.5. We asked ourselves, and she even asked herself, is that for local people or just rich people? Because if it was not that lady, we shouldn't have gone. Even now we want to go. We want to request the Afrexim Bank to get for us some cheaper stores. Or you can get a big store for Ugandans. We want to be present there. And another issue there, last time we got a big problem. People sold their products. But now, when time came to change money to dollars, all the banks in Cairo, they refused. They wanted people to use their money to buy unnecessary products. And that's what my ladies did. For me, I did not sell a lot, and I think I was happy for that. Because women bought some products to come and sell. It was a big challenge to transfer to what? To US dollars. And now, it was 7 days exhibition. But there is a day when they told us, get out at 1. Because their security what? The following day, the president was coming. Then the following day, they told us to go there at 2 because the president was coming in the morning. And the third day, when we are finishing the exhibition, they send us emails. We have to stop at 12. Can you stop at 12 at the last day? We missed it 3 days, but we paid for those 3 days. And now when you go to Algeria, will it be the same? Because we translate money from Egyptian money. No, even my people, they managed to buy at 50, whereas they had sold it when the dollar was at 30. That is the challenge with Inter-African Trade Fair. And even the process of those people whom we pay for the stores, that American lady, Californian, he said, hey, Africans, he was calling people, they don't care, they take time. I think each country should have got a representative for those people in charge of stores so that it is easy for them. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Okay, so we'll have the gentleman at the back and then 3 more. Let's kindly keep it in less than a minute.
Thank you very much. I know you want me to talk 2 minutes, yes. But I really wanted us to have a change of mind. Because here in Uganda, the discussion is about credit. Everybody is talking about credit. Most of these SMEs have started and they cannot spend a full year in operation. Actually, yesterday I was reading a newspaper. I found out that URSB has deregistered over 10,000 companies. And the reason is, most of our business, they start from borrowed funds. At the end of the day, they cannot sustain after the second anniversary. Can we start a discussion about resource mobilization, local resource mobilization, where our entrepreneurs are able to use that kind of approach instead of thinking of borrowing? Even when we talk about the government funds, it's about borrowing. There is no economy will ever grow on borrowed funds. This way can be assured. Let us develop a discussion. You see these associations, most of traders associations, they are there, but you tell them how much have you saved. They don't have even a single coin. They only come for maybe for different things. But when you go to countries like China, these people have developed because they internally develop resources. The Indians, the Japanese, it is not about borrowing. When are we going to develop this discussion on how we can develop internal resources? I'm called Chigozi Musazi James. I'm the Principal Commercial Officer of Mbende Municipal Council. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a lady in red.
Just here. Thank you very much for this discussion. My name is Yeko Justin James. I am just seated with a fellow commercial officer. My counterpart just behind there from Parliament was actually talking about commercial officers and how we should reach this information to the districts, and that's what I'm going to do in the East, where I come from. So I want to actually use this time also to thank Trademark Africa for the Swam Border one-stop center, and then I want to say that for us a district, maybe three ways apart, who are supposed to be utilizing that border were not involved in the trainings that were there in the district of the border that is actually 75 kilometers away. So actually I reached out to Trade, and they said in the consequent trainings they will be involving us, and I must say that we are very ready for that. So just we can meet and actually make ladies like Masheda that we've met here, the Lucias, so that at least also them, they can talk about trade. So I'm so excited about this whole makeup, and also I implore that in our work of trade down there, as they move, we have a real problem of this resource mobilization, bit with the associations that we have, the women in trade, the women in coffee, and the other value chains. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, there's a lady in red, then we'll take one more at the front from Mr. Stewart.
I'm called Julie Neguon, a credit, debt, and revenue management specialist, but I work with a firm called Smart Center for Resource Mobilization and Debt Collection Center. Mine is a suggestion and an appeal, probably to implore the ministry, especially the internal trade, about what happens or what is happening in other countries. where credit management is really one of the priorities. What the SMEs are going through in most cases is the issue of how to leverage, their borrowing vis-a-vis repayment and the bank conditions. Now, it would be easier, or it would be, better if, for instance, we have a forum like there's one in South Africa, Kenya started, US is doing the same. You have, I will give it in a local, let me give a local example and say, the SMEs are the children of trade, for instance, maybe not. Now they have trade as a parent, as a mother or as a father, who now goes to the banks. We have Uganda Bank Association, actually I thought Wilbrod would be here. They have meetings and they discuss, are the SMEs presented? Are there issues? Because when even loans are being taken, the SME, let's say, okay, for the Masheda, you'll allow me use Masheda, but there's Sweater, all these are in different sectors. But you'll find that probably how the loans are structured. Loans are not structured according to maybe the Sweaters manufacturer, Masheda is doing something else, someone is in wine. So there should be a discussion around structured loans vis-a-vis how then there can be a linkage. So if it was a forum called, I don't know, let me give maybe trade or department or whatever of, goes and now interfaces with the bank on behalf of the SMEs of a certain sector and say, look, this is where this is happening. But also it goes hand in hand with the fact that borrowing has to be paid. We have other organizations here in Kampala. I think maybe at a later stage we can talk about how to really come and provide solutions for the SMEs as far as financing is concerned. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, so over to Mr. Stewart here.
Thank you very much, our moderator. Mine is just a comment. There was somebody who was talking about technology. Yes, I think you are very right, but sorry again to be selfish. At Roofings, that's what exactly we are doing in as far as improvement on production processes of quality steel are concerned. And as I mentioned before on the panel, you are all invited at an opportune time to come and actually witness what I'm talking about. We are continuously engaged with a number of students from the different technical institutions, universities at any one time. We have students on internship, on industrial training, purposely to make sure that the technology we are employing from Japan, from Italy, is actually imparted to Ugandans. And on that note, I want to comfort my friend from Katwe, who is a good customer in as far as all the welders that side are concerned and fabricators, that your problem about certification, yes, you're right, because it is like abrupt. We were a part of the TVET policy making, which I think we should appreciate. We want hands-on skills. We want people to get out of college, out of URI, and go under a tree in their compound and start working, not to move around with the papers. The good news is that we have also, we as Roofings, pioneers as a certified body to be able to train and also certify fabricators, machine operators, a bit of plumbers, etc. So we pray that other players embrace this policy so that the certification can be done as fast as possible in order to certify your worry which you raised during our presentation. I thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll have the last one.
Thank you very much. I have technical questions to the Ministry of Trade and URSB if they are here, and also the Africa trademarks. Now, we have issues with development of standards and quality control mechanisms. And while as we are talking, I haven't had anyone hitting directly into that. So what measures will be put in place to protect and to promote quality control mechanisms in Uganda? We talked about laboratory and we did not mention about the accredited labs and then the training. Which particular labs are these people allowed to use? Because most of the products which are in the market, I heard you say they are being taken out of the shelves by UNBS and also National Drug Authority because most of the products are not notified. So something needs to be done about that if we are to move forward. Secondly, the issues of intellectual property, the intellectual property protection, particularly for the local communities. Some of the innovations are really novel, but they have not been guided and told how they can compete with the industry while also ensuring the benefits from their innovation. Thirdly, the issues about the agreements. We hear the governments talking about signing various agreements for the benefits of the small-scale traders. And also in universities, we have students who are great innovators, and they are not aware that their products can be sold outside the university. What trade agreements and partnership have you explored to increase market access, not just to the other SMEs, but also to universities, because we are encouraged to research, develop, and innovate while ensuring compliance with international regulatory requirements. I haven't heard it being mentioned here. That's why I thought someone should pick it up and talk about it. Here we talk about new innovation, but innovation comes from research. It should be something which is researchable. So how will government support research and development, particularly within the local communities? We are encouraging community engagement and then encouraging public-private partnerships. As universities, we are ready to partner with the community. So how is government going to support the partnership to make it really real and for the good of the country? And finally, the issues of counterfeit and adulteration and biopiracy, I haven't heard it being talked about. So what strategies is government going to employ to address the challenges of counterfeit and adulteration of these products, including biopiracy, and still at the same time ensure that there is consumer safety and confidence in this product? Because we shall move forward as a country when our products is good, not adulterated. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, thank you very much. Just before we can go for our lunch, we'll have just one more from the back. Please keep it precise so that we can note that down and then go for lunch. May I please have a microphone to him?
Thank you very much. My name is Giles Mohamed. I'm the managing editor of Chimp Reports. I'd like to ask about e-commerce. As we all know, in 2022, China's retail e-commerce sales grew to about 2.5 trillion US dollars. This represented about a 6.1 year-on-year growth. E-commerce market is projected to reach about 1.3 trillion dollars in 2025. And here we see government pushing the industrialization agenda without supporting the marketing aspect. So I would like to ask the PS, who is representing government here, the steps being taken by your ministry to support these businesses to be aggressive in terms of marketing and benefit from e-commerce. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much for engaging. I hope that you've noted down all your questions. In case there's any more, please feel free to approach me with a note. I'll be able to add them to these. But also, the QR code from yesterday, we're still scanning that. There are actually papers with printed QR codes on your tables, and that is for you to have input in the national trade policy formulation. It's inclusivity being supported. So please go ahead and leave your thoughts there. All you've got to do is scan the QR code, then it brings up a link, and then you can tap that link, it will take you to the page. We're getting into our lunch, so let's just honor the Lord, pray for our lunch, and then we'll be back at 2 p.m. So let's humble ourselves and pray. Lord, we thank you so much for today. Thank you for the conversations we're having. I pray that you bless our lunch. May it be nourishing to our bodies and strengthen us for the afternoon session. In the name of Jesus, we prayed. Amen. All right, over to you, media team. Our lunch will be happening upstairs, just like yesterday. So please feel free to make your way. The ushers have coupons, so be sure to get a coupon, and then we'll go for lunch.
Obi, yes, you drive a Benz. Special hire of a Benz. Yes. Umanyinza namanyira za special. Vitu zi ezo zikora za special.
The questions will be, is it not going to be answered? No, so we are not even done because they can't all get.
Obi, yes, you drive a Benz. Special hire of a Benz. Yes. Umanyinza namanyira za special. Vitu zi ezo zikora za special.
Toyota Nissan. What exactly do you do?
You can Google me.
Okay.
Urabanza ruzungu rekozesa rwamanyi. Google is simplifying. Yes. I trade my talent. Okay. But me and my wife, we have started something with coffee and fresh vegetables. Coffee. Yes. Vegetables? Yes, my wife is working in that area.
I tell you what.
But it is we.
I tell you what.
Yes.
Me, I drive many Bazungus. When the Bazungus come here, after when they are going back, they shop you vegetables. Hey. Like nothing. Why don't you start exporting coffee? I mean vegetables.
That's what we are trying to do. We want to export those vegetables.
Yes.
So some friend of mine is basically the middleman. They are tourism.
Dealing in vegetables, you need a middleman.
He's helping us get the essential documents. Now, yeah, at least is a little bit, but it's a bit of a battle. But I think we shall maneuver.
I've seen you with the smartphone.
Yes.
My smartphone is because it's a.
I did I get you on community?
Don't waste your time. Just to Google Uganda Trade Portal and see.
Uganda Trade Portal.
Uganda Trade Portal. Google now.
Portal.
No. Yeah. Portal. Portal. Hey. But now you are behind.
Step-by-step guides for import, export, and transit. Mafumu.
Omanyimwe ba cooperative guy. Mwemuloza muli mu fasideni. You don't need a middleman.
Mafumu. Burjo what sirkile bwama?
Ebi?
Secret.
No.
Fruits and vegetables.
And now look at this one. You just see. Keep on educating yourself as I drive you home.
Baby! Meet my friend. Mafumu, wrong roast friend. Now I've got special hire. Okay. Mafumu, come. This is my wife. The answer to this question.
Sure.
Yes.
Oh, hello.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Nice meeting you too. How are you?
How are you?
Is she the one who was at the campus? Oli ali mweru.
Mafumu. This is
How are you, madam?
I'm fine.
Mafumu. Now,
It's my hobby.
Yes, that is obvious. Anyway, because of him, our fresh vegetables and avocados are this close to going to Europe. This close. Yes, he was heaven sent.
By the way, call me Angel Mafum. Yeah, Angel Mafum.
That is an overstatement.
You know, she was behind. He didn't know anything about digital.
Do you remember Moyakora?
Nina. Hey, by the way, Kangede.
Take my card. Take my card.
Your card.
Yes,
Your
yes,
business
yes.
card.
Take.
You know, just hold it and I take a picture. You know, I don't want to litter my card. Yeah. Yeah. Everything is digital.
This man, he was a backbencher, but this is
yes, okay.
Correct.
No, we'll meet again.
Okay.
You know, I have a lot to teach your husband.
Right.
Achali mabega nyoma.
I will show her.
Ahead.
I will show her. I will show her.
Please, Damascus.
Bagita Uganda Trade Portal. We don't need leaders. Leaders is fired.
Really?
One. You see, full procedure for a first-time trader.
Welcome to the Uganda Trade Portal, www.ugandatrades.go.ug, Uganda's one-stop shop for information on trade, a system developed by the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives with the support from TIMEA, USA, UNCTAD and ITC. The core of the Uganda Trade Portal system is the database of trade procedures. Procedures are presented in a step-by-step format from the user's point of view and not from the point of view of the institutions. For example, a trader wishing to export avocados will select Export and Fruits and Vegetables. If she wants to import medicine, she will select Import and Pharmaceutical Products. Let's say that I want to export coffee. I select Export, then Coffee. The system shows the preliminary registrations, licenses, and certificates I must obtain, which are issued by the government agencies that regulate the commodity, then the permits I must obtain for each consignment, and the clearance process. Here, I can choose the entry and exit point, and then, depending on the value of my goods, the associated clearance procedure at the border point, for instance, Malaba. But I also have the option to see the full procedure view, all the steps that are necessary to export coffee for a trader exporting the commodity for the very first time. Let's have a closer look at this procedure. I see that I have to go through 31 steps. First, I have to register with the Uganda Export Promotion Board. 2 steps. Register with the single window. 2 steps. Obtain exporter registration with single window. Also 2 steps. Then obtain performance bond. 4 steps. Obtain a coffee export license. 6 steps. I will then obtain a letter of registration of sales contract in 1 step. Obtain a quality certificate and ICO certificate of origin in 3 steps. Obtain a certificate of origin, 3 steps. Obtain the phytosanitary certificate, 4 steps. The consignment will be cleared inland in 3 steps, and I will obtain the release at the point of exit in 1 step. Altogether, 31 steps. In addition to the list of steps, I see a summary of the procedure. There are 11 institutions involved. I will get 13 different results. For example, the Quality Certificate, the East African Community Certificate of Origin, and for this I will have to give 38 forms and documents such as the Phytosanitary Certificate that I will receive at step 26 and then give to Customs at step 27. I can see the cost of the operation. It will depend on the value of my consignment, and I can estimate my cost directly using the evaluation tool. I see the total duration. from 7 to 19 days, and I am given access to all laws and regulations that justify this procedure and its contents. This already gives me a good idea of the procedure. But if I want more details, I can go step by step. For example, step 11, apply for coffee export license. I see where I have to go, the entity in charge, the unit in charge, and the person in charge. Then what they will give me, the result of this step, registration in the application register, the documents I have to submit at this step, for example, the application for coffee export license form, which I can download and fill at home. The time it will take, 5 to 10 minutes waiting in a queue, 5 to 10 minutes at the counter, and 2 to 3 days until I can move to the next step. I see a list of regulations that justify this step and the person I can complain to in case I have a problem with this step. This is generally the manager of the entity in charge of this step. I can also report problems online and even suggest a simplification. Those messages go to the Secretariat of the National Committee on Trade Facilitation. The information is the same for all these steps. I see that some steps can be undertaken online. They are flagged with an orange globe. I can make a customs entry online by clicking on the Apply Online button. One of the most important features of the trade portal system is that any institution involved in regulating or promoting trade can embed the procedures database onto their own websites in a few minutes. For example, on the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives website, under the Export and Import Procedures tab, you will find the same information as on the Uganda Trade Portal. The system also shows statistics on trade procedures, embedding data from the International Trade Center and the Observatory of Economic Complexity. This shows in-depth data on goods exported, imported, including destination and original markets. Export Potential Map shows the commodities with high growth potential or with untapped opportunities on international markets. The information of the Uganda Trade Portal will be constantly updated to reflect changes in regulations and procedures. New modules will also be progressively added to the portal, such as searchable tariff database, information on market requirements, and other key facilitation tools developed under the auspices of the National Committee for Trade Facilitation.
Trademark Africa, formerly Trademark East Africa, is a leading African aid for trade organization that was established in 2010 with the aim to grow intra-African trade and increase Africa's share in global trade while helping make trade more proper and more environmentally sustainable. Trademark Africa operates on a non-for-profit basis and is funded by Belgium, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Canada, Denmark, the European Union, Finland, France, Ireland, the MasterCard Foundation, the Netherlands, Norway, the United Kingdom, and the United States of America. The Royal Danish Embassy in Kampala has contributed over DKK 150 million under U-Growth 2, DKK 62,663,200 2014 to 2020, the Uganda Program for Sustainable and Inclusive Development for Economy, DKK 60 million 2019 to 2023, and the Uganda Trade Support Project, towards which the Royal Danish Embassy contributed DKK 30 million 2024 to 2028. Our achievements. Through the support of DANIDA, Trademark Africa has delivered substantial gains for trade. The Uganda Electronic Single Window is a web-based electronic facility that aims to reduce the time it takes to process import and export documents in Uganda, in addition to enhancing coordination and sharing of data amongst trade regulatory agencies.
What has been giving us a lot of help is documents movement.
you move a document from here to Mombasa, at times it doesn't arrive. To me, the Ministry of Trade has done an event that has been proposed by the Ministry of Trade. It has sought wisely.
Currently, with 26 government entities on the Uganda Electronic Single Window, the benefits testified by and government have been reduced steps towards approvals by 32%, reduced processing time and savings of $26.4 million by traders in 2021.
Using the single window, we are able to make the process faster and more efficient.
In the system, everyone who is concerned is able to view what you have submitted and will have no queries. And we think that has reduced the cost of doing business.
Danida responded to COVID-19 emergency response through the Safe Trade facility and supported procurement of equipment worthy $93,594 for testing COVID-19 prevention safety products, both those locally produced and imported. To ensure safe trade, Danida supported increased awareness and uptake of COVID-19 vaccines among truck drivers and target members of business community. To realize increased and sustainable competitiveness of Uganda produce, Danida allocated $4,055,283 towards the decentralization of UNBS laboratory services to ease accessibility to quality assurance services by the manufacturing and business community countrywide. As such, the Gulu UNBS laboratory was commissioned in July 2022, Mbale laboratory was commissioned in September 2022, and the Mbarara laboratory was commissioned in May 2023.
Trademark East Africa, through the funding from the Danish government, is also supporting UNBS to decentralize its services to the regional offices of Mbale, Gulu, and Mbarara.
The regional laboratories have brought testing services closer to regional business communities, thereby cutting down the time and cost of taking products for testing in Kampala. In recognition of the effects of climate change towards the hindrance of trade, particularly annual floods at the Elegu border, Danida is supporting the design phase and construction of the Elegu cross-border market, which will benefit the majority women traders, youth, and people with disabilities in Elegu.
This came to our rescue through the Trademark Africa that secured the funding from Danish Embassy of Denmark. And indeed, in the funding, they will, in the first phase, be in position to build for us a market that is standard and raised out, whereby the traders will never be in position to put their goods on the ground.
Our substantial gains for trade and regional economic integration in East Africa and the Horn of Africa include a reduction of 16.5 in cargo transit times on the Northern Corridor from Mombasa to Bujumbura, and a reduction of an average of 70% in the time taken to cross selected one-stop border posts. Signing a new commitment under the Uganda Trade Support Project. Trademark Africa in Kampala on 14th December 2023 signed a financial agreement between the Royal Danish Embassy in Kampala, Danida, and Trademark Africa in Kampala, Uganda. The Royal Danish Embassy, represented by its ambassador to Uganda, Her Excellency Sein Winding Alberg, committed to a grant of DKK 30 million, approximately 16.5 billion Ugandan shillings, or $4.3 million to the Uganda Trade Support Project 2023-2027. Our strategy. The project strategy is to develop institutional capacity at national level to facilitate more competitive exports and market access in the region and internationally for Uganda's priority agriculture exports, while integrating climate resilience in Uganda's export value chains, including through climate proofing, physical trade infrastructure. The project acknowledges the multifaceted dimensions and variety of actors involved in developing competitiveness and climate resilience value chains in Uganda. This means the project strategy will be cross-sectoral and involve coordination of several public institutions and private actors. Project results. The outcome areas of Uganda Trade Support Project will be implemented through strengthened government export quality management systems for compliance with international sanitary or phytosanitary standards by reduction in cost of testing samples of products, reduction in days taken to test, and increase in exports per annum. More effective operationalization and strengthened environmental management, climate adaptation, and gender and disability responsive border market and free zones. At least one border market constructed and made resilient to the effects of climate change and variability. Cumulative number of free zones that are adapted to the effects of climate change as a result of the project. Increase in informal trade at the border market disaggregated by gender and age. Increase in number of women traders accessing childcare services at the border market. Outcome 3. Strengthened export quality control process of exporting farms and aggregators. Reduced rejections or condemnation of Uganda's exports through supporting compliance of coffee and cocoa exports with the European Union deforestation regulations. Increasing on the number of aggregators and exporters certified to export high-quality products. Objective. The project's overall objective is to contribute to the competitiveness and climate resilience of Uganda's trade and export value chains, and we hope to impact on increased number of decent jobs, improved incomes, and strengthened climate resilience of Uganda's poor women, men, and youth. Increased export volumes and values while complying with international social, environmental, climate, and biodiversity standards. We take this opportunity, together with the communities we have served, the partnerships and collaborations created in the last 14 years, to acknowledge and value the vital role of our partners and donors in helping us, and Uganda in particular. We want to say thank you.
What can you do with $153? Fuel your car for a trip out of town? Facilitate grocery shopping for a couple of days? Or pay for 1 or 2 hospital visits? It doesn't sound like much, does it? Now let us show you what $153 can do for a cross-border woman trader recovering from COVID-19 inflicted economic shock in Elegu town.
It was a Friday evening when we were doing our saving. Then we started hearing messages tone. Then I said, wow, what's this? I started dancing. Bwewacha kumacha nayimukiramu nengenda kuduuka nengula ekidomolo kya butto nengula engano yange nengenda mu kibuga nenfuna akafo nenkola display yange kati nsiika ebindaazi nsiika sumbuusa nsiika n'ebirol eggs abantu bye balya akasente kannyamba era kankolera.
Elegu is a town at the border of Uganda and South Sudan. The livelihoods of women cross-border traders in Elegu town were devastated by the COVID-19 pandemic. Due to the closure of borders and nationwide lockdowns, their trade suffered. The women lost their incomes and businesses. To help women cross-border traders bounce back from the economic shock and build resilience for the future, the Informal Women Cross-Border Trade Project was set up. The project is an initiative of financial sector Deepening Uganda in collaboration with Trademark East Africa, with support from 100 Weeks. This project provided unconditional cash transfers and business skilling training to support the recovery of women cross-border traders.
My child was being chased out of school. So when I received that money, part of it I sent it for his school fees. That was $150. And then the other 50 I added stock on my what? On my business in the bar.
Nakwatako emitwalo 10 ne nsindikira omwana wa senior 5. Ne nsigaza 10. 10 eryo ne nsalako ningula eddagala lya mitwalo 7 ery'omu nnimiro. ninsigaza emitwalo 3. Emitwalo 3 nintolako omutwalo gumu ningukola saving wasigala 2. Kati route ey'okubiri nintolako emitwalo 3 ningulako empanga emu era ninjiyita saving nintolako emitwalo 8 nimpeereza abaana bange bali wano ku school fees ku ssomero.
Sente zetwasooka okufuna nze nali nalongoosebwa. Zino ze baasindika zaasooka ze zanzijjayo mu ddwaliro kubanga baali bagenda kunsiibula nga ntya naye nga siina sente. Baazisindika lw'eggulu zaali mitwalo 2,015. Bwe naziraba nawulira essanyu ne ngamba zino sente ze zigenda okukola ki? Ze zigenda okunzijja mu ddwaliro.
Tene eni ta ano iya poco atero mukene gankwan mukene atere lu aneno nya iranyige kelo iranyogi gutia dek chan ti ot anyoka atawla anyogi eni drogo chene eni sani anoni no tani 1200 atani ka atawla anyogi eni roma tena nu dugo bomoni mudongo ni no atika chamone eno tena eni tika drogo ira chen peki mit moni atwala ni gankwan eni no kumiyo ira kony mabe tene eni ni kelo ira bebedo misani ino tani gape ot tani afuru eni chamuti ori atika nenone umiyo ira chuingi tani chunya yom.
I'm really happy. This cash transfer that we got through FSDU is unconditional. There's no condition attached to it. It is free of charge.
These voices represent those of nearly 600 women who participated in the Informal Women Cross-Border Trade Project. Each woman received a total of 571,658 Uganda shillings, an equivalent of $153. The women interviewed invested the money they received in various kinds of initiatives, including trading or retailing, farming, food vending, paying school fees, and medical bills. The training they received helped them to better utilize the funds received. This project demonstrates the power of unconditional cash transfers in helping informal women cross-border traders recover from economic shocks and build resilience for the future. A small investment makes a big difference in the lives of these women and their families.
Hiyo maisha ya truck driver kwa upande wa kwangu naona inanipeleka vizuri. Kama ninaenda safari, naendanga niking'ang'ana tu, akili yangu ikiwa nyumbani, nitafika lini, nirudi lini, nione familia. Nyuma kidogo hapo nilikuwa napata siku moja kwa mwezi moja. Sasa hivi naweza pata mara 3 ama mara 4 kwa mwezi.
Now we have skills on business, whereby most women are now coming up as entrepreneurs.
Every woman have a business. We are making money. We have empowered. We know our rights. We know what we can do. We know where we can pass.
I am grateful to iSoko because they've enabled me connect to the market. I've also benefited from their market product, looking mostly into their management tools.
A new era is dawning for Africa. And that is our vision as we turn to a new chapter.
So we have pockets of success on our continent. What has been missing is an integrated approach to connect West Africa with East Africa, Central Africa, Southern Africa. And this is the mandate of the AFCFTA, working with the regional economic communities that are already existing. We see Trademark Africa as an implementing agency of all of the objectives that are set out in the AFCFTA, transit of goods, customs systems harmonization, as well as trade facilitation.
Ah, Obi.
Yes.
You drive a Benz. Special hire of a Benz.
Yes.
Umanyinza namanyira za special. Vitu zi.
Toyota
Ezo zikora za
Nissan.
special.
Toyota Nissan. Sikuraba. What exactly do you do?
You can Google me. Okay. Orabanza ruzungu rekozesa rwamanyi. Google is simplifying. Yes. I trade my talent.
Okay.
But me and my wife, we have started something with coffee and fresh vegetables. Yes.
Vegetables?
Yes, my wife is working in that area.
I tell you what.
But it is we.
I tell you what.
Yes.
Me, I don't many Bazungus. When the Bazungus come here, after when they are going back, they shop you vegetables. Baby, good like nothing. Why don't you start exporting coffee? I mean vegetables.
That's what we are trying to do. We want to export those vegetables.
Yes.
So some friend of mine, he's basically the middleman. He has to
dealing in vegetables, you need a middleman.
He's helping us get the essential documents. Now, yeah, at least a little bit, but it's a bit of a battle. But I think we shall maneuver.
I've seen you with the smartphone.
Yes.
My smartphone is because it's
I tell you, I get you on community.
Don't waste your time. Just to Google Uganda Trade Portal and see.
Uganda Trade Portal.
Uganda Trade Portal. Google now.
Portal.
No.
Yeah.
Portal. Portal.
Hey.
But now you are behind.
Step by step guide for import, export, and transit. Mafumu.
Omanyima ba cooperative guy. Mwemuloza muli mu fasideni. You don't need a middleman.
Mafumu. Burjo what sirkire bwama?
Ebiye?
Secret.
No.
Fruits and vegetables.
And now look at this one. You just see. Keep on educating yourself as I drive you home.
Baby! Meet my friend. Mafumu, wrong lost friend. Now I've got special hire. Okay. Mafumu, come. This is my wife. The answer to this question.
Sure.
Yes.
Oh, hello.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Nice meeting you too. How are you?
Hi.
Is she the one who was at the campus?
Mafumu. This is
How are you, madam?
I'm fine.
Yeah.
Now,
it's my hobby.
Yes, that is obvious. Anyway, because of him, our fresh vegetables and avocados are this close to going to Europe. This close.
Yes.
He was heaven sent.
By the way, call me Angel Mafum. Yeah, Angel Mafum.
That is an overstatement.
You know, she was behind. He didn't know anything about digital.
So remember Moyakora.
Nina. Hey, by the way, Kangede.
Take my card. Take my card.
Your card.
Yes.
Business card.
Take.
You know, just hold it and I take a picture. You know, I don't want to litter my car. Yeah. Everything is digital.
This man, he was a backbencher, but this is
yes, okay. No, we'll meet again.
Okay,
you know, I have a lot to teach your husband.
I
will show her. I will show her.
Please, Damascus.
Uganda Trade Portal. We don't need Didas. Didas is fired. You see, full procedure for a first-time trader.
Welcome to the Uganda Trade Portal, www.ugandatrades.go.ug, Uganda's one-stop shop for information on trade, a system developed by the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives with the support from TIMEA, USA, UNCTAD and ITC. The core of the Uganda Trade Portal system is the database of trade procedures. Procedures are presented in a step-by-step format from the user's point of view and not from the point of view of the institutions. For example, a trader wishing to export avocados will select Export and Fruits and Vegetables. If she wants to import medicine, she will select Import and Pharmaceutical Products. Let's say that I want to export coffee. I select Export, then Coffee. The system shows the preliminary registrations, licenses, and certificates I must obtain, which are issued by the government agencies that regulate the commodity, then the permits I must obtain for each consignment, and the clearance process. Here, I can choose the entry and exit point, and then, depending on the value of my goods, the associated clearance procedure at the border point, for instance, Malaba. But I also have the option to see the full procedure view, all the steps that are necessary to export coffee for a trader exporting the commodity for the very first time. Let's have a closer look at this procedure. I see that I have to go through 31 steps. First, I have to register with the Uganda Export Promotion Board. 2 steps. Register with the single window. 2 steps. Obtain exporter registration with single window. Also 2 steps. Then obtain performance bond. 4 steps. Obtain a coffee export license. 6 steps. I will then obtain a letter of registration of sales contract in 1 step. Obtain a quality certificate and ICO certificate of origin in 3 steps. Obtain a certificate of origin, 3 steps. Obtain the phytosanitary certificate, 4 steps. The consignment will be cleared inland in 3 steps, and I will obtain the release at the point of exit in 1 step. Altogether, 31 steps. In addition to the list of steps, I see a summary of the procedure. There are 11 institutions involved. I will get 13 different results. For example, the quality certificate, the East African Community Certificate of Origin, and for this I will have to give 38 forms and documents such as the phytosanitary certificate that I will receive at step 26 and then give to customs at step 27. I can see the cost of the operation. It will depend on the value of my consignment, and I can estimate my cost directly using the evaluation tool. I see the total duration from 7 to 19 days, and I am given access to all laws and regulations that justify this procedure and its contents. This already gives me a good idea of the procedure, but if I want more details, I can go step by step. For example, step 11, apply for coffee export license. I see where I have to go, the entity in charge, the unit in charge, and the person in charge. Then what they will give me, the result of the step, registration in the application register, the documents I have to submit at this step, for example, the application for coffee export license form, which I can download and fill at home. The time it will take, 5 to 10 minutes waiting in a queue, 5 to 10 minutes at the counter, and 2 to 3 days until I can move to the next step. I see a list of regulations that justify this step and the person I can complain to in case I have a problem with this step. This is generally the manager of the entity in charge of this step. I can also report problems online and even suggest a simplification. Those messages go to the Secretariat of the National Committee on trade facilitation. The information is the same for all these steps. I see that some steps can be undertaken online. They are flagged with an orange globe. I can make a customs entry online by clicking on the Apply Online button. One of the most important features of the trade portal system is that any institution involved in regulating or promoting trade can embed the procedures database onto their own websites in a few minutes. For example, on the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives website, under the Export and Import Procedures tab, you will find the same information as on the Uganda Trade Portal. The system also shows statistics on trade procedures, embedding data from the International Trade Center and the Observatory of Economic Complexity. This shows in-depth data on goods exported, imported, including destination and original markets. Export Potential Map shows the commodities with high growth potential or with untapped opportunities on international markets. The information of the Uganda Trade Portal will be constantly updated to reflect changes in regulations and procedures. New modules will also be progressively added to the portal, such as searchable tariff database, information on market requirements, and other key facilitation tools developed under the auspices of the National Committee for Trade Facilitation.
Trademark Africa, formerly Trademark East Africa, is a leading African aid for trade organization that was established in 2010 with the aim to grow intra-African trade and increase Africa's share in global trade while helping make trade more proper and more environmentally sustainable. Trademark Africa operates on a non-for-profit basis and is funded by Belgium, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Canada, Denmark, the European Union, Finland, France, Ireland, the MasterCard Foundation, the Netherlands, Norway, the United Kingdom, and the United States of America. The Royal Danish Embassy in Kampala has contributed over DKK 150 million under U Growth 2, DKK 62,663,200 2014 to 2020, the Uganda Program for Sustainable and Inclusive Development for Economy, DKK 60 million 2019 to 2023, and the Uganda Trade Support Project, towards which the Royal Danish Embassy contributed DKK 30 million 2024 to 2028. Our achievements. Through the support of Danida, Trademark Africa has delivered substantial gains for trade. The Uganda Electronic Single Window is a web-based electronic facility that aims to reduce the time it takes to process import and export documents in Uganda, in addition to enhancing coordination and sharing of data amongst trade regulatory agencies.
What has been giving us a lot of help is documents movement. You move a document from here to Mombasa, at times it doesn't arrive. To me, the Ministry of Trade has done an event that has been proposed by the Minister of Trade. It has sought wisely.
Currently, with 26 government entities on the Uganda Electronic Single Window, the benefits testified by and government have been reduced steps towards approvals by 32%, reduced processing time and savings of $26.4 million by traders in 2021.
Using the single window, we are able to make the process faster and more efficient.
In the system, everyone who is concerned is able to view what you have submitted and will have no queries. And we think that has reduced the cost of doing business.
Danida responded to COVID-19 emergency response through the Safe Trade Facility and supported procurement of equipment worth $93,594 for testing COVID-19 prevention safety products, both those locally produced and imported. To ensure safe trade, Danida supported increased awareness and uptake of COVID-19 vaccines among truck drivers and target members of business community. To realize increased and sustainable competitiveness of Uganda produce, Danida allocated $4,055,283 towards the decentralization of UNBS laboratory services to ease accessibility to quality assurance services by the manufacturing and business community countrywide. As such, the Gulu UNBS laboratory was commissioned in July 2022 and in May 2023.
Trademark East Africa, through the funding from the Danish government, is also supporting UNBS to decentralize its services to the regional offices of Mbale, Gulu, and Mbarara.
The regional laboratories have brought testing services closer to regional business communities, thereby cutting down the time and cost of taking products for testing in Kampala. In recognition of the effects of climate change towards the hindrance of trade, particularly annual floods at the Elegu border, Danida is supporting the design phase and construction of the Elegu cross-border market, which will benefit the majority women traders, youth, and people with disabilities in Elegu.
This came to our rescue through the Trademark Africa that secured the funding from Danish Embassy of Denmark. And indeed, in the funding, they will, in the first phase, be in position to build for us a market that is standard and raised out, whereby the traders will never be in position to put their goods on the ground.
Our substantial gains for trade and regional economic integration in East Africa and the Horn of Africa include a reduction of 16.5 in cargo transit times on the Northern Corridor from Mombasa to Bujumbura, and a reduction of an average of 70% in the time taken to cross selected one-stop border posts. Signing a new commitment under the Uganda Trade Support Project. Trademark Africa in Kampala on 14th December 2023 signed a financial agreement between the Royal Danish Embassy in Kampala, Danida, and Trademark Africa in Kampala, Uganda. The Royal Danish Embassy, represented by its ambassador to Uganda, Her Excellency Sein Winding Alberg, committed to a grant of DKK 30 million, approximately 16.5 billion Ugandan shillings, or $4.3 million to the Uganda Trade Support Project 2023-2027. Our strategy. The project strategy is to develop institutional capacity at national level to facilitate more competitive exports and market access in the region and internationally for Uganda's priority agriculture exports, while integrating climate resilience in Uganda's export value chains, including through climate proofing, physical trade infrastructure. The project acknowledges the multifaceted dimensions and variety of actors involved in developing competitiveness and climate resilience value chains in Uganda. This means the project strategy will be cross-sectoral and involve coordination of several public institutions and private actors. Project results. The outcome areas of Uganda Trade Support Project will be implemented through strengthened government export quality management systems for compliance with international sanitary or phytosanitary standards by reduction in cost of testing samples of products, reduction in days taken to test, and increase in exports per annum. More effective operationalization and strengthened environmental management, climate adaptation, and gender and disability responsive border market and free zones. At least one border market constructed and made resilient to the effects of climate change and variability. Cumulative number of free zones that are adapted to the effects of climate change as a result of the project. Increase in informal trade at the border market disaggregated by gender and age. Increase in number of women traders accessing childcare services at the border market. Outcome 3. Strengthened export quality control process of exporting farms and aggregators. Reduced rejections or condemnation of Uganda's exports through supporting compliance of coffee and cocoa exports with the European Union deforestation regulations. increasing on a number of aggregators and exporters certified to export high-quality products. Objective: the project's overall objective is to contribute to the competitiveness and climate resilience of Uganda's trade and export value chains, and we hope to impact on increased number of decent jobs, improved incomes, and strengthened climate resilience of Uganda's poor women, men, and youth. Increased export volumes and values while complying with international social, environmental, climate, and biodiversity standards. We take this opportunity, together with the communities we have served, the partnerships and collaborations created in the last 14 years, to acknowledge and value the vital role of our partners and donors in helping us, and Uganda in particular. We want to say thank you.
What can you do with $153? Fuel your car for a trip out of town? Facilitate grocery shopping for a couple of days? Or pay for 1 or 2 hospital visits? It doesn't sound like much, does it? Now let us show you what $153 can do for a cross-border woman trader recovering from COVID-19 inflicted economic shock in Elegu town.
It was a Friday evening when we were doing our saving. Then we started hearing messages tone.
Then I said, wow, what's this? I started dancing. Bwebwacha kumacha nayimukiramu nengenda kuduuka nengula ekidomolo kya butto nengula engano yange nengenda mu kibuga nenfuna akafo nenkola display yange kati nsiika ebindaazi nsiika sumbuusa nsiika n'ebirol eggs abantu bye balya akasente kanyamba era kankolera.
Elegu is a town at the border of Uganda and South Sudan. The livelihoods of women cross-border traders in Elegu town were devastated by the COVID-19 pandemic. Due to the closure of borders and nationwide lockdowns, their trade suffered. The women lost their incomes and businesses. To help women cross-border traders bounce back from the economic shock and build resilience for the future, the Informal Women Cross-Border Trade Project was set up. The project is an initiative of financial sector Deepening Uganda in collaboration with Trademark East Africa, with support from 100 Weeks. This project provided unconditional cash transfers and business skilling training to support the recovery of women cross-border traders.
My child was being chased out of school. So when I received that money, part of it I sent it for his school fees. That was $150. And then the other $50 I added stock on my what? On my business in the bar.
Nakwata kwe mitwalo 10 n'engisindikira omwana wa senior 5. Ninsigaza 10. Kume eryo ninsalako ningula eddagala lya mitwalo 7 ery'omu nnimiro. Ninsigaza emitwalo 3. Emitwalo 3 nintwalako omutwalo gumu ningukola saving. Wasigala 2. Kati eruuto ey'okubiri nintolako emitwalo 3 ningulako empanga emu. Era ninjiyita saving. Nintolako emitwalo 8 nimpeereza abaana bange bali wano ku school fees ku ssomero.
Sente zetwasooka okufuna nze nali nalongosebwa. Zino ze baasindika zaasooka ze zanzijjayo mu ddwaliro kubanga baali bagenda kunsiibula nga ntya naye nga siina nga siina sente. Baazisindika lw'eggulu zaali $2,215. Bwe naziraba nawulira essanyu ne ngamba zino sente ze zigenda okukola ki? Ze zigenda okunzijja mu ddwaliro.
Tene eni ta ano iya poko atero mukene gankwan mukene atere lu aneno nya iranyige kelo iranyogi gutia dek chan ti ot anyoka atara anyogi eni drogo chene eni sane anoni no chane 1200 achane ka atara anyogi eni roma tena ni dugo bomoni mudongo ni no atika chamona eno chene eni tika drogo ira chen peki mit moni atwala ni gankwan eni no kumi ira kony mabe. tene elu ni ukelo ira bebedo. Misani chani ga pay out. Chani a fu elni chamuti or ya tika nenone umio ira chuni chani. Chani chunya yom.
I'm really happy. This cash transfer that we got through FSDU is unconditional. There's no condition attached to it. It is free of charge.
These voices represent those of nearly 600 women who participated in the Informal Women Cross-Border Trade Project. Each woman received a total of 571,658 Uganda shillings, an equivalent of $153. The women interviewed invested the money they received in various kinds of initiatives, including trading or retailing, farming, food vending, paying school fees, and medical bills. The training they received helped them to better utilize the funds received. This project demonstrates the power of unconditional cash transfers in helping informal women cross-border traders recover from economic shocks and build resilience for the future. A small investment makes a big difference in the lives of these women and their families.
Hiyo maisha ya truck driver kwa upande wa kwangu naona inanipeleka vizuri. Kama ninaenda safari, naendanga niking'ang'ana tu, akili yangu ikiwa nyumbani, nitafika lini, nirudi lini nione familia. Nyuma kidogo hapo nilikuwa napata siku moja kwa mwezi moja. Sasa hivi naweza pata mara 3 ama mara 4 kwa mwezi.
Now we have skills on business, whereby most women are now coming up as entrepreneurs.
Every woman have a business. We are making money. We are empowered. We know our rights. We know what we can do. We know where we can pass.
I am grateful to iSoko because they've enabled me connect to the market. I've also benefited from their market product, looking mostly into their management tools.
A new era is dawning for Africa. And that is our vision as we turn to a new chapter.
So we have pockets of success on our continent. What has been missing is an integrated approach to connect West Africa with East Africa, Central Africa, Southern Africa. And this is the mandate of the AFCFTA, working with the regional economic communities that are already existing. We see Trademark Africa as an implementing agency of all of the objectives that are set out in the AFCFTA: transit of goods, customs systems harmonization, as well as trade facilitation.
Ah, Obi.
Yes.
You drive a Benz. Special hire of a Benz.
Yes.
Umanyinza namanyira za special. Vitu zi.
Ezo
zikora za special.
Toyota Nissan. Ntusikuraba. What exactly do you do?
You can Google me.
Okay.
Urabanza ruzungu rukozesa rwamanyi. Google is simplifying. Yes. I trade my talent.
Okay.
But me and my wife, we have started something with coffee and fresh vegetables.
Coffee?
Yes.
Vegetables?
Yes, my wife is working in that area.
I tell you what.
But it is we.
I tell you what.
Yes.
Me, I drive many Bazungus. When the Bazungus come here, after when they are going back, they shop you vegetables. Buy me good like nothing. Why don't you start exporting coffee? I mean vegetables.
That's what we are trying to do. We want to export those vegetables.
Yes.
So some friend of mine is basically the middleman. He has to racism.
Dealing in vegetables, you need a middleman.
He's helping us get the essential documents. Now, yeah, at racism, a little bit, but it's a bit of a battle. But I think we shall maneuver.
I've seen you with the smartphone.
Yes.
My smartphone is because it's a.
I did I get you on community?
Don't waste your time. Just to Google Uganda Trade Portal and see.
Uganda Trade Portal.
Uganda Trade Portal. Google now.
Portal.
No.
Yeah.
Portal. Portal. Hey. But now you are behind.
Step-by-step guide for import, export, and transit. Mafumu.
You are a cooperative guy. You don't need a middleman.
Burjo what? Secret.
No.
Fruits and vegetables.
And now look at this one. You just keep on educating yourself as I drive you home.
Meet my friend, Mafumu, wrong roast friend. Now I've got special hire. Okay. Mafumu, come. This is my wife. The answer to this question.
Sure.
Yes.
Oh, hello.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Nice meeting you too. How are you?
How are you?
Is she the one who was the campus?
Mafumu. This is
How are you, madam?
I'm fine.
Yeah.
Now,
It's my hobby.
Yes, that is obvious. Anyway, because of him, our fresh vegetables and avocados are this close to going to Europe. This close.
Yes.
He was heaven sent.
By the way, call me Angel Mafum. Yeah, Angel Mafum.
That is an overstatement.
You know, she was behind. He didn't know anything about digital.
So remember Moyakora.
Nina. Hey, by the way, Kangede.
Take my card. Take my card.
Your card.
Yes, yes.
Business card.
Take.
You know, just hold it and I take a picture. You know, I don't want to litter my car. Yeah. Everything is digital.
This man, he was a backbencher, but this is
Yes, okay.
Correct.
No, we'll meet again.
Okay,
You know, I
nice
have a lot to teach your husband.
Right.
Achari mabega nyoma.
I will show her. I will show her. I will show her.
Please, Damascus.
Bajeta Uganda Trade Portal. We don't need Didas. Didas is fired. You see, full procedure for a first-time trader.
Welcome to the Uganda Trade Portal, www.ugandatrades.go.ug, Uganda's one-stop shop for information on trade, a system developed by the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives with the support from TIMEA, USA, UNCTAD and ITC. The core of the Uganda Trade Portal system is the database of trade procedures. Procedures are presented in a step-by-step format from the user's point of view and not from the point of view of the institutions. For example, a trader wishing to export avocados will select Export and Fruits and Vegetables. If she wants to import medicine, she will select Import and Pharmaceutical Products. Let's say that I want to export coffee. I select Export, then Coffee. The system shows the preliminary registrations, licenses, and certificates I must obtain, which are issued by the government agencies that regulate the commodity, then the permits I must obtain for each consignment, and the clearance process. Here, I can choose the entry and exit point, and then, depending on the value of my goods, the associated clearance procedure at the border point, for instance, Malaba. But I also have the option to see the full procedure view, all the steps that are necessary to export coffee for a trader exporting the commodity for the very first time. Let's have a closer look at this procedure. I see that I have to go through 31 steps. First, I have to register with the Uganda Export Promotion Board. 2 steps. Register with the single window. 2 steps. Obtain exporter registration with single window. Also 2 steps. Then obtain performance bond. 4 steps. Obtain a coffee export license. 6 steps. I will then obtain a letter of registration of sales contract in 1 step. Obtain a quality certificate and ICO certificate of origin in 3 steps. Obtain a certificate of origin, 3 steps. Obtain the phytosanitary certificate, 4 steps. The consignment will be cleared inland in 3 steps, and I will obtain the release at the point of exit in 1 step. Altogether, 31 steps. In addition to the list of steps, I see a summary of the procedure. There are 11 institutions involved. I will get 13 different results. For example, the Quality Certificate, the East African Community Certificate of Origin, and for this I will have to give 38 forms and documents such as the Phytosanitary Certificate that I will receive at step 26 and then give to Customs at step 27. I can see the cost of the operation. It will depend on the value of my consignment, and I can estimate my cost directly using the evaluation tool. I see the total duration from 7 to 19 days, and I am given access to all laws and regulations that justify this procedure and its contents. This already gives me a good idea of the procedure. But if I want more details, I can go step by step. For example, step 11, apply for coffee export license. I see where I have to go, the entity in charge, the unit in charge, and the person in charge. Then what they will give me, the result of the step, registration in the application register, the documents I have to submit at this step, for example, the application for coffee export license form, which I can download and fill at home. The time it will take, 5 to 10 minutes waiting in a queue, 5 to 10 minutes at the counter, and 2 to 3 days until I can move to the next step. I see a list of regulations that justify this step and the person I can complain to in case I have a problem with this step. This is generally the manager of the entity in charge of this step. I can also report problems online and even suggest a simplification. Those messages go to the Secretariat of the National Committee on Trade Facilitation. The information is the same for all these steps. I see that some steps can be undertaken online. They are flagged with an orange globe. I can make a customs entry online by clicking on the Apply Online button. One of the most important features of the trade portal system is that any institution involved in regulating or promoting trade can embed the procedures database onto their own websites in a few minutes. For example, on the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives website, under the Export and Import Procedures tab, you will find the same information as on the Uganda Trade Portal. The system also shows statistics on trade procedures, embedding data from the International Trade Center and the Observatory of Economic Complexity. This shows in-depth data on goods exported, imported, including destination and original markets. Export Potential Map shows the commodities with high growth potential or with untapped opportunities on international markets. The information of the Uganda Trade Portal will be constantly updated to reflect changes in regulations and procedures. New modules will also be progressively added to the portal, such as searchable tariff database, information on market requirements, and other key facilitation tools developed under the auspices of the National Committee for Trade Facilitation.
Trademark Africa, formerly Trademark East Africa, is a leading African aid for trade organization that was established in 2010 with the aim to grow intra-African trade and increase Africa's share in global trade while helping make trade more proper and more environmentally sustainable. Trademark Africa operates on a non-for-profit basis and is funded by Belgium, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Canada, Denmark, the European Union, Finland, France, Ireland, the MasterCard Foundation, the Netherlands, Norway, the United Kingdom, and the United States of America. The Royal Danish Embassy in Kampala has contributed over DKK 150 million under U-Growth 2, DKK 62,663,200 2014 to 2020, the Uganda Program for Sustainable and Inclusive Development for Economy, DKK 60 million 2019 to 2023, and the Uganda Trade Support Project, towards which the Royal Danish Embassy contributed DKK 30 million 2024 to 2028. Our achievements. Through the support of Danida, Trademark Africa has delivered substantial gains for trade. The Uganda Electronic Single Window is a web-based electronic facility that aims to reduce the time it takes to process import and export documents in Uganda, in addition to enhancing coordination and sharing of data amongst trade regulatory agencies.
What has been giving us a lot of help is documents movement. You move a document from here to Mombasa, at times it doesn't arrive. To me, the Ministry of Trade has done an event that has been proposed by the Minister of Trade. It has sought wisely.
Currently, with 26 government entities on the Uganda Electronic Single Window, the benefits testified by and government have been reduced steps towards approvals by 32%, reduced processing time and savings of $26.4 million by traders in 2021.
Using the single window, we are able to make the process faster and more efficient.
In the system, everyone who is concerned is able to view what you have submitted and will have no queries. And we think that has reduced the cost of doing business.
Danida responded to COVID-19 emergency response through the Safe Trade Facility and supported procurement of equipment worth $594 for testing COVID-19 prevention safety products, both those locally produced and imported. To ensure safe trade, Danida supported increased awareness and uptake of COVID-19 vaccines among truck drivers and target members of business community. To realize increased and sustainable competitiveness of Uganda produce, Danida allocated $4,555,283 towards the decentralization of UNBS laboratory services to ease accessibility to quality assurance services by the manufacturing and business community countrywide. As such, the Gulu UNBS laboratory was commissioned in July 2022, Mbale laboratory was commissioned in September 2022, and the Mbarara laboratory was commissioned in May 2023.
Trademark East Africa, through the funding from the Danish government, is also supporting UNBS to decentralize its services to the regional offices of Mbale, Gulu, and Mbarara.
The regional laboratories have brought testing services closer to regional business communities, thereby cutting down the time and cost of taking products for testing in Kampala. In recognition of the effects of climate change towards the hindrance of trade, particularly annual floods at the Elegu border, Danida is supporting the design phase and construction of the Elegu cross-border market, which will benefit the majority women traders, youth, and people with disabilities in Elegu.
This came to our rescue through the Trademark Africa that secured the funding from Danish Embassy of Denmark.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, from our lunch break. I hope we are all well fed and we are okay. We're going to get back into our conversations and make sure that we get as much value. We are coming to the end of our Trade Review Conference 2025. And for me, it has been tremendous value. I hope it has been for you as well. Remember that you can actually leave your questions on note them down and just bring them to me. I'll make sure that they go to the concerned parties. But also, the Ministry of Trade, together with Trademark Africa, have organized a platform where you can just give your input on the trade formulation policy and formulation of trade policy, rather. So go ahead and scan the QR code that's on your tables, and then you'll be able to leave your input. Inclusivity is important. All right, if I have your attention, we'll go ahead and continue with our conversations. And interestingly, while we were talking about SMEs over lunch, I looked up something, and apparently, according to the World Economic Forum, 70% is how much SMEs contribute to the GDP of the country. However, we know that there are so many issues that get in the way of them adopting technology and the way of them thriving fully, all right? So we'd love to have a conversation on leveraging digital technologies and innovation in fostering market access. And ladies and gentlemen, to moderate this panel, help me invite, let's put our hands together and invite Mr. Kenneth Semafumu, who is going to be taking us through these conversations. A round of applause while he comes. And he will be inviting his panel as well to have a conversation on leveraging digital solutions. You're welcome.
Thank you, Paula. She's giving me just 30 minutes. I hope I can pull it off. It's just 30 minutes. My name is Kenneth Semafumu. I work with a company called KSG. We are systems developers and IT consultants. We are happy to be here. I would like to first recognize the presence of our Honorable State Minister for Trade, Honorable Mbadi. So you're welcome. recognize the presence of Trademark Africa, Trademark Africa. We thank you for putting this together, and of course, the Minister of Trade for inviting us to be a part of this. Before we start, I don't know about you, but normally after lunch, there's that feeling like, yeah, it's time to sleep. I'm told that when you eat, the blood moves from the brain and goes down into the stomach, probably hence the need for sleep. So I'd like us to indulge into something very small. Get up on your feet, and we bring the childhood in us, and then we can start our session. I know I have a very short time, but let me take this opportunity to exercise you a little bit. Let's get the childhood in us out. We are going to sing a song which I know most of you have sung when you are in your nursery school. We are going back to nursery school. So join me as we sing, "If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands." If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know, and you really want to show, if you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know, stamp your feet. If you're happy and you know, stamp your feet. If you're happy and you know, and you really want to show, if you're happy and you know, stamp your feet. If you're happy and you know, shake around. If you're happy and you know, shake around. If you're happy and you know, and you really want to show, if you're happy and you know, shake around. Clap for yourselves. I'm sure we are now awake. So to jump right into it, I would like to go ahead and welcome the panelists today. But before I do that, no, I will just jump right into it. The session today that I'm moderating is about emerging technologies in the facilitation of trade in order to reduce costs of doing businesses and supporting trade. And I have a panel of experts that are experts in their different areas that I'm going to be inviting here. Unlike the other panels, these are going to have to speak about themselves because I think they'll do a better job at that. I'm going to call Mrs. Ampari Maria. I hope I'm not butchering your name. The Senior ICT Officer for MT. Please come and take your seat. That is Maria. Is Maria here? Oh, she's coming. Okay, please, I have a very short time. Kindly, if you could make your way. And then I'll also go ahead and invite Mr. Agustin Sechondwa from NITAU. Is Mr. Agustin here with us? Welcome, sir. Please clap for him as he comes. I also have Mr. Winston Manzi, the chairman of GS1 Uganda. Mr. Manzi, you're welcome. Please take your seat. Then we have Mr. Vincent Tumuijuche. I hope the name is written right, but that's how it is here. The CEO of Future Link Technologies Uganda. Please come. Thank you, my panelists, for coming. We don't have much time. We shall be slotting for each 3 minutes for each question that I'll be pushing your way. So before we get into it, please go ahead and introduce yourselves and say a little bit of what you do. Keep it under 30 seconds, and then we can jump right into it. Starting with Maria, please. I think it's on.
All right. Thank you. Good evening, all protocol observed. My name is Mary. I'm Ompeire Mwesugwa. I work at the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. I head our IT section. I'm a computer scientist by training, but by experience, I have worked with trade information systems and trade facilitation. I'm glad to be here.
Thank you, Maria. Please go ahead.
Thank you, the moderator. Protocol observed. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Augustine Sechiondwa is my name. I'm a senior business analyst working with the National IT Authority Uganda, NITA-U. But most importantly, I'm the focal person for matters relating to digital economy at NITA. Thank you.
Okay, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. As previously announced, my name is Winston Manzi. I'm representing GS1 Uganda, which is a trade facilitation organization primarily concerned with digitizing information and data for trade. I'm happy to be here.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. My name is Vincent Tumwejuche. I'm the CEO of FutureLink Technologies. FutureLink Technologies is a community-driven marketplace for financial services. We are licensed by the central bank as a national payment system operator, and we enable ordinary people in the villages and in towns to access relevant and affordable financial services provided by a growing network of circles on our platform. We have about 200 institutions with a branch network of 350 on the same platform, serving 1 million people. Happy to be here.
Thank you. You can see we have a very able team. We shall jump right into it, but before we do that, we all know that technology plays a vital part in all our lives. And we know that this is the day of technology. Without technology, you can't compete in this market. Now, because that is true, it's important to understand where technology is and where it's going. And just a bit of because I'm an IT guy, I know that we started from what we used to call Internet of Information, which was the first one for exchanging information, sending emails. We went to Web 2, where you have Internet of Things, where things started to talk to each other. Now we have what we call Web 3, which is Internet of Value. So you can see that there's been a lot of change in the space of information technology, but it's also important for us to adopt to these changes, because if we stay behind, then we cannot compete, because the world is moving at a breakneck speed. So it's important to understand this migration and how do we adopt ourselves to these new changes. So as we go into this conversation, I'd like to jump right into it. We have 3 minutes for these conversations that we have. I'll start with Minister of Trade. The first question that I have for you here today is that we know that NDP 3 and NDP 4 prioritizes digitization in general. So what is the ministry's what is Ministry of Trade doing in the digitization space?
Yes, thank you very much. We all know Uganda launched the Digital Transformation Roadmap in 2023. And we are importantly looking at how to use technology to drive economic growth. And economic growth, of course, is the engine for the country. But digital transformation and use of digital tools is like the fuel for this to happen. So at the Ministry of Trade, we have done a number of things in this space. But the approach I think of today, looking at the people we have in the room, is more on what they can do than what the ministry can do, because they are the ones that are in this space. But nonetheless, I'll tell them about a few experiences I've had at the Ministry of Trade that have informed some of the technologies and some of the digital tools that we have. When I started working at the Ministry of Trade, I was in charge of our information. And I received a call from somebody who wanted to export eggs to Comoros. At that time, I knew that Comoros was in the COMESA, but it did not come very immediately to mind that actually Comoros is in COMESA, and if somebody wants to take eggs there, then the first thing that they would benefit from is the relationship that Uganda has with being a member of the COMESA. Nonetheless, I reached out to the External Trade Department, and they gave me a few things I needed to know, and they told me, call agriculture as well. So I called agriculture and got some procedures, and agriculture told me, but they also have to go to URA. So I also called URA. because the person who had called me was known to me, so I needed to get the answer to them. And over time, I kept getting these questions, and I realized there was a problem. We sometimes think of IT in terms of the big things, but there are also the small things, the low-hanging fruits, that we SMEs can benefit from with technology, and that us ministries and government agencies can use to make trade easy. The trade facilitation agreement, Article 1.2, requires governments to be transparent in their procedures. There are procedures for export, for import, and for transit. What the Ministry of Trade has done is something that we have been displaying on the boards, is to do a basic trade information portal that details what you need to know. If you need to take your fruits and vegetables today to Nairobi or to Kenya without going far, or maybe to the US, what do you need? Where do you need to go? What documents do you require? How long does it take you? Which system do you need to log in? How much do you need to pay? And at the basic starting level, as you talked about the revolution we have had in IT, we have provided this information. So the SMEs just need to log to the ugandatrades.go.ug, and they will have these questions answered. We have people that have reached the airport, and with their avocado, I have one example, and the lady called and said, but I'm at the airport and they say I cannot take my avocado, and this avocado is going to get spoiled. And I told them, but you cannot bring fresh fruits and vegetables to the airport when you have not fulfilled the required procedures. But it's because they simply did not know. So if you asked me what we have done, the one thing that I will think of very fast is that, the Uganda Trade Information Portal. We have also been in the policy space, the Electronic Signatures Act, and a number of other interventions. Over.
Thank you, Maria. The question continues. What are some of the challenges? Do you have any challenges that you can share with us? And what are some of the solutions that you have for those?
The challenges, and they are two-way, for us as government and for the SMEs that are in this space. Uptaking digital technologies is, of course, an expensive venture. First-time investment is high, and our infrastructure as governments and as Uganda is not yet there. So, as I told you, for example, I'll use the trade information portal, because if there's anything I would like everybody here to take back is if they need to know how to export, how to import, how to deal with the transit procedures, then they will find the answers there. So when we have developed this tool, then people need to access it. But some people do not have access to the phone, and maybe they do not even know how to navigate the tool. So one of the challenges is the digital divide. We have those who know or that know, and those who do not know at all. So then when we have developed these tools, then you have to think of, okay, now we have developed this tool, but how does my mother in Isinjiro or my relatives in Kotido get to be able to actually use this tool and benefit from the technology that government has invested in? We have had other tools like electronic single window, and it is very easy to go on this single window, apply for a license, and you get it without having to come to the Ministry of Trade. But every day I am having people who are coming and they're saying, they said there is a tool, we want you to show us the tool. Okay, so now I have the certificate. So how do I get the certificate? The skill and the ability to navigate the systems that we have done is still a challenge in our space, at least in our traders and in our SMEs. That is one of the challenges.
Okay. That's a very pertinent issue, because I think a lot of the SMEs would bear witness that, yes, it's an issue for them not to know how to utilize these particular tools when they're available. How are you looking going forward in addressing these gaps? Because it's a gap that I think you're probably thinking about. Are you able to share with us anything on that?
Yes, of course. One of them is to talk about these tools when we meet meetings like this. The other is we are planning to put up information centers at our different parishes, where these tools that we have put can be accessed in these parish information centers for trade. The other is to use the associations, and that's why everybody that is here, when they get to know this information, to take it back to the people that they represent and the people that they deal with, plus the tools that we have. We have a digital skilling initiative spearheaded by the Ministry of ICT. We have a number of SMEs that have registered, and part of the curriculum for that is to take them through also the digital tools that are available, the e-single window, the trade information portal, the UNBS portal, all the portals that are available for their use and that makes their life easier.
Okay. Thank you very much, Maria. I hear this one thing coming out, collaboration, making sure that we are able to tap into these opportunities. So thank you. The next question is, I'm setting it out to Mr. Manzi. Mr. Manzi, can you kindly share with us how a typical SME can tap into a global market using digital tools? Are you able to share something with us on that, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. But before I can pinpoint how an SME can participate in this global picture, allow me to introduce the GS1 organization briefly and what it is that we are focusing on under the theme for leveraging technology to facilitate trade and more so international trade. GS1 Global is an internationally recognized organization that is mandated to distribute barcodes, or what you'd call global trade item numbers, that are recognized worldwide and used most prevalently in information and data management for goods and services going into trade. GS1 Global is a membership organization with a presence in about 118 countries now, and it issues out up to about 10 billion barcodes daily around the world, and over 1 billion products as we speak carry the GS1 barcodes. There are over 2 million companies registered and working with the GS1 barcodes. This is very important for purposes of us locating Uganda in this big picture. The GS1 Global institution is 50 years old, but Uganda only gained membership to this body last year, precisely in December. So we've been in the process of trying to make sure we proliferate the implementation of Uganda-specific internationally recognized barcodes for use in the country. One can ask and say that we have already seen barcodes on almost every product. We certainly see them in the supermarkets when we reach the pay counter, where scanners are used to work out the pricing. Yes, barcodes have been in the country, but unfortunately, all those barcodes were not Uganda-specific barcodes. These are barcodes whom the traders, producers, and manufacturers have been getting from other countries, including our neighbors in Kenya, Tanzania, South Africa, Philippines, the US, name it, very many other countries. So we got to work out and ensure that Uganda gets a space on this global platform, and I'm happy to inform you that we now have a country prefix number, which we shall be using to generate barcodes that identify with Uganda. So briefly, we are the organization that has been accredited to implement these barcodes in Uganda, as we shall see later. Now, coming to the specific question of how SMEs can get into the global picture via the technology that I've just described, the only way is through digitization. Digitization through uptake of ICT technologies that help us to capture data, store it, process it, and disseminate it in real time. The traditional barcodes were stripes of black and white put on packages as you've seen them with numbers, but the anatomy of those numbers is where the secret is. The information stored in those black and white bars is what makes it a very powerful digital tool. The barcode basically has information on product as well as information on the company that is producing or trading or offering that product. Now, recently, with the proliferation of a lot of internet connectivity, there has been a new dimension added to the barcode technology. You have seen now the use of QR codes or the square black and white boxes, which have now added other media onto these barcodes, including documents like PDF documents, including short videos, photographs, etc. So in other words, by adopting these international barcodes, one is able to get their products captured, stored into global networks, huge databases, and they will be known globally, irrespective of whether you are an SME, whether you're a large company, whether you are an individual producer, or any other type of enterprise. So the straight answer to answer your question is that yes, SMEs, through the use of the modern barcode, can get their products into the international market in real time and at a very affordable cost compared to the traditional methods of advertising and other forms of information dissemination.
Thank you, Mr. Manzi. The next question goes out to Augustine. The question to you, Mr. Sechondwa, is that how can the government solve the digital infrastructure development puzzle to enable SMEs to access digital technologies? I think that's a mouthful.
Thank you, the moderator. Maybe for the benefit of our audience, I'm from NITA, and NITA is the regulator of information technology in Uganda. NITA in full is National Information Technology Authority. Quite a lot that government can do. Part of it is already being done by government to solve the infrastructure gaps. One of the key aspects is connectivity and ensuring that connectivity reaches to the underserved. And this is what partly NITA was set out to do and is doing. Ensuring that we extend connectivity to the deepest of the villages. Where private sector would find some reservations to go, for us is where we go. Connectivity, to break it and make it simple, I know most of us make voice calls. For you to be able to make a call, you need what we call network. So without the network, even if you have airtime, you cannot make that call. Now look at connectivity in that perspective. We extend connectivity to ensure that people go online. What we are talking about here, about digital economy, e-commerce, e-government, very simple. E-commerce is taking trade online. E-government is taking government services online. How are people going to be able to go online for trade, for instance, without connectivity? Previously, we had extended our optic fiber cable to a number of regions. 51% of the country had been covered. Now, we are covering, under the Uganda Digital Acceleration Project, which we are currently implementing, we are covering the remaining districts to have it 100%. And even extending our capacity for the NBI from the 40 gigabyte per second to 100 G. This is now going to be a bigger capacity. That is one thing. Two, talking about infrastructure and the digital economy, there are three other aspects which actually form pillars of remote transactions. The first one is digital identity. However much you have connectivity or you would zealously want to go online, but when you cannot identify yourself digitally, you may not be able to make sales online or you may not make purchases. Because the person on the other side wants to know and confirm that you are, what you claim to be is what you are. So digital identity is yet another aspect. Another one is data sharing. Data sharing. Ensuring that data can move to facilitate trade. Ladies and gentlemen, when you talk about e-commerce or digital trade without data sharing, you would be daydreaming. Because for a remote transaction to happen, data must move. However, that data must also move with the precautions, such that it does not set you into troubles. As NITA Uganda, we have put up a platform called the Data and Application Integration Platform, UG Hub, facilitating data to be shared. I know within our audience, there could be people who have walked into banks and they are able to process a loan in a blink of an eye, simply because we have facilitated electronic no customer through that UG Hub or data integration platform. The same thing is going to happen for any other services, including insurance, such that people find ease when they are getting these services because they are critical for electronic commerce. If you don't insure your products, maybe you're going to get challenges as you sell them online. Lastly, the aspect of digital payments, which is also an infrastructure-related aspect, digital payments. These aspects that I'm mentioning are the pillars of operating online, are the pillars of remote transactions, digital payments. NITA, in partnership with the central bank, has devised means of certifying financial technology providers, and in particular the ones who are doing digital payments. All this is coming in for purposes of instilling confidence in our people who are trading online, that you can accept digital payments and then part with a product instead of waiting for cash on delivery. So with all this, government is striving to ensure that the gap for infrastructure is narrowed down, if not so is closed, for the digital economy to thrive. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Sechondwa. I'm hearing so many good technologies, tools, solutions that are here on this panel. But there's still that lingering question in my mind about awareness, because these things are there and they're good. And of course, there is improvement to be made as we go forward, we see that. But how do we make sure that these technologies are accessible to the Omuntu Wawansi, that person at the last mile, the SMEs, the people who are here today, who are looking for those solutions to help them to enhance their businesses? So I think in a way that leads into the conversation of the next question, which is to Vincent. In a way it does, but if it doesn't, then we shall still tackle it. The promotion of private and public partnership. How can government foster innovation and provide a platform for knowledge exchange between the private sector and the government? Vincent, please.
Thank you, moderator, for that very good question. I think this is part of what government should be doing. I don't know whether, for example, these conversations have been happening more regularly. This is one of them, because the work that we are talking about here is not happening just in Uganda. And so the private sector that participants that may have had the privilege of participating in other markets can share very important experiences that can enhance our progress. Now, coming back to our conversation, Uganda as a country that is landlocked needs to understand what is this door to the world, because one of the challenges of Africa is really a fragmented market. You have a fragmented market structure. When you look at Amazon Amazon is able to have 315 million customers, and 51% of them come from US. Now come to Uganda, 45 million. Even when you invest, you basically have to find a way to sell more to someone else. So internet becomes a very important element in that conversation. In fact, Honorable, if there was going to be any war, it would have to be about internet. Fiber is cut in the sea. There has to be something. And not only just the primary links, but also the redundancy of internet. How can government, and I love the submission of NITA, but how can we go an extra mile to ensure that you have redundancy of internet? And when we have had this internet, that the way we use it is cognizant of the responsibility of the contribution to the economy. Again, Honorable, of course, we know that sometimes we've had security challenges and internet has gone off. But for a player that is serving another market, and perhaps you are hosting servers in Uganda, it becomes a very big challenge. In fact, right now, some companies are thinking, how do we host some servers outside Uganda in case internet is switched off? So there has to be a way that we recognize the role that internet plays, and that can be done by government together with the private sector. But another area is to recognize the role of tech investment, technology investment. I think the incentives of investment have been tailored much more towards the things that we can touch. Industrialization, land, and equipment. But when you talk about tech investment, you are talking about intellectual property. And the venture capitalists, the private equity, and this conversation has been going on for financing, these investors are not looking for land. They are looking for capital gains. In other words, I invest $1 million, even if the company doesn't make profit, that after 3 years, I'm able to sell my stake at, say, $5 million. So capital gains is now 4, a difference between what I sell and what I purchased. Because you see, for you to be able to sustainably sustain production, you need capital. And that capital must be long-term. Now, the challenge that we have in Uganda, which I think we can solve from a structural perspective, is that our capital gain tax is the highest in the region. And it is not an incentive for tech entrepreneurs. It is at 30%. When you look at Kenya, 15%. You look at Nigeria, 10%. Last year, 2024, $2.2 billion came into Africa. But only 67% went to only 4 countries. That is Nigeria, Kenya, South Africa, and Egypt. Because of the issue, partly because of the issue of capital gains and the size of the market. So, to solve this problem, I think that we need to really reconsider our incentives for tech entrepreneurs. And then also look at how to extend the markets. Because you see, investing in awareness requires a long-term approach. So what other governments have done, which I think Uganda can actually do in the framework of the African continental free trade area, is that you are having bilateral agreements, for example. You see Rwanda has signed an agreement with Ghana, so that if you have a license from the central bank in Ghana, you don't have another license, you don't have to procure another license in Rwanda. You can actually now just come and operate. That way you extend the market. So you are able to attract investment, create awareness that is necessary, but that is long-term. So that is what perhaps I could actually contribute, because creating awareness in the population is long-term. You cannot do it as an event. It involves cultural transformation. It involves review of curriculums in schools. That is long-term. But when you have someone who is thinking about short-term, it becomes very difficult to invest in such efforts.
Thank you, Vincent. It seems like this is a very pertinent question, because even the next question aligns to the same thinking. This is about digital literacy, and I'll make sure that a few of you can respond to this, but I'll first push it to Mr. Manzi. You've told us about GS1 and the good things that GS1 does, and I'm sure many of the members here may not know what GS1 is, but these are some of the gaps that we have in the space when it comes to literacy, about these different tools and services that are in the market. What ways do you see, what are some of those programs that you see that you are able to think about to come up and make sure that you have these programs going out among the SMEs to help them be able to implement these solutions into their businesses?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. That's a very loaded question, but I'll pick it up from where the two previous speakers got to. Nita has explained to us the importance of digitizing government and the economy and the infrastructure that they are putting in place. And our other colleague was also explaining the relationship between public-private sector efforts in ensuring that we take advantage of these technologies. Now, the barcode technology I alluded to is one of the many digital tools that is relevant for trade. But what is a common denominator is that in the usage of any of these technologies or for their rapid uptake and efficient use, there has to be a commensurate digital technology literacy. What this simply means is the knowledge of how to use digital tools, the use of a number of acronyms, the use of different methods of communication, whether they are written or they are sound or they are in other forms, different symbols, etc. So that is very important, and it connects to the initial comment made by Vincent about having regular and structured engagements between the various users to deepen that literacy. Just like we had basic literacy in school about arithmetic, about reading and writing, we also need to have digital literacy. Fortunately or unfortunately, when the COVID episode came over, world over, many of us were plunged into rapid introduction to some digital and virtual environments. We're able to get on and start using them somehow, but it is important to note that for efficient use and for time-saving methodologies, people need to have digital literacy. A question comes into mind, and I find people saying most of these digital technologies and the literature or the information about them is in the language that may not be of the local ordinary person, but we also know that modern technology has also developed translation tools, so that shouldn't be a problem. Back to our own organization for barcodes, we have already made arrangements to conduct several awareness fora. We shall be working together with the Ministry of Trade and other stakeholders to make sure that we hold regular fora where we can introduce the technologies and also look at the translations that may be necessary. But also another way is dissemination through the various media channels. The traditional TV and radio, but there is now also other social media channels where most of this information can be available and where there is a lot of integration, such that, for example, when we are saying we are going to issue a barcode for a product XYZ, that information can be a form, but can also come out directly through traditional communication channels. So yes, it is important that we must have digital literacy, and we shouldn't take it for granted that everybody can get onto a phone or a laptop and start operating some of these platforms. It is important that for purposes of being efficient and very effective, that people are made aware, and also people get skilled. They need to be skilled at what they are doing. I believe many of you have been into some supermarkets where you find about 5 pay counters, and you see one pay counter has an operator who is able to do payments very quickly and efficiently, and therefore their lines don't become long. And then there are others where you stand in the queue and it takes long. Part of the reason is to do with literacy on how to operate the programs that they are doing. But when you are doing trade and you are involved with, for example, international customers or clients, you need to be tech savvy so that you don't waste time and you don't make mistakes or errors, because any error or any time lost means money. So digital literacy is really very important.
Thank you, Mr. Manzi. I would like to go to Maria. Can you give us the ministry's view on this?
Thank you. The ministry's view will not be different from what Manzi has said. Digital skilling is, we cannot run away from it anymore, but we have to be intentional about it. We have had a management training and advisory center, and part of what it was doing was to impart skills in the adult population. The SMEs, the business people. We have UICT as well, the Uganda Communications and Technology Institute for the adults. But for the young people, I think digital skilling should be part of our education structure right away from primary school to secondary, because we sort of can no longer run away from it. When I was in senior one, they said you either change or change will change you. But also, I think we have work to do as government, as my colleague already rightfully said. If we make connectivity reach 90% of the household, as we have said, if it is easy to access broadband, if our internet-enabled devices are affordable, then somehow some of these things will be easy to come along. I traveled last month, and the country I was in, of course, I ran to the counter, knowing that I was going to find a teller, as my colleague said, but there was no teller. All I needed was to scan my goods, and automatically I have my price, and you move away, because after you've scanned, then you put your card and you move. There was no live attendant, and we must get ready for that, because the change is actually coming. And also for us, the SMEs, we have to have in mind the fact that technology is here, and it is here for us. In our value chain, in our supply and logistics value chain, can we think of how to use technology to actually make our life easier? Can we think of how to use technology to look at our market trends, to look at our customers, and actually give them what they are looking for? And the basic technology of marketing, the basic technology of reaching out and getting customer feedback, I think technology is here, and skilling goes without saying. Some of it will be intentional, some of it will be as a result of what we make available as government and make accessible. Yeah.
Thank you, Maria. I think that I can see Paula signaling me there, but I think I'm finishing. That speaks very well into what I was thinking, because from an IT-based side of things, you think of interesting apps like TikTok, you think of things like WhatsApp.
People are using them.
These are texts that come up and people just adopt them. You don't have to do a lot of much awareness. How about we start thinking from that angle and making sure that we are giving these solutions that allow people to pick interest, adaptable, easy to use technologies? I think that goes a long way in answering many of these questions. So with that, I want to thank you. I see Paula is, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. Thank you very much. Please have your seat. All right, so we're going to go ahead and take some questions. If there's any, just raise your hand. The microphone will find you where you are. I just really was intrigued by the tremendous need for awareness. Recently, I was part of a project that was launching an app for farmers to do business digitally and offer digital solutions. And you'll be surprised by how many Ugandans don't even know the need for a smartphone, don't even know about these digital platforms, you know, let alone doing business digitally. So thank you very much. The need for awareness is big. So we'll take some questions. There's a question over, I hope it's a question, but yes, we'll take a question over there and about 2 more.
Thank you, the moderator, Honorable Minister, Protocol Observed. There's no any way how we can do business without going digital. I am appealing to all the Juakaris, the micro and smalls who are here. If you think that you could do any business when you have not when you not go digital, please try your level of best. This one does not, as soon as you are doing a business, whether you're at any level, a young one, old one, like at my age, you have to do so. Because even if when you are going at the outside and you reach the airport, this business of filling the forms, it is no longer there. So we have to comply. Then my issue goes with the one dealing with the barcode. First of all, I thank you for that because we have been crying for this. And some people were even using the barcode. They could just go to NASA, print anything, they put it there. Even someone who is putting it on any product does not know what it means. And even you, who is using that barcode which they have put on your product, even you don't know what it means. So when you have come out with such an issue, please, we thank you for that. But I'm proposing that since this is very important, why don't we integrate this issue of barcode with the curriculum of either secondary or even universities? Because these are the people who are going to do business, and we need to know a lot about it. So if I thought it is put in the curriculum, for example, entrepreneur at all levels from senior 1 up to senior 6, or even in general papers, I think it will help us to know much about it. Even those who will be coming out, they will know about the barcode and even know how to use it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, any other questions? Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, moderator. We cannot talk about digital trade without talking about the cost of internet. And a very poor network we still continue to experience in our country, Uganda. For example, in our neighboring countries, in Kenya, the cost of 1 GB, it is 0.84. In Tanzania, it is 0.68, while in Uganda, it's $1.56. Is it because we are landlocked or we don't have the internet infrastructure in our country? The other thing is, I would like to supplement on what you have said. Instead of studying the Canadian prairies, which sometimes not helping some of us, why can't we include such things in the what? In our curriculum? Like, for example, I'm training students who have graduated from British school, but they cannot even register business. Why can't we include such things like, for example, understanding government systems. Let's include this in our curriculum so that this one can benefit the whole of country. Instead of people after graduating, they cannot even write an application letter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, so I'll give you room to respond to those two. One is the need to integrate barcodes and that education into the education system. Two is the cost of internet, but also the possibility of teaching the younger people about this.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you very much, the gentleman from Katwe, who raised the observation about integration with curriculum in schools. Actually, what you are pointing out and proposing is a much bigger and much deeper concern. We are very fortunate that our sector ministry is the Ministry of Trade, but I can share with you that other sectors, like the health sector, the pharmaceutical sector, are already approaching us for this digital tool to help them in their endeavor. We have also had discussions with other organizations that deal with a lot of data. The importance of learning and imbibing the use of these digital tools is very, very important. Just before we broke off for lunch, I did a quick check on the bottle of water, which all of us, I think, have on our table. And I was able to see that it has a label which has the address of, the name of the product and the address as being somewhere in Kampala. But there is also a barcode on that very same label. But the barcode, when I scanned it through our system, it tells me that this product is from the US, specifically from a company called Preambulates, and it is issued with a GTN number from the US. In other words, the misinformation that we live with every day, just because we are not using the right tool, can be really very serious. You go into some of our supermarkets that produce their own confectionery, but then they go to Katwe or they go to Nasa Road, as they said, because most of the people think that a barcode is only used for pricing. And somebody gives them a barcode which says that the bread is manufactured in Venezuela. And you imagine what some of our other colleagues who understand this technology think about us when they look at us trying to promote these products with the wrong information on them. So it is true, I agree with your suggestion, it is important to teach this. And these are new trends that people must get to learn at all levels. Curriculum in schools is good, but also extracurricular, adult training, in-service training, all forms of training, awareness should be explored to make sure that people get to know about these tools and get to use them, because they are going to keep on improving and they're going to spread to almost all facets. I have had a virtual discussion with the GS1 branch in Estonia, and the entire public documentation is implemented through barcodes. So when a child gets born in a public hospital, they are assigned a birth certificate which is digital and is issued on a barcode, and it's that same birth certificate that they take for registration, and the child is issued a national identity number digitally, and that digital number will continue to carry all the details of that citizen up to the death certificate. So they don't carry papers, they don't have to keep registering. They register once, and whether it is elections, whether it is application for a job, whether it is opening a bank account, whether it is adding a new degree, all of it gets registered and stored on the database that is operated by a barcode. That is how important the barcode can be.
All right. Would anyone like to address the issue of the cost of internet in Uganda? He raised
Yeah. Thank you so much for that observation. Indeed, the cost of retail internet in Uganda is still high. But part of the solution lies in infrastructure sharing. And this is the deliberate move that we're taking as government to see that infrastructure for transmission of internet can be shared with the private sector. When we are doing the national backbone infrastructure, when we're laying the optic fiber cable, we ensure that we are laying it along open standards, such that any internet service provider can connect if they so wish. So it is an open network. Now, when we start to share infrastructure, the cost of maintenance of such infrastructure will extremely go down. And this is what is still driving the cost of retail internet. So maybe we would request that you pray for us, that as we lay this and then open for the private sector to tap in, they would find comfort with that kind of arrangement. We are talking to them to see that they can tap into this. You do not need to lay fiber where another ISP has been, because that is going to be duplication of effort. Lay and another can tap from you. Fiber is just one thing, but there are also other aspects that come along. For instance, the transmission sites. You could leverage the same transmission site to connect an area than each one of you running or operating a transmission site. So these are some of the initiatives we're undertaking, and we know we're going to get there. Once we successfully implement infrastructure sharing, we are optimistic that the cost of internet will drastically go down in retail terms. As I wind up, I had somebody talking about routing what we are talking about into our education structure, our education system. This is something that we've been stressing all along with the National Curriculum Development Center, with the Ministry of Education, with the National Council for Education, to see that we root this message of digitization, of the digital economy, of e-commerce, into the minds of our people at the rightful stage. It is a question that has been put specifically to me on a number of forums that I've participated in. For instance, when we are discussing matters of the EAC, East African Community E-commerce Strategy, which we are bound to implement as Uganda, same question keeps coming up. Why don't you ensure that this is rooted within your education structure? When we are negotiating the digital trade protocol for the AfCFTA, Africa Continental Free Trade Area, same is coming up. But the solution is to get this within our education structure. There's a popular hashtag, I think it was URA that was running with it. Get out of the line, please get online. Because the line, the physical line is very inconveniencing. I want to end with that hashtag. To whoever is here, please get out of the line, get online. The line, you're going to, there's quite a lot of inconveniences in the physical line. Thank you so much.
Thank you, yes, sir.
I just wanted to add just 2 points to that on the cost of internet. Internet penetration right now stands at 2 million. And one of the contributing factors is that when you have few people contributing to the cost, then the few people have to bear the cost. That is how, from a business perspective, it works. So one of the ways that government could actually help solve that is to enable, to set aside some of the structural barriers to access to market. Think about if government, beyond the warehouse regulatory authority that has been set up, if government was able to provide a buffer for the produce of farmers, just pretty much like you have NIRA, because NIRA is basically keeping information on behalf of the people. So likewise, government can participate in the warehousing, not just as an authority, as a regulator, but as a participant. Ensure that there is a buffer for produce. Pay the farmer some subsidized costs, some enhanced income for their produce, and then keep the produce for the time when there is scarcity, and then release it to the market, to the public, and then enable that warehouse to be integrated with other systems, create APIs. For example, I just mentioned that on our platform you have 1 million people, most of whom are farmers. If they were able to also sell from finance, you have a connection between finance to production to market, a closed system. So you have more information that can be use cases. From that, you can have more use cases of internet and have more people participating and using internet and be able to contribute to the development cost. Then the other element is again now the cost of capital. When you look at MTN, Airtel, most of these do not manage their own infrastructure. They pay someone else who must get capital from somewhere else. So you have companies to whom these network operators have outsourced the maintenance of their network. But these companies must get financing from somewhere. If you look at a country like Mauritius, Mauritius is 30 million people compared to Uganda's 45 and more. It's an island. But because of the issue of capital gains, they structured their financing in such a way that the cost of capital in Mauritius, the average cost of credit is 7%. And that is contributed by the fact that you have more institutional investors bringing in money to Mauritius, and then they finance other countries in Africa. So as the money is sitting in their bank accounts before it comes to Uganda, because there are some companies that are in Uganda and in other markets who host their money in Mauritius. So before you have use for it, it is seated in Mauritius. And that money can be lent to the SMEs in Mauritius. So that is how they are able to maintain the cost of credit for the SMEs. It's very low. But think about Uganda. We have business SMEs borrowing at 36%. You cannot now maintain, even if that service was outsourced to you, you cannot maintain that network at the cost that otherwise it would be possible. Yeah.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for this panel. I think you've done well. And I really hope that the awareness issue will be taken seriously. I think this is one of the reasons why many things in our country seem to go without, solutions, because awareness. People do not know. People don't have this information. Thank you very much. You may take your seats. We'll have a picture. She knows her rights. That's okay. We'll have a picture and then take your seats, and then we can continue to our next conversation. Media team, over to you. Would love to have the honor of the Honorable General Minister to join this picture. Ask and you will what? Receive. All right, another round of applause for this panel. Thank you very, very much. All right, so in all the conversations we're having, the goal really is to have growth, especially in the trade environment. And one of the things that has come up constantly is just the challenges that especially SMEs face. So for our next conversation, we would love to look at the organic growth of SMEs. That's the challenges, the opportunities, and the lessons from local government. But also, earlier, there's a couple of challenges that were raised, and would love to start by dealing with those. So our next moderator is going to start by dealing with some of the things. Maybe not all of them, but he's going to address some of those challenges, some of those issues on behalf of the Ministry of Trade. So ladies and gentlemen, join me while we welcome the Commissioner of Processing and Marketing at the Ministry of Trade. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause while he comes. And of course, after addressing some of these issues, he will call up the next panel, and then we'll start to land this plane. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, moderator, Honorable Minister, and colleagues in the House. Good afternoon. Yeah, allow me take you through this session where we are going to discuss the topic of organic growth of SMEs, opportunities, challenges, and lessons from local government development programs. We are all aware that the MSMEs are the engine of growth of our economies, as they contribute significantly to the job creation, wealth creation, and economic development. And globally, all economies strive to ensure that the SMEs sustainably grow. So here in this session, I want to call upon the following panelists. Mr. Musinguzi Ronald, who is representing the Commissioner of Local Economic Development, Ministry of Local Government. Then I need to have Ms. Lucy Babirye, representing the Commissioner of Cooperative Development, Mr. Bob Bario Barije. Then we have Samuel Waswa, representing the Executive Secretary of Uganda Small Scale Industries Association. And last but not least is Chairperson, District Commercial Officers Association, Chigozi James. Yes, and I think we can welcome them with a round of applause. I'll ask them, we have like 9 minutes per person, and therefore 1 minute for introduction. Since I've already done that, but at least talk about yourself. So start from the extreme left. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. By names of Wasa Samuel. I work with Uganda Small Scale Industries Association as a policy analyst and the head of research. Uganda Small Scale Industries Association has been in existence since 1979, and last year we celebrated our 45th anniversary. So we have been serving micro, small, and medium industries for over 45 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you, moderator and chair of the session. I'd request to stand on the protocol that has already been observed. I am Leonard Musinguzi. I come from the Ministry of Local Government and the Local Economic Development Department. At Ministry of Local Government, our focus is on coordination, supervision, and inspection to ensure that we have growth of local economies. Okay. Because, as you may be aware, as government, we have dwindling remittances from the center. Therefore, we have to have resource mobilization from the local economies for us to be able to augment government. Therefore, our focus at the Ministry of Local Government and the Local Economic Development Department is to ensure that there is environment at local government level for them to be able to thrive and create business at local government level. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next.
Thank you very much. Moderator.
Thank you very much, moderator. Chigozi Musaz James are my names. I'm a development economist. At the same time, I'm the principal commercial officer of Mubende Municipal Council and the chairperson of commercial officers in Uganda. Yes. Basically, this Department of Trade was introduced in Uganda. Actually, it became a department in 2018. And its main aim is to facilitate processes of wealth creation and increasing citizens' income levels as a key responsibility of local governments in Uganda through local economic development. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, moderator, and the chairperson of this session, Doctor. The Honorable Minister, all protocol observed. Babidia Lucy is my name. I'm a senior cooperative officer, standing in for the Commissioner of Cooperatives, Mr. Bob Baliji. I work with the Department of Cooperatives. And the Cooperatives Department, we do register cooperatives. We do train them. We do arbitrate their matters. We do audit cooperatives, among others. Thank you for inviting me to be part of this.
Thank you very much.
Session.
We can now start our interaction. Let's straight away go to local government. We have all gone through the NDP4, and we have seen that NDP4 has prioritized the local economic development strategy implementation. So what do you see or envision as the most critical issues or challenges and steps necessary to take to achieve sustainable growth for SMEs?
Thank you, Chair, for the committee. And from the Ministry of Local Government perspective, like I mentioned earlier, our focus is on coordination, supervision, and inspection. And from the local economic development perspective, we look at increasing household production for us to increase household incomes. We look at increasing investments from the private sector and other players in the market to create more jobs. We also look at increasing revenue for local governments. That is the focus of the local economic development. But we are cognizant of the fact that that one cannot happen without onboarding, proper onboarding of the private sector. We are cognizant of the fact that private sector embodiment in these processes will be able to bring about to the jobs, the necessary jobs, also the necessary investments to bring household incomes up, but also to be able to raise revenues for local governments. Now, how do we do that? For the private sector to deliver the dividend that we need from it, we must be able to create an environment that is conducive enough for them to thrive. We are now looking at moving away from comparative advantage of different localities. For instance, if you are able to produce comparatively better than me a product, for instance, look at Matoke, you may be able to produce comparatively better than Isingiro, but do you have a competitive advantage because of the mass production? And I will talk about that one when I come to talk about embedding technology in production processes. So we are saying that now we need to move away from looking at comparative advantage to focusing on competitive advantage, that we create a private sector that is competitive enough for it to be able to thrive in the market. What are we doing? As the Ministry of Local Government and Land Department, we are ensuring that we embed local economic development in the planning, conceptualization, and budgeting of local governments. We embed local economic development in the conceptualization and budgeting of local governments. We are also ensuring that we increase the number of fully financed projects. I'll talk about that when I'm talking about the issue of public-private partnerships. We also now increase collaborative partnerships between the private sector for economic development. We also facilitate the creation of an enabling environment for private sector to thrive. And we also have a governance structure in place, which is the Local Economic Development and Investment Committee. Background to that is by up to 2014, we had two committees running in district local governments, and that was the District Investment Committee. And there was also the District Resource Teams, which was a committee comprising of the District Technical Committee members. In collaboration with Uganda Investment Authority, we are able now to merge this committee and come up with the Local Economic Development and Investment Committee, which committee is charged with the responsibility of ensuring that we have an environment that is conducive for private sector development and private sector investment. The Local Economic Investment Committee is comprised of all the technical staff at the district. It is also comprised of the private sector players, civil society organizations, and the academia. And these different stakeholders play different roles on the LEDICS, the Local Economic Development and Investment Committee. And at this point, I would like to request the private sector players that are in this congregation to take interest in that Local Economic Development and Investment Committee, because it is an umbrella organization that brings the various stakeholders at the local government level for them to be able to come up with position papers to inform the agenda, the district agenda, in terms of where investments are going to be. Take, for example, we have seen situations where a road is constructed going nowhere because there is a political leader A. We are saying that now, because we need the private sector to be involved and the civil society organizations to be involved, now we need to see roads going to where dividends can be got. Okay. Can we have roads going to tourism centers? Can we have roads going to those areas where we can get economic dividend in the what? In the district. The other area, I don't know whether, Chair, my time is quickly spent. We are looking at how we can incorporate in the process, the planning process, the climate change issues, and also the refugee as those as cross-cutting issues. Refugee issue is happening because of the stress it is creating on the productive resources in the country. And now it is incumbent on us as government to ensure that the issues relating to climate change and the refugees are incorporated in our planning process. I would like to quickly mention that our focus is intended to create infrastructure and create interventions that are going to make and enable the private sector to thrive, for us to be able to create more jobs, for us to be able to increase household incomes and also revenue for the local governments. I will submit.
Thank you very much for those submissions. Now, let's go to this commercial officer. We know that these commercial officers, of course, now we have city commercial officers and municipality, are the foot soldiers of the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, in line with commercial services. So what could be the missing link in enabling these commercial officers to play their transformative roles and impact on the cooperatives and SMEs growth? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator. One of the first things is about limited funding. You realize that even yesterday we talked about it here, that Minister of Trade is always underfunded. And it is exactly true. There is no way this economy can grow without industrialization, without these SMEs growing. So this department is really underfunded. It is incapacitated actually to ensure that they build the capacities of these SMEs fully. Two, there is also limited collaborations. Yesterday we had discussions here with UNBS. You will see that even when UNBS they come over to local governments, there is no collaboration at all. We have discussed these things for quite some time, that we need to see there is a collaboration between these mandated institutions, such that we are able to follow up their activities. They might not be followed up, but at least when they come, we work with them, we are able to follow up the work they have done, simply because they don't have the labor, the manpower. Two, they need also to build the capacities of these commercial officers. At least the preambles, they are able to tell them, but you find most of these MSMEs have failed because of them. They have complex bureaucratic hurdles and regulations, where most of them fail even to registration, even to get the marks and those kind of things. Also, under this, you will find that also there are complex business registration and licensing processes by URSB. So it is our humble request, some of these mandated organizations to work with the local governments, because these are the hosts of the SMEs and actually the local economies, whereby they are able to follow up, especially in registrations. Some of them fail to register themselves simply because these days they tell them to register online. And some of these, they don't know some of these digitizations. But if you have these collaborations very well, they can also be helped at local government levels. And two, we have local tax policies, sometimes by URA. It is true that we need local revenue, but at the end of the day, we are so harsh to these people. URA is no longer doing assessments as they are supposed to be. You will find that they have this presumption tax, and most of them have collapsed. For example, in Mubende, we have over 40 businesses which have collapsed because of URA. Two, we need also to review the trade policy, such that the roles of commercial officers towards SME is actually very well elaborated. Two, we need also to make sure that we have business orders in the local governments, whereby these instruments, the rates and the grades, these businesses need to be put in one place, such that they can also enjoy the forward and backward linkages for their sustainability. And thirdly, under the trade policy, we need to make sure that the role of commercial officers, especially in informalization of businesses, is realized. You'll believe with me that almost 80% of SMEs, most of them are still working in informality. Simply because some of these roles were taken over by the finance department. For them, their mission is only to collect revenues from them, nothing like nurturing them. So we need to see that this is also addressed. At the same time, you will see that we had a program sponsored by World Bank called TREP, Tax Expansion Program, Tax Registration Expansion Program, whereby we used to have one-stop center at local governments. But the MOU, where you could find a URA, URSB, and the local governments. So right now it becomes difficult for people, sometimes who fail even to register online, they have to move to Kampala or to some of the regional offices. But we need to see that this trip was very important. If we can see a way of how we can put it back, it will be the best. Also, we are talking about an economy to be private sector led. We want to see engagements of these citizens of Uganda, such that we encourage public-private dialogues at local governments, in these local governments, so that they are able to discuss their own issues and they can find out solutions for themselves. This alone will stop talking about credits. This is where we think that people can discuss about how do we mobilize funds locally. How do you make ourselves be sustainable? Such that we encourage people to save more than accessing credits and finances in different institutions, which are very expensive. 3, we want to make sure that, as you are aware, because most of our business, they register and they collapse. Actually, according to the report, which was in a Guardian of 16th February 2016, you will see that Uganda will register so many businesses. We have so many entrepreneurs, but they cannot sustain for more than 3 years. And those are some of the areas we need to start more discussions. And also to ensure that we build the capacities of these departments at local governments, whereby you will see they will play a big role to ensure that they provide business development services to sustain these SMEs. And also you have a challenge that you find that, for example, business development services is under Ministry of Finance. These are the people with budgets for business development services. But what role are they doing in building the capacities of these SMEs? We would like to see there is a consolidation, especially on resource allocation. Resources should go to the right places to ensure that those are responsible for development of these organizations. They are dying off simply because resources are hidden somewhere. We need to make sure that these commercial officers are key people in skilling these SMEs, which they are able to. Okay. But because of lack of resources, those things happen. And then finally is the issue of making sure that we ensure that we review also the local economic development policy, which was established in 2014. We need, because that will bring the public-private partners, and there is no way this economy will grow unless when we have encouraged these partnerships to take place. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's now go to the practitioners who's here. Again, we are aware that NDP 3 and NDP 4 all aim to transform SMEs. reduce informality, and achieve growth with a number of initiatives and strategies that the government has put in place. Could you share with us some of the recommendations that you propose could help the SMEs to leapfrog and contribute to the tenfold growth strategy based on the initiatives that have been put in place? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator. In the morning, one of the panelists stated that when a large-scale industrialist and small-scale industries, or SME, go and approach them, will give the priority to the large-scale, basing on the number of jobs large-scale is going to bring on plate. There's one thing we forget, that in any thriving economy, large scale cannot stay without small scale. They cannot exist. They complement each other and depend on each other for sustainable growth. Therefore, it is a mistake to give one side, like the large scale, the first priority, and think about the small scale later. Research shows that 80% of the materials that are used by small scale are produced by large scale. It will be very rare to find a company on large scale making beds. It is the metal fabricators of Katwe. If you leave them to move on their own, then large scale won't have market. So it is like a washing, and when it comes to put the cloth on the wire, you end up putting it in the soil. I know government has tried its level best, or what it can, to come up with programs that are aiming at developing the SMEs. But there are times when you put things in place, at the same time, we put policies that challenge the programs we are putting in place. For example, under the industrial park policy, SMEs are supposed to take 20%, if I'm not mistaken. But the way the industrial parks are designed, they give you land and you establish infrastructure, right? How many SMEs can set up an infrastructure? If you give them land, it's like you are kicking them out. Why don't you set up the infrastructure, equip it with the material or with the machines, then they come and utilize them, then you are helping them. When it comes, let's say, very recent, we amended the PPDA Act, and we included the SME under the public procurement, giving them 30%. But at the same time, we made it open to East African countries are regarded as residential. We made it open. Will the SME be in a position to compete with them? Forgetting, like how they said yesterday, that trade is a war. We are making our economy to be open to everyone, to foreigners. Yes, we need them because they are good investors. They have huge amount of capital. They can invest. And we can also have that technological transfer from them. But let us have a limit. When Trump raised trade restrictions on Canada,
The following day, Canada said we are going to raise the price on the electricity that we are supplying them. We are supplying USA. Trump had it resolved. That shows that trade is a war. When someone points at you the gun, do the same. Okay. The moderator asked me to talk about the recommendations that I think. But please allow me, within just 2 minutes, I talk about the challenges first before I give. We came up, one of the panelists, the previous panelist, talked about the hashtag of URA, which says, stay in the line, get out of the line, please stay on the line, in the line. But look what the compliance policies that you are putting in place, they are pushing these people to move out of the line. Can I give an example? They brought DTS as a way of reducing compliance and under declaration, right?
Yes.
But someone who deals in wine buy a digital stamp at 110 Ugandan shilling. So as a producer of wine, if I needed to produce 500,000 bottles of wine, because in production, the more you produce, the lesser cost of production. So it means that I need 55 million to produce 500,000 bottles. So if I cannot raise the 55 million just for digital stamps, it means I'm going to produce, depending on my capacity of purchasing the digital stamp. Therefore, I'm hindering production, but I want to reduce compliance under declaration. 2, there is withholding tax. If I buy a car on 18 million and I sell it at 20 million, that means my profit is 2 million, right? So when URA is withholding or is implementing the withholding tax, does not charge on 2 million, will charge on 20 million. So almost 800,000 is withheld. You are holding the capital, claiming that you use it to set off my tax at the end of the year. If I buy cars in the January and I wait for you to set off my tax at the end of the year, are you aiming at developing?
Okay.
So, just to, as SMEs, we have challenges of not allowing others to involve in our business. You find someone is the director, procurement manager, accountant. So when you find this person on the way talking, for you think maybe this person, there is a new song that has come on board and he's singing, not knowing that it is company meeting ongoing. So let me go back, let me go straight to the recommendations.
Okay, you had given some in the beginning.
Okay.
2 minutes.
Okay, very fast. I believe they said SME contributes 80% on the country's GDP. It is unfortunate that it is just a mere department under Ministry of Trade. If we have Ministry of Luwero, Ministry of Kalamoja, why can't we have a ministry, independent ministry for SME, micro, small, and medium? India already has this. They have been able to develop because you have to get people who understand the sector, people who have their own budget.
Okay, RAPEX has just ended, so that will be another phase. Thank you. That's all?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Okay. Someone talked about the issue of the the barcode and said we have secured. Yesterday we agreed that we have not made the payments. I humbly request Honorable Minister General Mbadi, WHTO has already given us this money. Why don't we clear this thing? We finish it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Others, you will bring them later. Let's have the last one now from the Register of Cooperatives. Madam Lucy, we are aware that government has provided support to cooperatives through different initiatives, such as Microfinance Support Center, financing, Emioga, PDM, and others through Ministry of Local Government, Ministry of Gender and Social Development. Can you elaborate on why are these cooperatives not picking up at a pace that is expected from the support extended to them? And later you can tell us also what needs to be done in order to achieve the tenfold growth strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I thank the members present and Honorable Minister for giving me the chance to discuss the issues at hand. Dear members, we should accept and acknowledge that cooperatives cannot be ignored in our economy. They are a potential driving force for our production, for our value addition, and marketing. So the reason government is coming up with all these initiatives to support the cooperatives, just as the chair has just mentioned, the government is providing finances to cooperatives through the Microfinance Support Center. Government has supported the cooperatives of Emioga. Government has also supported the PDM circles. Yesterday, we saw from one of the discussants from the UNBS, she was trying to tell us about the benefits of working together, where you can easily get the accreditations and obtain the standard, the S marks and the standardization of the products through the group registrations. We are aware of the cooperatives marketing together through the cross-border trade. We are seeing associations and cooperatives coming up to sell in big numbers. But we still have the challenges, much as the benefits are still seen, but we are seeing that the cooperatives are not coming out clearly to perform to the best of the government expectations and even the population as well. So one of the challenges we still face in the cooperatives is the weak leadership. We have leaders taking on their roles in the cooperatives, businesses, and they don't know what they are supposed to do. What are they supposed to perform in their specific roles? So we see that a leader who is not well informed cannot easily guide. So this is one of our major challenge, the leaders not knowing what they are supposed to do. Much as the leaders don't know what they're supposed to do, it also cuts across to the membership. We realize that the cooperatives used to perform way back in the so many years back. They were thriving in this country. But right now, you realize that the members or the people don't understand the way cooperatives operate. So we still have that limited membership education, education. Members of the cooperatives don't know well how cooperatives operate. So this is also another challenge to why our cooperatives are not performing to the best. Ladies and gentlemen, you realize we form cooperatives and still lack management in these institutions. By the time I came to the department, I had never taken any training in any form of a cooperative just because in our curriculum we don't have particular areas to educate the students about the cooperatives. So we have a knowledge gap even in the managers we are producing today on how to manage cooperatives. In the curriculum, it is not well spelled. The cooperative business is not well elaborate. So, but looking at the new Cooperatives Act, government is proposing for incorporation of the curriculum, in the curriculum to incorporate the teaching about the cooperative model. Chair.
Okay. Yes.
Do I still have my time?
1 minute.
Oh. Okay. I still had challenges, but let me jump quickly to the interventions.
Interventions, yes.
Yeah, maybe I can spell out a few. What we need to do, we need to carry out more education to the members of the cooperatives, the managers of the cooperatives, and then the leaders of the cooperatives. We, as government, we need to extend these services. We need to improve on information dissemination. You realize people don't know about cooperatives, and the people who know about the cooperatives are not directly involved in the practice. So we need to disseminate more information about the cooperatives. Thank you, Chair, for now.
Thank you very much, and I'll give 1 more minute to the colleague from Morocco government. If you have some burning information you needed to share, please, 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Chair. We operate in a space that, like the commercial office of Mbende has mentioned, that there are quite a number of infrastructure that has been put in place for us to be able to activate the participation of private sector. We seem to be operating in silos. The government made a decision to move from sector planning to program planning, and that was meant to be a driver for business development. There is a very good project that OWC put in the Rwenzori region, agri-led project which brought on board agro-processing facilities and a number of infrastructure, roads, markets. But you find that you go to a market and you find that it is not having electricity. Electricity is a government, a public good. Now, you go to Ministry of Energy, they are saying you are going to write through UEDCL. Now, you can see all those bureaucracies at government level. Now, if we have such bureaucracies at government level, when we are supposed to operate as a program, how are we going to ensure that we leverage on the infrastructure that is in place for us to be able to deliver a public good? That is one. Secondly, we have, I'm very glad that the Ministry of Trade and Cooperative, Industry and Cooperative has thought of bringing all stakeholders, and I think we are taking this discussion very seriously. Talk about the Public-Private Act came into force in 2015, and then the guidelines. That is an area where the private sector should be seen to perform. We have national guidelines, we also have local government guidelines that enable the private sector to come in and partner with the local governments and government to deliver services to our people. But I will bet you that if you are to do a sample, you find that this is not popularized enough for people to know that we have such an opportunity for us to be able to invest in such ventures, public-private partnerships. We have been trying to create awareness about special purpose vehicles in local governments, which are an investment arm of local government that is supposed to bring on board the private sector to invest with ease, because they are the special purpose vehicle will have all the enabling environment for private sector to thrive. But you find that it is being implemented at a very, very, very slow pace. When you go to different local government, the special purpose vehicles are not being implemented. We have, allow me to mention this as I come to a close of this. In conjunction with the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, we have been trying to have discussions with the World Food Program around the grain trade ordinances, and to be able to implement the grain policy. Until today, we have not been able to churn out the ordinance for Mubende. Reason is that there is political interference in the process of coming up with that ordinance. The commercial officer has been trying to get on board the politicians to approve it, so that now it can be taken to the Solicitor General. There is no, he has hit a headway, and we are still discussing. The meeting is in the next 2 weeks to further discuss, but we have been able to pull off only one, which is for Isinjiro. So those are some of the critical issues that we need to address for us to be able to support the private sector to come in and invest in some of these areas. Because if you don't have the grain policy and you don't have the ordinance, the grain policy is in place, but if we do not have ordinances in place, lately you cannot just go to Tanzania and load rice and bring it. You can't go to Rwanda and load beans, they produce beans. There is a grain policy, there is a grain ordinance. As I close, we have the primary producers. It was mentioned here this morning. Like now when you go to Rira as an area, you find that there are quite a number of primary producers who produce oil, and it is now given to Mount Meru and other players in the market to produce refined oil for export. But the moment you now suffocate the lower primary producers, you are creating a disincentive for production. Because we are saying that to achieve a tenfold growth strategy, if we are at 58% and we want to go to 500, you can calculate the percentage. And sometimes now we shall have to move to maybe growing at the 20% per annum if we are to achieve that. How do we achieve it when we are not supporting the private sector? Startup capital. I want to end with startup capital. We have a population, the census results indicated that the percentage of youth in the country is huge. But who is focusing on the youth in terms of patient startup capital? The youth cannot afford, the youth and women cannot afford collateral. That is one, they don't have collateral because of our tenure system, like land tenure system. They cannot access productive resources. So if we don't have a deliberate efforts on board the youth by giving them affordable and patient capital to start a business, it means that they are going to be edged out of business forever, and we are going to continuously have grievances from that section of the population.
Thank you very much, Ronald for that discussion. I gave him some more minutes because I wanted us to hear the opportunities that are within the local governments. And I think the private sector in the room, you have heard that there are a number of opportunities that we need to take advantage of that. So I want to stop here in the meantime from the panelists, and maybe we can give some minutes to the audience. And
thank you very much. A round of applause.
So, thank you very much, the panelists, for that comprehensive discussion. Thank you.
All right, we'll take a few questions. There is one burning one over there, and then we'll start to land this plane. All right.
Thank you so much, the panelists, for yesterday and today. My name is Irene Ngonzeba, and I am a director and founder, Nanik Irene Enterprises. We are the home of natural remedies. We do mainly oils. So one about UNBS. I would love to satisfy all the products that we make. But the challenge we face that if I have, say, 20 products, and each product you have to pay 500,000 a month for it, and your capital is 5 million, it means you're going to use all your capital on certification, and you'll not be able to continue production. And then, I don't know if there is a way the government could regulate funds at the bank. For example, the money that was for Grow project, instead of putting it at the bank, it would have been nice if they would identify, for example, that if I need an oil extractor, you provide me with the oil extractor and I pay back slowly. An arrangement like that would be better than putting the money in the bank, because sometimes it is diverted to other bank products. And to the IT, I would like to inquire if at all they have plans of creating a platform whereby we can access all the things that are available in Uganda and where they are located. For example, there is a forum called Made in China. When you go to it, you're able to see that if you need a humidifier, you can get it in this supermarket at this cost. And that kind of platform does not exist in Uganda. Also, regarding SMEs, I think Uganda, we are rich in agriculture, and we trade in agriculture products, because even what I'm doing is value addition to agriculture. It would be nice if we protect the indigenous grains and species if we are to continue supplying the unique agricultural produce, because initially farmers used to grow maize, but now the grains they bring, they are not able to produce. You have to keep paying money to get seeds. Yet initially, we used to have our initial species. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Any other questions? So a hand on this side of, okay. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam, and the moderator. First of all, my first comment is with the cooperatives. And you have talked of so many challenges. I think even the policy which is made by the government is also a challenge, whereby you talked of people failing to form cooperatives or forming cooperatives, and fail to sustain them, or those who knows about cooperatives, they shy or they don't join these cooperatives. The problem with the policy of the government, mainly on the PDM and others, they just inform people to form cooperative because they are expecting some money from the government. And these cooperatives are formed for the purpose of getting money from the government, from PDM. And if that money is finished, that is the end of the cooperative. And these people, they don't form cooperatives themselves for the purpose of at least growing, for the purpose of helping themselves, but they are forming these cooperatives. Mainly, the government is going to give the money. And either through the commercial officers or through the chiefs, they go on telling them, please form cooperatives so that you can get money. And in such a circumstance, you expect these cooperatives, these circles, not to grow, but to end when the money has ended. So maybe the government will continue giving them money so that to sustain these cooperatives. Then, my colleague from the SME, I support you, though you were given just a little time to view out some of these things. As someone said earlier, most of these people, most of the addresses we are on micro and small. And we are given little time to have to see our views or to hear our views. So next time, when you are organizing these things, please let every panel which is there, at least we have an SME or the practice who will at least views. But most of these people, we are not at least touching like the way how my colleague has said. Then to add on his voice, we had the parks, the national parks, and this goes to the ministry and mainly to the commissioner. Most of the districts and region got parks, national parks, and we are supposed also to get the national parks for the either Juakari or for the micro and small. But for the Kampala, and I don't know what is happening with the Machindye Salama National Park, which is there, and I don't know whether it is really helping the Juakaris or it is helping individuals, and I want to know at least how far have you reached at least, because we are supposed even to put there the common facilities in that park so that even those who will not get some of the places to at least some of the opportunity to get places there, at least they can use the common facilities which we are supposed to be put in the national park, and mainly in that Machindi. Here in Katwe, we travel at times to Yuri or at times to Nakawa so that we can either get some of these facilities, but the program was we should get common facilities which could be used by most of us. That's.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, we'll get right into it. I think we'll start with the plans of creating a platform where to access all Ugandan products to ICT. Would any of you like to address that? Plans to, somebody asked about creating a platform where to access all Ugandan-made products. And they gave the example of China, how they have made in China a whole platform. Is there plans for Ugandan products to have something like that?
Yeah, I think it is a government program to see that at least, first of all, there is support of Bubu, such that we support our locally produced goods. you will see that it will be better. I think it is just an improvement to see that at least in each and every local government, we can have those showrooms on locally produced what? Goods, such that some of these things can be supported. And secondly, that platform needs to be done, especially when you have clear engagement with these local entrepreneurs, which I think our commissioner can add on.
Thank you very much. I think this is one of the strategies under the Bubu policy, and I would request Mr. Karega to shed more light on when we are having that platform. But I know that it has been planned. Karega, can you give more information on that? Thank you. On the locally produced products market.
Thank you, Doctor. I think it is just a matter of passing on information, but there are so many platforms that are online. Some are private, but as a ministry, what we are trying to do now is to organize what are called Bubu centers. We have a plan to establish Bubu centers where we shall have products being displayed, local products in particular regions. And we shall also be having Bubu expos. But the platforms are there, and there are many where you can go and find out on local products.
All right. So for the rest of the questions, there's a few questions at the back. If you could just take the microphone there, and then we'll bring this to an end.
Okay, thank you. Let me respond to the one of the development of Makinde Industrial Park. Yes, we are aware that the land has been there with the artisans utilizing it. We have included it in the next financial year's budget, and if resources allow, we should be able to have it, but we are developing the paperwork for it. Thank you. In respect to other industrial parks, again, it is a policy that all industrial parks should gazette at least 20 acres within the main industrial parks land for SMEs. And so we may not need to have separate industrial parks for SMEs or Joakadis, but within the industrial parks, we should be able to develop those SME parks. Thank you.
I'm not sure if this is on.
It's on. It's
Can
on.
you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much. Mine is not a question, but supplementary information to the question that was asked about having a common place where all products, Ugandan products, are done. As I said earlier in the previous panel, if we can register all the Ugandan products with barcodes, we are able to produce what is known as a national product catalog, and that national product catalog will feed into a digital platform where there will be information about the products as well as the companies that produce them. I was actually pleasantly surprised when they gave us a hard copy catalog in front of us, Bubu catalog. It has addresses and indications of some of the products. Yes, this is a starting point in hard copy, but if we work together to promote the unique identifiers, we can have a digital platform in a reasonably short time. Thank you.
All right. One more. Thank you very much for that, sir. There's one more right next to you. Another one, then we'll be done.
Thank you so much. Also not a question, but if I understood very well the concern that she raised, is that there's a need to have a one-stop place or a one platform where somebody can come and see all that we supply. It is actually a B2B platform, business to business. In Uganda, the approach we used is we started with the government services, that we want to have a single platform where all services of government that are offered online can be accessed. So the next step, which we are discussing with the Minister of Trade, is to see that we also have a B2B platform, just like you see China having it. So yes, I arrest your fears that this is in pipeline and you will have it when the time comes. Thank you.
All right.
Can I go?
Thank you.
The gentleman, then you can go.
Thank you. I'm George Mutakoha, the Principal Commerce Officer for Kakumiro District. I would like to add something on Madame Lucy's presentation, that there are other direct and vivid evidences of government interventions to supporting our cooperatives. For example, under EMIOGA, the additional 20 million direct injections to our counties, which government is giving every constituency in Uganda. For the case of Kakumiro, we are getting 20 million per EMIOGA circle, which makes 1.8 billion for our 3 constituencies in the 5 years. Then for EMIOGA, we are getting 10.5 billion direct injection to our parishes. We have 105 parishes, and that is a benefit, direct injection by government to cooperatives. The other one is whereby we had a program called ACDP, that is Agriculture Cluster Development Program, where government also injected 70% of capital investment towards construction of stores and maize mills or coffee hullers. That is where farmers were also contributing 30%, but the government also injecting direct 70%. Then there's also support towards the movement to create a cooperative bank, which will make financial support easier to cooperatives. Thank you.
All right, please.
Thank you very much. Since Professor Charles has gone, I think I'm the oldest person here, unless somebody wants to challenge me. So let me question and just give a piece of information. For example, if any of you comes from Kabale, Kigezi, there is an airfield, Butobere Airfield near Butobere College, which I think 2019, Honorable David Bahati, Honorable Anite, General Mujira visited as a possible industrial park. It was too small, 6 acres. Of course, people have cheated a bit. If government was active, they could open a bit wider because an airfield is not a small thing. Those who are at local government level, can't you aggressively go, take up that, and we start small? Because at times we wait for money from finance, and yet we could do certain things. Just claim it, say this is it what? Local LED, and we take that. Why? If you need more information, I'll give you. In short, I'm saying there are some solutions. Point number 2 has already been answered very well. Somebody did a good job. Digital platforms, me, I'm in the horticulture sector and the trees. You create a WhatsApp group and gradually you are 200 or so many people. Don't wait too long for money. Number 3, if you are working with somebody talked of Mount Meru, Mukwanos and all that. Yes, you correctly put it, but tilted it when you were talking. They are big, but they need smaller ones. That's the only way they can survive. So how do you create a relationship with them, whether General Mbadi is near or not? Because you are the one who is hurting most. So developing clusters around Mount Meru or Mukwano enterprises or these many others is really direction in this game. Now I'm talking with experience. I grow trees also. The other day, Gatsby Foundation, and I'm now talking so that even Trademark can help, helped us 3 farmers, created the inventory of the natural resource, helped us to form a company, and then gradually we got actually an investor willing to come with up to $7 million. So the message I'm sharing here is that you don't always have to wait for the government. We have been talking about collaboration. So if there are bigger entities around, grab it. If UNDP did a private sector development center, there were 11 of them across the country. The only one surviving, I think, is in Fort Portal. Others are limping or about to die. So those build opportunities, and just the very, very final is that when I used to teach, there is always a concept of prioritize and sequence. So very often, you can't come with a long shopping list. At times, you start with something that then propels you to be able to leverage and move ahead. For those who are younger, that's the old man's talking. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. I think most of those were suggestions. I will, in the interest of time, I would love for us to give a round of applause to this panel. I think they've done a very good job. Thank you very much. Yes, under 30 seconds.
Under 30 seconds, someone talked about that she does have 20 products and was talking about the certification. My advice is, it is not right to have 20 products once. If company like Coca-Cola, which does have the capacity to promote, cannot bring products 2 at once, how about you, SME? Deal with the first product, 1 product, after making sure that it has gained the capacity or the ability to penetrate the market, then you can bring another. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Thank you very much. I'll invite a moderator to give a vote of thanks to the panel.
Thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity to thank all the panelists. They were very, very knowledgeable in all their subjects and very informative. I think the Secretariat has captured all that has been shared and the proposed interventions and recommendations. So thank you very much, and we can call it end. Thank you.
All right, this panel would love to have a photo moment. I like that. A round of applause for General. He stood up without us having to ask him. Thank you, please. All right, thank you very much. You may have your seats. All right, today I'm going to ask that we all give a round of applause to everybody in this room. Thank you very, very much. I think it has been an insightful time, and if I know for sure something is going to come out of this. I think for me, the key takeaway has been the need for awareness. It's interesting that you do the most hard work, and when nobody knows, I mean, we shall always be looking out for the work you're doing. So the need for awareness is tremendous, and I know for a fact that the ministry together with the partners are going to take this on. So would love to bring this to a close to make a presentation of the recommendations and conclusions from the conference, the two-day conference. I'll invite the Commissioner for External Trade, Mr. Cleopas Ndorere. Please put a round of applause, give him a round of applause as he comes to bring this conference to a close, and then he will invite the Honorable General to wrap it up.
Thank you, moderator. Good afternoon, everybody. Honorable Minister, we do appreciate you for the 2 days you have sat here and our development partners. Mine is quite a brief one. The recommendations were quite many, and I want to thank you. And the Secretariat is putting together a comprehensive report. So what I'm presenting here is just a summary of what we have done in these last 2 days. So here we are. I don't know how to use that technology. Okay. Okay. So these last 2 days, they are quite many, and I will not take much of your time. There was an observation about the costs of financing, especially for innovative solutions, and we have made a recommendation on that because there are people who have innovated some solutions, but they have prototypes, but commercialization requires funding, addressing the supply side constraints, which lead to the low quality and the quantity of products and inconsistent supply. Many people here gave examples of people who have had the orders, but they have had even to hide away from the off-takers because they could not meet those orders. We had a panel, you remember, on quality standards and infrastructure. Just this last one, someone I heard was talking about the costs of getting a certification. So we are working on that. If I recall yesterday, the Deputy ED for standards, Madam Patricia Ejaru, said there was a specific window for SMEs to access certification and quality mark a little more cheaply. And then the coordination, as MDAs and government, we need to coordinate better, especially now that we moved from the budget, we moved to the program budget. We need to do that, to coordinate better so that we have coherence in both in the policy and the messages we send out to our stakeholders. The insecurity in the region, yesterday we said trade was a war, but we didn't mean, as the Honorable General Mbadi said, that we don't fight with the bullets, we fight with the resources, money, the economy and all that, but even the security of bullets cannot allow you to trade, because if there is a security in country A, it will, either they will destroy your property or you will not be able to access that market. Transport infrastructure and the trade attaches. We said, you remember we told you that we now have trade attaches under our mandate directly. This one is related to the standards, counterfeiting. We need to, I've seen in the private sector some people who are already have apps where you can report your counterfeiting if they counterfeit your product. But the private sector, as you may know, is that an intellectual property right is a private right. Much as government will help you to enforce that right, the mandate lies more in your in your court to report any kind of infringement that happens on your intellectual property. I've seen Mr. Mwesigwa here. They had a complaint about people who cross into Congo and they make roofing products, and because they know roofing products have a market in DRC Congo, they set base in DRC Congo and start manufacturing there, disguising themselves as roofing. So by the time roofing reaches there, they find that their market is already saturated. They say, but we have not sent the product here. So we need to discuss solutions for that. Logistics, I already talked about it earlier. Networking across Africa. I think we need, that's why the Honorable Minister talked yesterday of us having an umbrella body, a big federation body that brings all the associations under one roof. And that is the one which can now do better networking with its mother associations within other countries. And when we have that kind of association as government, I'm sure if we approached, say, the African Continental Secretariat, they would not be hesitant to create a platform for the country federations also to come together and do maybe a peer mechanism, peer learning, and all that. Because we already had a directive from the Assembly, the heads of state, to create what they call the African Implementation Review Mechanism. But that review mechanism has more of the government institutions. So if you had those organized associations, we can recommend to our political leaders who can then also instruct the secretary that you create a review mechanism even for the private sector associations. So that is one of the important things among the many of having one association under one roof that brings all the stakeholders together. I will go to the non-tariff barriers, TKM non-tariff barriers. They are like an amoeba. You cut off one leg, it grows two. You cut off this, there are many. You solve this, another one comes. Mr. Lino and sits on the committee, the National Committee for Monitoring NTBs. He will tell you that when you have addressed one in milk, another one comes in sugar. When you have addressed the one of sugar, another one in poultry products. It's never a done job. But you have to keep on your what? On your toes, and keep engaging the stakeholders, because as we say, the trade never, the challenges or the war in trade do not end. The infrastructure, I think we talked about it. Then there is the language barrier. The language barrier is very, very fundamental. We have people who are, our bid documents came from Algeria in French and Arabic for our people to bid, and they were given a week. Was it a week? So they struggled with the French documents. They were looking for translators, some things in the technical. They are extremely technical. They say so many millimeters of jam in the milk. You take it to, it is in Arabic, you take it to a language expert. The language expert only knows our usual language, does not know the technical language of science and all that. So all those challenges. So it's a challenge that we need to find a solution for. Natural resources, digitization, those are self-explanatory. I want to move fast so that we really get this closed. I know you have spent 2 days here, 2 days well spent. Acquisition of appropriate technology and transfer to support value addition and manufacturing. I already talked about that. Developing the packaging industry. We have a draft, we have a packaging strategy. Packaging is a 500, now last time I checked it was a $500 billion business, packaging alone. And this packaging is not only the closing, so to say, the wrapping of a good, because it has got also, because if you see the private standards that are coming out now, yesterday Alan talked about big companies like Walmart. Walmart has now got private packing requirements. They will tell you that you must package in a recyclable product. If it is paper, it must be recycled. You must have not cut a virgin forest. Some of them have even reached to tell them how much water you have used in your what? In your production. They put a picture of water and you say the water. They put a picture of the plane to show how much carbon dioxide have you used in the flight, that which goes by air, in reaching this market. All those become packaging requirements, which are technical barriers to trade. I'm sure Mr. Pio yesterday talked about them. So how do you meet them? If you are an SME, how will you know how much water you have used? How will you know how much carbon dioxide the plane is going to use as it takes your product? So some of those things are really technical and they need more than just the paper that covers the product. We need to do our domestic brand demand consumption. We have Buy Uganda, Build Uganda, but how do we encourage, persuade our own people to consume our own goods? Because it will be an irony if we are asking the other people outside to whom we export to consume our goods, and yet we are not consuming our own domestically produced goods. Is that the end? Okay, I think I have come to the end of the slides. Okay. Oh, no. So those are, okay. Collaboration, we talked about it. Go beyond market entry and market presence. Yes, we talked about that. We need beyond, the market access is just putting together the requirements that need us to get into those markets. A market access is like building a road. If I'm to use another analogy, if you build a road, does not mean that people will drive on it, or they will find the goods to take on that road. I recall His Excellency one time after they had done the Tirinyi Road, he said, I made the Tirinyi Road here, but people, instead of doing trade, they are drying a cassava on the road. So how do we, the road was there, but there were no products moving. They had started using it to dry there because it is cleaner, drier. They were using it to dry their cassava, beans, rice, and all that. They were not using it for the purpose. So if we have negotiated those markets and they are available and they can be accessed, are we present there, or we just have them on paper but we are not accessing them? We already talked about commercial attaches. There is a discussion on disbursement to NBS, and last time I talked to the ED, Mr. Kasigwa, Engineer Kasigwa, he said the Parliament had given our approval to start spending at source. Because if the argument is, if an SME or a producer wants his or her mark, quality mark, and you pay, and they pay it in the consolidated fund, and he comes after a week and says, I need my quality mark. And you say, no, sorry, you have to wait for the next quarter for a release. When he has paid you, he waits for 3 weeks. So they have allowed them to start using the money at source so that they can expeditiously issue out those quality marks to their customers. Export readiness for SMEs, we need to train them, all these things, so that they do not think that they are only to sell locally, they can also access, as Mr. Bossa raised it, that every time we take them, we think they are supposed only to export in the EAC, that they also want to go further ashore and export to other countries. The barcode, adopt the recognized barcode. I'm very sure Mr. Manzi and Mr. Semafumu Eble addressed this and the importance of it. We are in no doubt that this is something we should have done yesterday. Market information and trade information. I don't know whether Maria addressed you regarding our market information portal, because we have got a trade information portal that has all the benefit, all the information you would need if you want to export to any country or import any product. We also have the e-tariff book of the FCTA, and we will be rolling it out and introducing it to all the stakeholders, especially to the district commercial officers at the grassroots, so that they can train their people there how to use that e-tariff book, FCT. It shows you if you want to export to any country in Africa, the tariffs, the rules of origins, the standards, the requirements, what certificates do you need, and all that, so that you get it in one place. I think I have talked to that, export financing solutions. What do we need? Again, we have, for instance, payment solutions, the Pan-African payment settlement system, whereby when you are exporting, I don't know how the experience Esther has gone through in exporting, instead of, if you are exporting to Nigeria, you convert from the shilling to the dollar, and then the dollar they receive, they convert to pay you, they convert from the naira to the dollar to pay you. All that foreign exchange exposure, there is a loss. There is a loss to the trader, a profit to the bank, because for them they will charge you a commission, but it increases the cost of doing business for the trader, the business person. So that solution has come up, whereby if I'm exporting to Nigeria, I don't have to convert the money. I pay them in our local currency, and the central banks reconcile together into the naira, and I get my payment. Industrial parks, infrastructure, Dr. Mtambi talked about that, foster adoption of appropriate technologies, increase the role of the state in trade and industrialization. We are trying to do that because it has become apparent that after we liberalized, we also deregulated. When we deregulated, the private sector, by its nature, with all due respect, is that they are more profit-oriented than to build the country. They build the country by default, not by intention. So if you don't regulate them very well, I can assure you, for them, they are looking at the profit, the profit margin, and sometimes they do things which are not very well aligned to the government objective holistically. So the state needs to come in to ensure that they are aligned in their work with the government objectives. That is about private finance, not to go through commercial banks. That's obvious. We have seen how agriculture credit facility has performed. We have seen a number of, because there is a competition between, they have their own money they are lending, and you have given them government money. It is like someone has a shop, is selling shirts, you bring your shirt to sell for you. He'll put yours under the counter, sell his first. Before they finish selling theirs, they are unlikely to sell yours. So these commercial banks have got their own money to sell. You give them government money to sell, moreover, more cheaply. The incentive is to not to sell it, rather first sell theirs, and then come to the government money later. Expand the capacity at UNBS, we mentioned that, I talked to that. Adopt digitization in trade, again, e-commerce, the backward I talked about, the trade information where we can get prices in real time and all that. Increasing capacity utilization in manufacturing industries, that again is a self-explanatory recommendation. Revitalize the Interinstitutional Trade Committee. We are doing this, and very soon we already have the recommendation, the nominations. Very soon we will be calling you to do this, to have like an inaugural launch, something of a kind, and then we are even in touch with different development partners to take you through. Some of them are old members who were there originally, others are new, so we'll take you through an orientation, capacity building. We are in touch with the IIT's International Trade Technical Committee of WTO. They will be coming in to do trainings for the trade negotiation team, which is part of this, so that any position we take to the table in negotiations in trade or any issue, we will have that as a think tank to think through it. We organize business clinics. I talked about that earlier. Yesterday. We're de-risking exports. We have in the next financial year what we call the credit guarantee scheme, so that people who are going to export, we can give you that guarantee to de-risk your business, so that when you have that guarantee, even when you go to the bank even to borrow money, and with the guarantee that you have that behind you, letters of credit which have been guaranteed by a fund, then there's a confidence in the bank, in the lending, and there's also a confidence in you in doing your business. And then there's a potential for growth, because your working capital will not be held up in paying up, for instance, for goods and products. We're also looking at factoring invoices. If you have supplied somewhere and your invoice is there, that fund, you can bring your invoice and it can be factored, meaning that if your invoice, for instance, is $1 million, you can get 900,000 to enable you working capital, so that you can continue with your business. So the warehouse and the rest, those are self-explanatory. So there we are. So let me now, as I have closed the recommendations, before the minister comes in to close, it is a few minutes past 5. Let me invite Mr. Kalega, Commissioner for Internal Trade, to give a vote of thanks in 1 or 2 minutes, and he will then invite our Honorable Minister to do the closing. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Mr. Norere, for the recommendations. Honorable Minister and the representative of Utemea, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, and on behalf of the senior management, we want to take this opportunity to thank you, first of all, for sparing the 2 days with us. But most importantly, we want to thank the Honorable Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, who graced this occasion by opening. I also want to thank the Minister of State for Trade, and I request that we clap for the Minister, because he has been with us for all of the time for the 2 days. I want to also take this opportunity to thank Trademark Africa for the support, not for only today, but for the support you have given the ministry since. We want to thank our keynote speaker, Dr. Isaac. We thank you so much. Your discussion was very insightful and has really taken us this far. We want to thank the panelists that have given us insights on the topics that were discussed. And we want to thank everybody, including the media, for the coverage that they have given us, and the participants, especially the SMEs, the private sector who are here. We want to thank the discommerce officers who have also been part of this occasion, and all other participants. And we pray that what you have given us, as you have seen captured in the recommendation, has been taken on seriously and will inform our further programs and plans as a ministry. I want to thank you so much. And I want to take this opportunity now to invite the Honorable Minister of State for Trade, Honorable Wilson Mbadi, to come and address us. I thank you.
the representative of Trademark Africa. Are there still any development partners here? The development partners that may be here, the Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, senior managers, all our invited guests who are here that participated in this very, very important conference. Good evening. It has been 2 long days, and I want to congratulate you for remaining patient. I have seen faces here that have been here since yesterday, and they are still here. Thank you very much for, and it is the reason I also stayed around. So I want to congratulate you for finishing what you started yesterday in these 2 days, and I think you have done a good job to our theme towards trade competitiveness for achieving the 10-fold growth strategy. The discussions we have had in these 2 days, I want to believe, have created a shared understanding of what challenges there are that can affect trade competitiveness, and therefore consequently affect trade contribution to the 10-fold growth strategy. And we have also been able, through these discussions, been able to identify what needs to be done in order to address these challenges. And I think this will form a big part of what the ministry will be doing, as you have seen the recommendations on the slides here, on the board. Ladies and gentlemen, these 2 days I have listened to all your presentations, to your discussions and recommendations, some of them nearing hostility. There is a gentleman who was talking like he's very annoyed down there. And yet, the purpose of coming here was to look at things together and so that we can see what to do. But anyway, maybe that's how he talks. And it was all a discussion. But I also must admit that I have learned a lot, which I think will help me as a political leader on trade to guide my technical team on how to serve you better. Because I am coming from a completely different sector. But like the other gentleman said yesterday, these days we don't look at the defense of the country from just the defense of the territorial integrity of the country. Economics can also be a defense of the country, because those who are trading with us and probably relying on us on certain products that they cannot do without, they would think twice to antagonize us. Because if we closed the taps, and so that becomes our defense. Whoever wanted to quarrel with us because of certain things, if he looks at what he will miss, said, why? So it becomes a defense, and that's why the other gentleman was calling it a war. But also because other countries can use their economies as tools of war. You look at those sanctions being thrown around by some countries to influence behavior or influence relations between themselves. So I really had to be here so that I listen and learn something that will help me. Because Mahatma Gandhi said, live as if you will die tomorrow, and run as if you will live forever. You will live forever. And coming from the other side to this side, I have to unlearn certain things from where I was coming from and relearn some things here so that I can fit on what I'm doing. We have taken note of all your recommendations, and I'm sure we will address them at the tactical, operational, and strategic level as the need may be to ensure that we build trade competitiveness for the good of our people and the economic growth of our country. I wouldn't like to really repeat them, the recommendations we have made here, but I am sure that they will form part of our business in the policy reviews, where some of the issues you are talking about have not been already covered in the existing policies. And you may be aware that there is a policy review going on in the ministry. And so some of these issues will be better captured there. A lot is going on in the ministry in the form of policy reviews, in the form of bringing new bills, in the form of making regulations to make your life better as you do your business. And so these recommendations here will form part of that if they are already not in what we are doing or do not appear in the existing policies, laws, and regulations. The only thing is, maybe this is how it was programmed, is that the recommendations are one-sided. Only government, 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 government. But what about you? What about the entrepreneurs? What about the traders? What about the industrialists? What about the manufacturers? Are you clean, home and dry? That is something that the organizers need to think about, because these guys also have issues, and we didn't discuss them here. But me, I noted one thing during the discussions, that the private sector needs to be more organized and learn to work together in groups, because numbers are a strength, and these are the ones that will enable you sustain quality, sustain quantity, and remain in the market once you have entered there. So we talked about ourselves, you talked about us, but you didn't talk about yourselves. Talk about, for example, financial facilitation or access. Some of the groups do not really qualify. But when they come to us there, he will just tell you, "Nze banyimye sente." He doesn't tell you why. They have not given him the money, but he says he has not gotten the money. So the money is not there. But if you went, you will find out that there is a part to be fulfilled on his side, which he hasn't done properly, and therefore the reason access to these funds became a problem. We know that these funds have issues, obviously, because of the way they are dispersed, especially these wealth creation funds like GROW, like Invite, what is this? Agriculture Credit Facility, Small Business Recovery Funds. We are disbursing them through the commercial banks, and the commercial banks have expensive funds to lend and make more money from our people. So when you give him money that is cheaper than his, what do you think? Which one will he sell first? Or probably create difficult conditions for you to access it so that he can sell it as if it is his, because it will come back anyway. Well, Cabinet noted this, and I think they gave a directive to review these the disbursement of these wealth creation funds so that they are accessible by those for whom they were intended. As I said yesterday, I would like to emphasize the importance of creating a federation body that brings together all the business associations so as to create one voice which will make it easier for government to address your concerns in a coordinated and systematic manner, more effectively and more efficiently. So that is another side. So many small groups that make it impossible for government to really address your problems. And so we are encouraging you to support government's efforts to help you create an apex body where all these groups will feed into, so that the government gets sieved issues that it can deal with. And now, the Katwe man talks, is not coordinated with the small scales gentleman, is not coordinated. Yesterday there was somebody, chairman of tailors. I don't know whether he knows the ones of Kasese, and the ones of Mbarara, and the ones of what you may find it is Chiembe there only. And he calls it national. I told you the other day I was meeting Uganda National Carrots Traders Association. And when I asked them, do you know that there are carrots being grown in the Rwenzori sub-region? Do you know there are carrots grown in the Kabale? They didn't know. All those, they were just from the border there, Busia, Malaba. Now, what is national about this organization? You see, and that makes it difficult for really government to address your challenges. But when you are under one group, this is one voice, all these other issues will be sieved within that arrangement, and then we sit as government and business community of industrialists, of commerce, and come up with workable solutions instead of existing in small groups that do not add value to the intentions for which they were created. I also said in my opening remarks, and I want to reiterate, that these discussions and recommendations that you made here will not remain on paper. The success of this event lies in our collective ability to turn these ideas into actionable outcomes. Like I have told you, they will influence what we are doing in the ministry in the form of policy reviews, in the form of, where necessary, amending the existing laws and coming up with regulations where they have not been. And so, don't think you have labored in vain. It is something we are going to take seriously. We commit that we will work with the holders to effect. As I conclude, I want to thank the organizers of this conference, more especially Trademark Africa, our development partners. I was able to talk to one of them, I think UK Development, something like that. And he has promised to visit me in my office so that we discuss more. Our excellent moderators who are able to ask very pertinent questions and relevant to what we were discussing, so that ideas can come out and solutions to those challenges we raised can also come out. The panelists, all of you, the participants, the media, and our very beautiful. These days they don't call them MCs, they call them what? Events manager. Eh?
Event host.
Eh?
Event host.
That one. So I want to thank all of you who attended this to make it a success. And if you don't mind, unless you still want to continue to be here, I want to take this singular opportunity to declare the conference officially closed. Thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think he deserves a standing ovation, doesn't he? Thank you very much, Honorable, for being here. Thank you. Thank you. All right, because it's been declared officially closed, who am I to keep you here? There's some tea and coffee in the lounge and a few bites. Feel free to engage on our way out. Thank you once again for coming, and I hope that this provided tremendous value for you. Thank you. Oh, would love to close this event by singing the national anthems, and we'll hand over to you, media team, to lead us. All right. Due to popular demand, let us sing our own national anthem. All right, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, Uganda. Stand. All right, thank you very much for being a very, very engaging audience. I absolutely enjoyed myself. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Have a lovely weekend.